We've been told by firefighters here that there is a report of a bomb in this building. This is a school, a high school right here. And as you can see, they're moving everybody away from this building. They've said that there's a bomb in the building. They are evacuating us north now. That is according to firefighters on the scene. And we're going to move out of here right now just to keep ourselves safe. So we're going to start walking north ourselves. But that's what we're being told by New York City firefighters here, that there were reports of a bomb in that high school right there. It's called Stuyvesant High School. And so we are walking north to get out of the way. You can see just to my left here, these are even the ambulances which were down there are being moved north. The firefighters are being moved north. Everybody is being moved north. We're being asked by the police now to go north and get out of the way. Officer, do you have any idea of what the problem is?
There's a report of a secondary device possibly in the area of this school, so they're going to move everybody back as a precaution.
Secondary device meaning a bomb?
Possibly.
Okay, and where did that report come from? Was it called in?
It came in over our radios, and it's reported through our supervisors on down, so we're pulling everybody back.
And that's in the Stuyvesant High School right there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Officer McQuaid. That's Officer McQuaid of New York City Emergency Service. I'm sorry, what's it? Yeah, well, I don't think there was anyone in the school, Katie, this morning. At this point, I think everybody had been evacuated from here probably when the first events took place early this morning, just because of the fact that it's so close to the World Trade Center. Most of these buildings around here have been evacuated, so I would imagine, I never saw any kids going into that school this morning, so I'm going to presume that they never even allowed them to get to school this morning, and that anywhere that were here at 8:45 were probably moved out almost within moments after this the crash took place, because it literally is only about 10 blocks north of here, and I haven't seen any students coming in or out. Katie, Tom.
All right, that's Pat Dawson outside the Trade Center as they get moved back because of fears of another explosion. We want to catch you up to date now with the airplane situation. Airplanes apparently were used in these attacks today, commercial jetliners. And I want to remind you, you're watching NBC News coverage here on MSNBC. An FBI spokesman says the planes involved 2 American flights. American Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, involved in hitting one of the trade towers. Also, American 77 was involved apparently in one of the attacks, at least was hijacked. We don't know where that plane ended up. 2 United airplanes, United 175, that was scheduled Boston to Los Angeles. I just checked United's website. That plane supposedly left Boston at 8:14 this morning Eastern Time. Also United 93 from Newark to San Francisco. According to the United website, that plane left at 8:42. We do not know, except with American 11, exactly which plane ended up where. But according to this source from the FBI, those are the 4 commercial planes that have been involved in what is going on today. Now, we have been reporting another plane down some distance from Pittsburgh today. According to reports, and I want to stress this is coming from the affiliate there who got this from the scanner, so let's put this in perspective. But that plane believed it originated in Chicago and was headed to Cleveland with 90 people on board. No word on the airline. And I'm just seeing, crossing the Associated Press wires now, American Airlines says it has lost 2 aircraft carrying a total of 156 people. Just crossing of the Associated Press, American Airlines confirming 2 of its airplanes involved, a total of 156 people on board. Rick Sanchez is in Lower Manhattan. Rick?
Yeah, there have been, Lester, am I on? Is that you?
Yeah, Rick, go ahead. Lester.
Yeah, Lester, there have been about four explosions here since about 11 o'clock. The most recent about 2 minutes ago that seemed to shake the ground that we're on. We're about a block and a half away from what used to be the World Trade Center. The area is completely surrounded in soot and ash. Firefighters and rescue officials are still really trying to get their act together. They're not quite sure how to approach this situation. They just did finally set up a command center. It's going to be set up at Chambers and West. They also have a triage center set up. That's at the local high school here, Stuyvesant High School, which is, as you know, not far from the World Trade Center. And there are still people in this area who are doing everything they possibly can.
Rick, I just want to stop you there. As the information's coming fast and furious, that's the same high school that we've just been reporting is apparently being evacuated for fears of a secondary device, another device. So even as you're reporting that, things are moving fast and furious. It's got to be incredibly difficult to figure out where safe ground is right now.
Well, we've been told, as a matter of fact, moments ago to try and get out of this area because they're moving everyone out. And their fear is, of course, that there are gas leaks, natural gas in this area that either fed into or out of the buildings that have exploded. And now now those lines are open and may rupture. We're not positive and can't confirm exactly what has caused those 4 explosions we told you about at the beginning of our report, but there is reason to believe that they may be caused by some type of gas explosion or natural gas leaks in this area, and firefighters are extremely cautious as they try and work into the area. What they're doing now, Lester, is lining up on some of the adjacent streets and setting up, as what you know from covering stories like this, field forces, where they tell them, don't go out and freelance, don't go out on your own, stay in a group, we'll move into an area, and we'll somehow move in little by little. Meanwhile, firefighters and rescue officials, I just saw them come in as well,
Room 55,
and they
please.
had what appeared to be picks, axes, and other devices that they're going to be using perhaps to try and extricate people that might still be in there. The items that they had were handheld items that they were probably going to be using, we would assume, in some form to get into the area. However, at this point, we're only about a block away, and it does not appear that they're moving into the area.
Rick,
yet.
I'm going to interrupt you here as we get new pictures in. These pictures from Washington. I believe it's tape or live. This is taped just a short time ago. This is the best look we've had at the damage at the Pentagon, where another plane apparently made a suicide plunge or was driven into a suicide plunge. There's the Capitol in the background. This just across the river in Virginia. The Pentagon struck sometime after 9 o'clock this morning as well. And again, this is tape of efforts to fight the fire there at the Pentagon. This following the 2 attacks earlier at the World Trade Center. Let's send it back over to Greg Jarrett now. Greg?
All right, thank you very much. Let me read from our hot file some new information coming in from 2 senior counterterrorism officials in the Clinton administration. They tell NBC News that the only organization with motivation and capability to execute a terrorist mission like this is Osama bin Laden. One official described this as the worst intelligence failure since Pearl Harbor, noting these attacks take months, if not years, to plan, and a large number of people. Joining us now on the telephone to talk about this, Lawrence Eagleburger, is former Secretary of State under the Reagan administration. Mr. Secretary, thank you. What is your reaction?
Well, you've said part of it already, which is that it clearly is an intelligence failure of some magnitude. Although, you know, the thing that I'm particularly surprised at is I thought the one thing we had under control.
Cars that have overheated so much that they're exploding, but every time one of those happens, there's a flurry of activity, and there are more emergency vehicles that come down this road. I don't know if you can shoot past me and shoot down into that black cloud in there. That is the cloud that we were in just about 45 minutes ago or so. At the time we were there, when the first trade tower came down, my producer and I were overcome by the cloud of debris and smoke that came at us so rapidly. We had to break down a window to an apartment building. We had to break the window and go into the second door inside just to breathe. We were followed by a police officer and a security guard from...
When these 2 planes crashed into them. Bob, tell me about the scene at St. Vincent's Hospital.
Katie, we got the wake-up call again today. It is unbelievable that anybody would do an act like this, basically using innocent victims aboard our commercial airliners as weapons against other innocent victims in our big buildings, our symbols of economy and commerce in New York, and our defense and legislative and executive buildings here in Washington.
When people are watching this at home, Congressman, they're saying to themselves, how could this happen in the United States of America? A complete breakdown in our airport security, a complete breakdown in our airspace security over the Pentagon, the center of our military command. How could something be this vulnerable?
Well, we are a free, open, democratic society, and we take great pride in that. We pay a price for it. We, as you know, if you've ever flown into Washington National, Washington Reagan Airport, you fly right over the Pentagon. And many times we've commented on how vulnerable the building is for just that reason. That vulnerability was taken advantage of today. As for commercial airliners flying around New York and airspace there, obviously they fly near the trade towers. To be able to say that our airport security works 100%, anybody who flies in America knows that's not true. You answer a few questions before you get on the plane and show a photo ID. That doesn't necessarily mean you can't do mayhem on the plane, as we see from time to time. And tragically, some kind of an organization somewhere has orchestrated all this in an effective fashion. We have great intelligence capabilities out there who keep us constantly on alert about these types of reports. I can tell you, I know of no specific reporting anything of this particular specificity on this day with these targets, but I can tell you that we are scrambling all the time to assess information that would do harm to the United States and its people. And as we know, we've seen our military installations subject to attack, our embassy subject to attack. Before. We stop a lot of it, but obviously we don't get it all, and we're just going to have to rethink how we do business in today's world and deal with these kinds of threats. Based on your experience as a honored CIA agent and now as a very highly respected chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, how many organizations, terrorist organizations in the world, are capable of pulling off such a coordinated massive attack? I would say there's only a handful if we're not talking about state-sponsored terrorism. If you're talking state-sponsored, it could be more, but I don't think we're dealing with state-sponsored. I think we're dealing here with a loose network, a loose association of people who have the same goal, which is an anti-United States goal, who have found a way to get together and network and pull this thing off. Part of the problem with terrorism is that one of the weapons of terrorism is confusion. And one of the hopes now, of course, of the terrorists who perpetrated this is that we will have lots of confusion in the United States, and there will be rumors of other things happening, and that will upset how we go about our business and our behavior and how our law enforcement people react and so forth. That's one thing to deal with, and another thing to deal with, as the President alluded to this morning in his very strong statement, was that we will respond. The question is, against whom? And we want to make absolutely sure when we're dealing with asymmetrical warfare such as this, where we're dealing with innocent people, by and large, who are victims of this, that we respond appropriately and not provoke any other incidents that are unwarranted in the world, but get the people who actually cause this to happen. And that requires good information, and obviously we're in the process of trying to get that information. But it may take some time to sort through all this, find the fingerprints, and in fact launch any kind of retaliation. That is certainly true, and one of the hallmarks we may need is patience these days. Congressman Porter Goss, Chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, we thank you very much. We'll be contacting you throughout the day, and we very much appreciate you joining us this morning. Well, thank you. Add my prayers to the others. Thank you much. Back to you, Matt.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. We're going to talk to someone here in the studio in a second, but Tom, you've got a phone number for people who are concerned about passengers on board those flights. American Airlines has confirmed that 2 of its flights were hijacked, and for people who want to know, the number is 1-800-245-0999. United headquarters, you may not be able to get through, obviously, is 847-700-5538. United has confirmed that one of its planes went down near Pittsburgh. American has said that 2 of its planes were involved in the hijackings today, one from Dulles and one from Boston.
And apparently United Airlines was involved, is right?
Right. I said that in Pittsburgh.
Okay, right, yeah. From Newark en route to San Francisco,
right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Ron Insana is here. Oh, actually, we're going to go first to Ashley Banfield.
We want to go downtown again. Ron Insana. Oh, no, okay, we're going to... There we go. Ashley Banfield has someone she's talking to.
We're giving out emergency numbers over the airways. No, I know, but we're doing that now.
Yes, that's the only thing.
I just wanted to ask
Ashley, can you hear me?
For emergency personnel, either law enforcement or medical.
Do you know anything about those extra explosions we heard?
No, I do not.
Were they car bombs?
I have no idea, ma'am.
Are you being told that we're going to have to move out of this area as well?
I was not told anything relative to that.
What about the sewers? Are they looking for bombs in sewers?
All non-essential personnel. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, obviously the emergency workers are moving people out of that area. Ron Insana is here with us in the studio. Ron, obviously you were downtown at some point because we see you have basically soot and debris in your hair and on your jacket. What happened?
Well, one of the MSNBC cameramen and I were trying to get across the street, having driven down to try to cover the event, obviously for NBC. And as we were going across the street, we were not terribly far from the World Trade Center building, the South Tower. As we were cutting across in a quarantine zone, actually, the building began to disintegrate, and we heard it and looked up and started to see elements of the building come down, and we ran, and honestly it was like a scene out of Independence Day. Everything began to rain down. It was pitch black around us as the winds were whipping through the corridors in lower Manhattan. I ducked around a corner, got into a car which was open, and it was nighttime for several minutes before things cleared up.
Was this the first tower that collapsed?
I believe it was the first tower that collapsed. This was the South Tower, and as it was coming down, What that looks like there is mild compared to what it was like to be at the center. It was pitch black for blocks.
And was it smoke as well as dust?
It was smoke, it was dust. I assume it was part of the building coming down, and just pieces of a disintegrating building coming down as well.
Obviously, we're very concerned about the triage unit that was set up there to help people who are trying to get out of the building, Ron, to help people who had already been carried out of the building and who were being treated medically. Were you close enough to survey the scene
I was within about half a block of the building as it started to come down.
Can you tell us what you saw there?
It was fairly clear. There were some areas along the street that did have blood and debris. There were no longer people in the area except for a couple of journalists and police officers who were containing the area so people wouldn't cut through.
And once it did begin to clear after that several minutes of pitch darkness, what did you see in the streets then?
It was a very deep gray smoke. In honesty, looked like a bit of a nuclear winter, the type of thing you see in the movies with ash all over the ground, on top of cars, on police cars, on windows. I made my way into a building because it was the one light I could see, and stayed there until a couple of police officers and a few of the people inside the building were able to get into a vehicle. We picked up a few injured people along the way and dropped them off at the hospital.
You did? What were their injuries?
Well, one policeman had a deep gash in his forehead. He was all right. He was clearly, a bit shocked, and the young lady had shrapnel in her arm. Don't know what it was, whether it was part of a building or glass from another building.
Was there a lot of peripheral damage to other buildings and stores
Not really.
in the area? Because when that building came down, one would only imagine all the pieces of steel and concrete that came cascading down as well and hit other places.
I imagine the collateral damage was enormous, but we were probably, I'd say, 2 or 3 blocks away in a building where we holed up for a time until we were fairly comfortable that it was safe to come out. It was truly the most intense and frightening experience I've ever had in my life. It was literally pitch black on the street, and people were, obviously inhaling a great deal of this material as well, so there are many folks who are having difficulty breathing and were wearing facial masks as well.
We're happy you're all
right. We have United Airlines confirms that United Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles is down as well. No details yet. It's confirmed that Flight 93, we believe from Newark to San Francisco, is down. No details as yet. That's the one that we think went down in the Pittsburgh area. I wish that we could be more specific. The information is, as you might expect, pretty chaotic, but there have been at least 4 airliners that have been hijacked today.
And Tom, there's going to be an awful lot of scrutiny on the security in Boston at Logan Airport because it now appears that 2 of these flights originated there, and somehow someone managed to get on these planes and hijack them.
Well, this is an event, Ron. We're happy to see you, and
thank you. You have no idea how happy I am to be here.
Yeah, it is a relief. But then you think about the experiences of thousands of other people who are down there in the epicenter of all that, and were there when it occurred. Our hearts go out to them. We don't know what the numbers are yet.
When you hear about Cardinal Egan delivering last rites outside of St. Vincent's Hospital.
And the magnitude of this will go on for some time. This is not just a national tragedy, but this is a national security event of an untold magnitude that this country is going to have to deal with. The president's coming back, and we are at war, in effect, here. This country has suffered a devastating attack that will cost us in the sense of in loss of life. It will also cost us in terms of our psychological security that we have in this country. We're going to have to revisit a lot of our freedoms as a result of this kind of an attack. And then, of course, there's the whole question of retaliation.
This is
Who is responsible, and what do we do?
Tom, this is an upsetting wire that just came across the transom from the West Bank. It says thousands of Palestinians celebrated Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States, chanting God is great and distributing candy to passers-by, even as their leader, Yasser Arafat, said he was horrified. The U.S. government has become increasingly unpopular in the West Bank and Gaza Strip in the past year of Israeli-Palestinian fighting, with many Palestinians accusing Washington of siding with Israel.
For those of you who think that events in far-off places like the Middle East or in Afghanistan or in the subcontinent or in places in Asia have no effect on us, this is the answer today. This place remains an enormous target in the eyes of a lot of people, and we are so vulnerable because of all those things that make us so great, our freedoms and our sense of security that we have. But America has been changed today by all of this.
We want to go and find out more about what's being done for those who were injured in these attacks. Leslie Van Sant is with the American Red Cross. I believe she's joining us from Washington. Ms. Van Sant, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Matt.
Tell me what kind of resources you have available to you to pour into these areas where, obviously, in Lower Manhattan and in Washington, D.C. and outside Pittsburgh.
Well, our chapters on the area, our local disaster volunteers, you know, they are, of course, the first people on the scene and responding. Unfortunately, probably now some of them are also victimized by the event. We're also mobilizing 80,000 units of blood to transfer to the regions as needed, and, you know, taking guidance from emergency management personnel on what assistance we can provide to them to make this, you know, response go smoothly.
Is there anything that, I mean, I know it's early after this has happened, but is there anything you can think of that people might be able to help you out with in terms of donating certain things? You mentioned blood and those things.
Well, you know, we're asking people who are in other parts of the country who are blood donors or maybe not blood donors, maybe they could call and schedule an appointment so we can make sure that the supply stays ready. Our disaster volunteers, our mental health volunteers and health volunteers are going to be responding. You know, this will, as Tom mentioned earlier, this is going to be a long, long response. The emotional trauma, the emotional impact is going to be felt weeks, months into the future, even years. So we're going to be working very hard at this for a long time.
All right, Leslie Van Sant with the American Red Cross. Ms. Van Sant, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Let's go now to Kathleen Zici of New York University Hospital, which is about 5 minutes away from the World Trade Center, where many of the victims have been brought. Kathleen, I know we spoke to you about an hour or so ago. Can you tell me what's going on in the hospital now? Kath. Okay, apparently we're having some problems with Kathleen, and I'm sure it's as chaotic there as it was at St. Vincent's, where we heard from Bob Bazell moments ago that there was a line with Cardinal Egan outside delivering last rites to some of the dead who were brought to the hospital. So we'll try to touch base with Kathleen in just a moment. But first we want to go to Andrea Mitchell once again in Washington. Andrea?
I've been told that the State Department evacuation, Katie, was precautionary only. There was no car bomb, as had at least been reported or rumored, not here on NBC. But in any case, that was precautionary only. There are still some officials there. They are now being redeployed to another location in Virginia. The CIA is still operational. Intelligence officials are still meeting at Langley, but those officials have also evacuated the non-essential employees. The current working theory, as you have been reporting and speculating, is that there is only one terror organization in this world that could coordinate this kind of event, and that would be something operated by Osama bin Laden. Intelligence officials say he is in Afghanistan, where he has been protected by the Taliban, and as we know, the United States has warned the Taliban government of Afghanistan that if there were any attack against the United States, that they would hold Afghanistan responsible, so that we most likely will expect retaliation, military retaliation. But I think right now the full focus of the U.S. government is on finding out how many other possible targets there might be, how many vulnerabilities there might be, making sure that there is no chemical or biological element out there. I spoke to a former Secretary of Defense, Bill Cohn, and others who had been part of the anti-terror operation planning, and they say that those are the first lines of defense to make sure that there is not some other event, unexpected as this obviously was, that could make Americans vulnerable. Obviously, this is the largest intelligence failure since Pearl Harbor. Katie?
All right, Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, thank you. We're going to check in again right now with Kathleen Zici of New York University Hospital. Kathleen, tell me what the scene is like at your hospital.
Well, we're at NYU Downtown Hospital in Lower Manhattan, and we have had a steady stream of patients coming through the door since the first explosion occurred some hours ago. We have information at this point on 3+ fatalities, plus because there may be additional fatalities that I have not yet been informed of. We have had a severe burn case. One individual is an amputee, a serious neurosurgical injury, a whole range of injuries from both debris, smoke inhalation, respiratory issues related to smoke and debris from the collapse of the two buildings.
So how many medical personnel, Kathleen, do you have working there at NYU Hospital?
We have a medical staff of 500 plus physicians. The entire medical staff has been mobilized, as has the nursing staff, and they are working as hard as it's possible to work.
And tell me again, Kathleen, I know it's hard to estimate how many people you've seen so far?
It's in the hundreds. Our entire cafeteria has been transformed to a triage area, and it is wall-to-wall people at the present time.
All right, Kathleen, thank you very much for that update. I'm sure we'll be checking back with you a bit later on, and thank you very much.
Katie, let's go now to NBC's Bob Hager. And Bob, I think it's important that we recount. A short while ago, we were talking about 4 planes that were unaccounted for. It seems now we know what happened to all those 4 planes, isn't it?
That's it. There's no plane at the moment that we know of that's outstanding that's unaccounted for, and now NTSB is able to match the particular flights to the particular accidents or acts of terrorism. So the 2 planes that hit the World Trade Center were both takeoffs from Boston, one belonging to American Airlines, and it had been bound for Los Angeles. The other belonging to United Airlines, it too was bound for Los Angeles. Those are the 2 planes, the American airliner first and then the United plane, that went into the World Trade Center. The other 2 flights, the one that went into the Pentagon was an American Airlines flight bound from Washington's Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, and the plane that's down southeast of Pittsburgh is a United flight. It had been bound from Newark to San Francisco. I heard one report that it was Newark via Washington National to San Francisco, but I'm not sure of that. Let me tell you the flight numbers. The Boston takeoffs were American Airlines Flight 10. It had 92 aboard. That's one of the ones that hit the World Trade Center.
Bob, let me just interrupt you there for a second, because we've been reporting all morning that it was American Airlines Flight 11.
You know, I'm mistaken. You're right. It's 11. American Flight 11. Thank you very much, with 92 aboard. And then the United Airlines that left from Boston and hit the other World Trade Center tower was United's 175. I don't have a figure on how many on board it. The flight that went into the Pentagon was American Airlines Flight 77, bound Washington Dulles to Los Angeles. There were 64 people aboard it. And the United Airlines flight that went down south of Pittsburgh was United's Flight 93, and there's no number on the number of passengers on it. But again, you have 4 flights known to have been hijacked, known to have crashed, and no flights at the moment that are outstanding that we know of.
Bob, that crash that you just mentioned near Pittsburgh, I just want to say that that is a United flight that was en route from Newark to San Francisco. Is that accurate?
That's what I have, and I've heard it 2 ways. It's Newark to San Francisco. I heard one report that there was an intermittent stop that it was to make at Washington's Reagan National, but that's not confirmed, so it might be erroneous.
Yeah, United is now confirming that, apparently, Robert. We also have a report from the mayor of Cleveland, Michael White, saying that a Boeing 767 out of Boston made an emergency landing at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport because of concerns it may have a bomb on board, but no confirmation of
We
that.
also have, just because I have a personal friend who was flying from Kennedy to Los Angeles this morning, that plane was diverted to Kansas City. So apparently many planes that were en route to certain locations have made special emergency landings in the wake of this, and because of concerns that there may be more problems aboard more airplanes.
And what happens, unfortunately, in situations like this, if the terrorists themselves don't call in to say that there's a bomb on board, you have the twisted minds of other people who call in and say, well, by the way, there's a bomb on board that flight. So it is chaos in the skies for those flights that were already in the air. Other flights have been grounded. This country has been immobilized in terms of where its attention now is focused on New York City and Washington, D.C., the tragedies in Pittsburgh as well. No air travel, no financial markets. All national monuments are being evacuated. The president has been rushed back to Washington, D.C. The Pentagon has been attacked by an airliner, in effect, and on Capitol Hill, code red. The Speaker of the House was taken to a very secure area because he's third in line, succession to the President of the United States. We are, as we have been saying this morning, in a state of war with terrorism.
And as a result, the Army has been placed at ThreatCon Delta. That means that armed personnel will be guarding U.S. installations, not only here in the United States, but in other parts of the world. You're looking at the southern tip of Manhattan Island here in New York City, and for so many years we've come accustomed to seeing the World Trade Center standing there in the background behind the Empire State Building that you see in the foreground. Those 2 towers no longer stand after a terrorist attack this morning. NBC's Pat Dawson is close to the scene of that attack. Pat? Pat,
Matt,
can you hear me?
if we are, yes, I can, Matt. If there is a war against terrorism that started, rather ongoing right now, it started here at about 8:45 this morning, as you described, a big hole in the skyline at the southern end, the southern tip of Manhattan Island, where the two World Trade Center towers have stood for the last 25 years, 110 stories high. They are no longer there. Just moments ago, I spoke to the chief of safety for the New York City Fire Department, who was obviously one of the first people here on the scene after those two planes were crashed into the side, we assume, of the World Trade Center towers, which used to be behind me over there. Chief Albert Turry told me that he was here just literally 10 or 15 minutes after the events that took place this morning. That is the first crash. He said that at one point he had roughly 10 alarms. That would equate to roughly 200 to 225 New York City firefighters who were in the building. This was after the crash, trying to rescue civilians who were in there. Now, earlier this morning on the Today Show, we spoke to the director of the World Trade Center. He said that at that hour of the morning, you could have upwards of 10,000 people in each of those towers. That would be 20,000 people total in each tower. The chief of safety, as I said, chief safety of the Fire Department of New York City, told me that shortly after 9 o'clock, he had roughly 10 alarms, roughly 200 men in the building trying to effect rescues of some of those civilians who were in there, and that basically he received word of the possibility of a secondary device, that is another bomb going off. He tried to get his men out as quickly as he could, but he said that there was another explosion which took place, and then an hour after the first hit here, with the first crash that took place, he said, there was another explosion that took place in one of the towers here. So obviously, according to his theory, he thinks that there were actually devices that were planted in the building. One of the secondary devices he thinks that took place after the initial impact was, he thinks, may have been on the plane that crashed into one of the towers. The second device he speculates was probably planted in the building. So that's what we have been told by Albert Turry, who is the chief of safety for the New York City Fire Department. He told me that just moments ago. Now, we are continuing to hear explosions. Here downtown. And what we've been told by some of the fire officials is that there are some gas lines that occasionally are exploding down there, because obviously, as you can imagine, there are a lot of open gas lines down in the southern part of Manhattan where the World Trade Center towers used to be. As far as the situation right here, basically what we have are hundreds of New York City firefighters and other New York City rescue units who are massed here. There is a cordon just down there. We are not sure, to be honest, if some rescue workers have tried to go beyond that point as yet. When we spoke to the head of the Port Authority Police, that would be the organization that is in charge of the World Trade Center building itself, the Port Authority Police chief told us that they were at that point, about, I'd say, 40 minutes ago, about to make a decision on whether or not it was safe to send emergency workers back in there. But the bottom line is that, according to the chief of safety of the New York City Fire Department, he says that he probably lost a great many men in those secondary explosions, and he said that there were literally hundreds, if not thousands, of people in those two towers when the explosions took place. He said everything above the 60th floor was extremely difficult to get to, as you can imagine.
Pat Dawson.
Back to you.
Pat Dawson, thanks very much. We have some videotape, I understand, that we're going to show you from the West Bank. These are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States. Apparently, Palestinians took to the street chanting, "God is great." People were throwing candy, distributing candy to passersby. The U.S. government obviously has become increasingly unpopular, particularly in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, because Palestinians feel that the U.S. government has sided with Israel. One man, Nawal Abdel Fattah, wearing a long black dress, threw sweets in the air, saying, Actually, that's a woman, pardon me, saying she was happy because, quote, America is the head of the snake. America always stands by Israel in its war against us. Meanwhile, Yasser Arafat emerged to speak with reporters ahead of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. He said, "We are completely shocked. It's unbelievable. We completely condemn this very dangerous attack, and I convey my condolences to the American people, to the American president, and to the American administration, not only in my name, but on behalf of the Palestinian people."
And this comes on a day, Katie, in which obviously there's been a steady deterioration of the situation in the Middle East, but Shimon Peres was to meet today with Yasser Arafat in the West Bank. There has been some criticism of the Bush administration for not getting more involved in the peacemaking efforts in the Middle East in the past few weeks from within the Republican Party as well.
Because it has gotten increasingly volatile.
It has. There's been a steady escalation of violence, incursions by Israelis into Palestinian towns and declaring martial law and then pulling back. And everyone thought that the bomb was ticking in the Middle East. No one expected anything of these kinds of consequences to be visited upon this country in this horrific way that we have been witness to today. It is one more example, as we have been saying this morning, of events in far-off places that have such an enormous impact here, because the United States is, in the eyes of so many people who are opposed to our system of government and our alliances, is the devil incarnate. And today this is a very sophisticated, very cold-blooded, very widespread attack carried out with the most chilling kind of efficiency on several of the great nerve centers of our system of government and our way of life.
And we're talking about perhaps thousands of casualties. What's one thing that's very frustrating about reporting this story is we know that many, many people were inevitably very seriously hurt or killed in these explosions. We have 4 aircraft full of people, obviously, that were involved in these incidents, and an untold number of people who were in the World Trade Center at the time, in the surrounding area, and of course those individuals at the Pentagon as well.
And you can only hope that in the time between the actual collision, the planes hitting the towers, and the time it took for those buildings to collapse, that large numbers of people were able to get down the stairs. You'd have to assume that power in the building was probably disrupted. Elevators may not have been usable, that they were able to get down smoke-filled stairways to safety before both of those towers collapsed.
And as Pat Dawson just said, though, from the 60th floor up, it was very, very, very difficult. And there are 110 floors in the Twin Towers each in the World Trade Center. So you're talking about 50 floors, if his estimate is correct, of people. Now, the first explosion did occur at 8:42 in the morning. Some people might not have been at work yet, but many people here in New York, a workaholic town, get to work early, particularly those who are watching the markets, the overseas markets, and this is the financial center of the United States and, of course, of New York City as well.
Yeah, we have hesitated to use specific numbers, but Mayor Giuliani is saying it's a horrendous number of lives lost, and it could be in the thousands.
We want to go now to Ray Kelly, who's a former police commissioner here in New York City. Mr. Kelly, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, after the terrorist attack in 1993 on the World Trade Center, security was beefed up, but there's nothing that could have been done to prevent this kind of an attack, it seems.
No, it appears that nothing could be done, and of course, events in 1993 pale in comparison to this. This is a horrific event. As the mayor said, it appears to be thousands of casualties. And New York City emergency services, I believe, are the best in the world. But something like this, of course, could overwhelm any emergency service. But I think there is, I guess, some consolation to say that they are the best. And unfortunately, we don't know how many of them have been injured or perhaps killed.
Let me ask you a question about that, Ray. Is it true that the Center for New York Emergency is housed at the World Trade Center?
Yes, that is true. It was shifted there a few years ago. It was up on the one of the, I think about the 7th or 8th floor in one of those buildings. And again, in hindsight, perhaps that shouldn't have been done, but it was a state-of-the-art facility, no question about it.
Tell me a little bit more about that facility, if you could, Ray. I mean, what specifically is it designed to do?
It's designed to coordinate. You have 40,000 police officers. You have a fire department with the emergency service EMS component of about 15,000 people. The purpose of that facility was to coordinate activities in the event of emergencies. And again, it had state-of-the-art communications equipment. And it's something that it's just unfortunate as to where it was located, but there are temporary headquarters. New York City has several of them, and mobile temporary headquarters that I'm sure they're operating out of now.
At the same time, it must be fairly chaotic without the use of that center to coordinate the efforts.
Well, I guess everything is chaotic right now, but the emergency vehicles, I think New York City has a lot of major events, and they coordinate most of those events outside of that center. That center has kind of an oversight responsibility for a lot of the events. The coordination is done on the scene. So they practice doing that.
And Ray, I mean, obviously the problem here is not only do police officers and law enforcement and rescue people have to respond to what's happened at the World Trade Center, but also a large number have to fan out to make sure that nothing occurs at other landmark buildings throughout the city.
That's true, and of course services have to be provided throughout the city. The normal police and fire services, the rest of the city, 320 square miles, have to be covered by emergency services. So it is indeed a tremendous challenge.
Ray, you've been in the middle of these kinds of episodes when you were the police commissioner in '93 during the attack. Your whole life has been dedicated to law enforcement and national security matters. But aren't you stunned by the magnitude of this attack and the complete surprise of it all?
Yes, and the complexity of it. And I think we've relied for years on the relative lack of sophistication on the part of terrorist organization, but then again,
mentioned the rest of the White House has been evacuated. Only key personnel are allowed there. That meeting began about 9:39, we're told, this morning. Everyone else again evacuated. One of the questions, Katie, that we're asking right now, given that no one's been informed where the president is, and this is, of course, deliberate, is whether or not the White House will decide to put him on the so-called doomsday plane. This is a special plane designed for the president in the event of a nuclear attack, and it's far more sophisticated than Air Force One. It has the absolute most advanced electronics, equipment on board. He's able to communicate with anyone at any time and able to command the armed forces from this plane. They're able to refuel it mid-air, and they could essentially keep the president on this plane for an extended period of time. We don't know if that's an option that has been considered or something that they are looking at trying to do right now, or whether or not his plan is to come back here to the White House. The situation where we are now, though, it's fairly desolate because of the evacuation. They've actually pushed the White House staff, evacuated many of the buildings around here, and kept people several blocks away. We're at a hotel just about a block away where we do have a view, but again, only key personnel allowed in the White House at this time. Katie?
All right, Campbell Brown. Campbell, thank you very much for that update, and please keep us posted as things develop there.
Katie, joining us on the phone now is the governor of the state of New York, George Pataki. Governor, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, we're looking at some just devastating pictures of Lower Manhattan, similar pictures at the Pentagon in Washington, and another incident in Pittsburgh. Just first of all, your reaction.
Well, it's just a horrible, horrible day. It's an attack upon America, an attack upon New York, and we have to respond longer term to make sure we protect ourselves. But right now, we have to deal with this crisis and try to help the people who are still trapped, still at risk. And we've mobilized our National Guard and statewide fire and emergency services teams, and we're communicating and working with the city, and everything we can do to try to provide support is being done.
After the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, I mean, was there a sense that some of the vulnerability had been eliminated through security measures? I mean, obviously no one can predict an airliner or two airliners crashing into these buildings, but was there some sense that security had been shored up?
You know, you do everything you can. You make sure that people don't get into the towers without being inspected. You make sure that people can't park under the towers, but you just can't be prepared for a plane to fly into one of the towers or two planes to fly into the towers. It's a horrible, horrible situation. Our heart goes out to all those whose families are at risk, and we're just going to do everything we can to respond and be supportive and helpful to them.
Obviously, the loss of life is the primary concern right now in helping those who've been injured. But if you will, at least talk to me a little bit about the other impact of this building. This is, for example, as Tom and Katie and I have pointed out, the world financial center, the hub of finances in the world, if not at least here in the United States. What type of damage has been done to the financial infrastructure of this country?
The economic impact is something we can talk about as the days unfold. Right now, we still have to focus on making sure we save as many people as possible, help those who are injured, help with an orderly removal of the people who are leaving downtown and leaving the city. We're going to focus on that and be concerned about what may or may not be the economic consequences once the immediate crisis is passed.
All right, do you have plans to get down to this area?
Yes, I'm in the city, and I've been in touch with the mayor, and we're going to be continuing to do everything we can.
Governor, what about other emergency procedures for the city of New York in the next several days in terms of what's going to remain shut down and so on? A lot of people have this as a destination. A lot of people, millions of people live here.
Tom, right now we do have limited service out of the city. We have both the Metro North and Long Island Railroad running out. We have the George Washington Bridge open. The tunnels are shut for security reasons. We're not having traffic other than emergency traffic come into the city. And I think at this point it would be extremely unlikely that we're going to have many people coming into the city tomorrow. We're going to be continuing to try to deal with the horrendous situation downtown.
Thank you very much, Governor. I know it's been a long and difficult day, and it will go on for you and for all New Yorkers for a long, long time, unfortunately.
Well, our prayers are with the families and the people whose lives are still at risk.
Thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you.
We want to go now, Matt, to Jim Miklashevsky, who is at the Pentagon. Jim, a lot of these flights were transcontinental flights, heavily loaded not only with passengers but with fuel.
That's right, Tom, and we just learned a few moments ago that the U.S. Navy is dispatching a couple of aircraft carriers from Norfolk, the JFK and the George Washington. One will be stationed off of New York. The other will be stationed in the Atlantic as close to Washington, D.C. as they can get. They'll be there to provide any possible military support that may be needed, including flying any kind of air cover should there be any additional warnings of any further terrorist attempted attacks. Now, as we stood here this morning, you can see the smoke is still billowing. The smoke just in the past few minutes has changed from black to white, a strong indication that they're throwing more water on the fire, as we saw from other vantage points. But the priority now is to get the fire under control. A casualty count is impossible at this point, Tom. As you've seen from the earlier pictures, the plane opened a huge wide gash in the side of the building. We're being told between the 4th and the 5th corridors. It smashed through the E and D rings, and people who were in that area tell me that debris and parts of the plane actually penetrated deep all the way into the B ring. There are 5 rings, A through E, and it entered in the E ring, so it plowed through a number of the rings. The priority now, as I said, is accounting for the casualties. Medevac helicopters have been flying in and out. You hear the ambulances. Occasionally, we've even seen F-16s flying low routes around the Pentagon and over Washington, D.C., flying those CAPs or air patrol missions that are usually flown in combat. But to see 2 aircraft carriers moved in locations off the United States to provide air cover, Tom, I mean, that's the kind of thing you normally see in a war zone.
Mick, can you tell me, was that chosen randomly where they hit the Pentagon? Can you tell us what the function of those people in that particular ring was, where it was hit?
Well, it's interesting because a number of people, and this really wasn't sarcastic, but they said, well, they hit on the wrong side, because just the opposite side of the building, of course, you have the offices of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld. We were on that side of the building when the plane hit. We felt the building shake, the windows rattle, and looking outside immediately saw people on the run. There was pandemonium in the hallways. Now, that section of the Pentagon, I thought at first when it was described to me that it may have hit in an area where some of the special operations offices are located. The Assistant Secretary for Special Operations is located near there, but the plane actually hit maybe about 60 to 70 feet to the right of that location. In that part of the building, there's It's very near a mall area, actually, where they have a shopping area for Pentagon employees. After all, there are 25 to 30,000 employees in there on any given day. And also in that part of the building, you had many Navy personnel, many reserve personnel. I bumped into many Army personnel who are adjacent to that. They think everybody's all right. The Navy people I talked to said they still had a few people that were unaccounted for. But again, it's going to be impossible to tell exactly what the casualty count is in there until they get that fire under control.
Matt.
All right, Jim Mikoszewski outside the Pentagon, thanks very much. Joining us now is General Norman Schwarzkopf, who was the commander of all forces in the Persian Gulf War. General Schwarzkopf, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, you've seen the footage, I'm sure, of the Pentagon and of southern Manhattan. We haven't seen much footage outside Pittsburgh. What are your thoughts this morning?
Well, you know, it's a very, very sad day for this country. It's really a sad day for the world as far as I'm concerned, and your heart goes out to all those families and your prayers go out to all those people who lost their lives.
We are fighting a war now, it seems, a terrorist war here in this country. The question is, how do we go about fighting it, General?
Well, you know, that's one of those easy questions to ask and one of those very tough questions to answer. The deterrence against terrorists is almost impossible because these are people who could care less about their own survival. And normally deterrence is just says, you know, you hit me and we hit you back harder. And in this case, these people don't care whether they lose their lives or not, and therefore it makes it doubly tough to deter. The fact is that the world is getting smaller, and you know, terrorism has come to our shores because we have the ability to span oceans and great distances in a very short time.
You know, General, have you been able to talk to anyone at the Pentagon and get some updates on who may have been injured or lost?
No, I mean, the information that I've heard is basically what you all have, and that's it. You know, they didn't hit the very critical parts, and therefore maybe we don't have as many casualties there. But when you look at what happened at the World Trade Center and the number of casualties that they probably have there, it's just horrendous.
General Schwarzkopf, hi, it's Katie. I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously you've been in the military for a long, long time. Have you ever heard, or is this a method of destruction that the U.S. military was aware of and had concerns about, where they would actually, hijackers would use a plane as a flying bomb?
Well, Katie, you know, Tom Clancy wrote a book about just that. Several years ago, he wrote a book about a Japanese pilot crashing his 747 directly into the Capitol building and wiping out the national government. And so it's not something that's new. Obviously, what's kind of shocking is we thought we had good protection against hijacking of aircraft, and what's very apparent today is that something needs to be done about that if this many aircraft can be hijacked
Meaning security
Also,
at airports across the country, General?
Well, that and many other measures that could be taken, but I mean, it's kind of frightening when you consider the number of aircraft that were simultaneously hijacked and apparent with, I don't know, I can't say with apparent ease, I don't know, but it did in fact happen, and that's kind of frightening in itself.
Well, also, General Tom Brokaw here, the failure of intelligence here. I know it's always easy to say that at this point, but this is a very sophisticated and obviously widespread, complex operation that was planned. It was very tightly held in the most sophisticated way.
Yeah, Tom, but you and I both know that getting inside the intelligence, getting inside a terrorist group is probably the most difficult type of penetration that you can do. I mean, you've got to have somebody on the inside that can let you know what's going on, and that's not always the easiest thing to do in this type of terrorist organization.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. We'll be back in touch with you throughout the day as we get more information. We'd love to get your oversight on all of this if we can.
Okay, Tom.
Well, let's go to Paul Bremer now, Ambassador Paul Bremer, who is the chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism. Mr. Ambassador, do we have any idea whatsoever who may be responsible for this?
Well, as you were just saying, we have a massive intelligence failure and a huge security failure that's going to have to be looked into. Analytically, there probably are 4 possible candidates. There's the Osama bin Laden al-Qaeda group that you've been talking about. There is the possibility of a Middle Eastern group such as Hezbollah or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad conducting an attack like this. And there are at least 2 states which at least are capable of such an attack, and that would be Iran and Iraq. So you have probably not more than 4 suspects.
How do we begin to find out who is responsible?
Well, the good news is that the hijacking 4 airplanes is a very complicated operation. Even hijacking one is complicated. And they will have left some trail behind them. They will have had to have checked in. They will have had to have purchased tickets either under their name or alias names. They will have had to have showed pieces of identity. There will be a trail that will lead back from the hijackers at some point to the perpetrators. It may take some time, but we'll get there.
You're an expert on national security matters, Ambassador.
Trying to evacuate the 50,000 people who worked there, but many were thought to be trapped inside, and there is the second collapse to the ground. And there were firefighters who were on the scene, in the building. They were around the building as it collapsed. Paramedics were there, ambulance workers. Our own reporters on the scene described an ambulance that literally blew up. And the loss of life here is just catastrophic.
And we also heard from Rick Sanchez, who was on the scene. He was with a group of firefighters who had their radios on, and there were people caught in the wreckage of the Twin Towers who were calling for help. There is a massive emergency situation going on, as you would expect, and you can see these pictures from just a little bit earlier from the World Trade Center. Ken Allard, MSNBC military analyst, is on the phone. Can you hear me, Ken?
Yeah, sure can, Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, and let me get your reaction to this. Lawrence Eagleburger, the former Secretary of State, was with us a short time ago. He called this an act of war. Gerald Ford called for quick action. Let me get your response.
Well, Chris, I think that's absolutely right. Driving over here to the studio this morning, I could see the smoke from the Pentagon, a building where I worked for 5 years, and that was the only thought that occurred to me. This is the Pearl Harbor of the 21st century. And I don't see any conceivable response to this except to get out of this paradigm that we've had, that this is some problem with the justice system, that this is something that we have to pursue criminal indictments and extradite people. This was an act of war. Osama bin Laden and his group declared that 2 years ago when they attacked our embassies in Africa. And it shows what happens when you don't take the war to him. He takes the war to you, and that's what happened here this morning.
And apparently he issued a warning as recently as just a few weeks ago, Ken. How well prepared are we if we're going to mount a swift and sure response?
Well, Chris, that's going to be the problem. I mean, sitting here right now, I'm having a great deal of difficulty keeping my own emotions in check as a former soldier, because you see something like this and you have a visceral response. What we're going to have to do is to make sure that what we do is something which we can defend to the rest of the world, because one of the critical points here is that we now have the opportunity to put together a world alliance against this kind of terrorism, and that's the only way in the ultimate, in the last analysis, that we're ever going to be able to defeat it.
And it took something this major, the previous terrorist attacks dating back to the first 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, and Osama bin Laden is still at large, Ken.
Well, he is not only still at large. I would agree with most of what Bill Arkin had to say about the fact that our intelligence community has not been able to get after him. We always seem to be responding to what he does, okay? You know, that's not the way you win the war against terrorism, okay? You don't have to respond to what he does. You have to make him respond to what you're doing to him. We have never been able to get that edge against him. And I think what's going to have to happen here is a total change in the way that we, number one, understand what's happened, and number two, how we prosecute a war. And I use that term advisedly. This is a war against terrorism. We ought to declare it, and we ought to fight it.
Ken, this is Greg Jarrett. There have been 2 other foiled attempts in which Osama bin Laden's terrorist network had planned for years to use aircraft in terrorist attacks. There was the so-called Day of Hate over the Pacific, January of 1995. The plan there was to plant bombs in 11 U.S. airliners, all timed to go off during a 48-hour period as they flew over the open Pacific. Fortunately, that plot was foiled, uncovered, when a Manila bomb factory caught fire. Then there was the other planned attack, well known, on the CIA. The plan there was to fly a small aircraft into CIA headquarters. Bin Laden, of course, trained his associates as pilots. The plan was never carried out because an associate was arrested in Manila back in 1995. But given that track record, given the warning we had 3 weeks ago, surely there was something that could have been done to better anticipate this sort of thing.
Well, Greg, I'll go right back to what we've been talking about in terms of the metaphor to Pearl Harbor. I'm constantly struck at how appropriate that is, and I would suspect that when we actually uncover everything that went into the intelligence picture this morning, we will find that, yes, indeed, we should have known, but that's 20/20 hindsight. Greg, you've also been talking about, and I think it's appropriate that we do so, the Graham-Rudman report
Right.
that was put together by 2 former United States senators. I've read that. They are absolutely correct when they talk about the fact that the United States has been a sitting duck for a long period of time, not only in our airports but also in our borders. Security has been a joke for a very long period of time. And, you know, you leave that open for that long a period of time, and someone's going to take advantage of it. So everything that you've been talking about in terms of foiling a plot against Osama bin Laden, that's fine. You want to try and do that. The only way you win this war, very frankly, is the way that the Israelis have been taking out the Palestinian leadership. And they've been very aggressive in going at that leadership to address that problem right at the source. And we haven't done that.
Our military analyst, Ken Allard. Stand by, Ken, if you would. Your insights appreciated. Over to Lester Holt. Lester?
All right, Greg, we are getting an idea of what air traffic controllers may have seen this morning. The first indication something was happening. We are going to show you with Flight Explorer. That's American Flight 11, Boston to L.A., going up upstate New York, and suddenly makes a sharp turn, 180-degree heading right toward New York City. That's probably at least a 30-minute flight there. The controllers know this plane is not only slightly off course, way off course. This again from Flight Explorer. As that plane was being tracked, there it makes that sharp turn way off course on a beeline to New York City, where it slammed into one of the World Trade Center towers today. That plane was scheduled to leave about 7:45 from Boston this morning. It's not clear if that's the one you're seeing there. Remember, 2 airplanes hit separate towers, and we're not clear of the order yet. But this is something I pointed out earlier, that there was indications a good time before these attacks that something horrible was happening. What would an air controller do in a case like this? Not a lot. You could be making radio call after radio call to the plane. When you decide he's not listening or ignoring, all you can do is...
I got blown into a car and then crawled under a car.
How difficult was it to breathe at that point?
Very difficult. It was probably pitch black for about 2 minutes. I was covering my mouth. It was, for a while you didn't hear anything, and then you heard a lot of moans and groans. You know, that it was really just a canyon, and the entire force of the blast came shooting down it much faster than you would imagine. If you watched it fall, you thought.
You say you heard moans and groans. Did you see many of the injured around you as when the dust finally settled somewhat, so that you could get out from under the car?
I was really kind of in shock and stumbled around for a little bit. You could see that there were some people there. Everybody that was in the area was pretty affected. There was no emergency personnel helping anybody. Everybody that was there was in pretty bad shape at the moment. And as I started to wander farther and farther away from it, you could see more people coming. The cops and the firemen down there were just incredible, and you know, probably still are down there. So.
Obviously, it was a very frightening situation for you to be in. Did you have any idea? I mean, were they anticipating that because of the size of the hole in this building, that the whole building might come crashing down?
That wasn't my sense. I mean, it was obviously a terrible tragedy, but I felt that I was down in Oklahoma City about 3 hours after that blast happened, and I felt that things were beginning to ramp down. The emergency, obviously there was a lot of tragedy going on, but I felt like the cops and the firemen were sort of beginning to get the situation under control. They were moving everybody back. By and large, the streets were cleared. There was a lot of emergency tape, and then when that started, we were all surprised. You can hear the voices saying, "Move back." I mean, there were a lot of people on the street.
Did you see the triage units at work and people being helped in the immediate vicinity? Because one of our first concerns when this happened was, what about the people who were outside the building who were in serious pain?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what was going on right in the immediate area. I assume there were, I hope there was no one around. As I said, I sort of stumbled away from it, and by the time I got 3 or 4 blocks away and the air cleared enough so that you could see, we were then all being pushed away. But I mean, you could still see the remains of the plane crash from earlier that day. I mean, I shot some video of a huge airplane wheel. There were body parts, you know, all over West Street. I mean, it was insane down there.
Well, Christian, thanks so much for coming by. We're glad you're safe, of course, as well. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to Washington, where Bob Hager is standing by with more information. Bob.
Katie, the word now on these air crashes is there's 266 dead total. That's the rough addition at the moment in the hijacking of 4 planes. 2 of them were United airliners and 2 American airliners. 2 out of the 4, by the way, I'm getting my own voice coming back to me in my ear if somebody can help me on that. 2 of them were American, 2 United airliners. 2 of the 4 took off from Boston, 1 from Newark, 1 from Washington, Dulles. 2 of those planes went into the World Trade Center, 1 went into the Pentagon, and 1 crashed in rural Pennsylvania. There are 50 flights that are still in the air at this point. That is 50 commercial flights. The FAA has put what they call a ground hold on all flights in the U.S. So 50 of those flights are still in the air. That means that virtually everybody's landed at this point, and if there's any good news in any of this, they say that at the moment none of those planes appear to be hijacked or in trouble. And they're all very close to landing now, within 40 or 50 miles of an airport, their airport where they intend to land. So that should put them on the ground in the next half hour or so.
Bob, I just want to ask you, Bob, have many of those planes been diverted? In other words, are they reaching their destinations, or are they having emergency or premature landings elsewhere?
Yeah, there is nothing on that. They left it to the discretion of the pilots. They said if you want to go on to your landing, unless you're going to land in New York or Washington, go ahead to your landing if you want to, or you can divert if you choose to do that. So New York and Washington were the only 2 that were closed to incoming flights. I'm now told that there are 22 international flights still in the air. So we have 50 domestic commercial flights still in the air, 22 international flights still in the air. None of those believed to be in trouble, so that it's been more than 2 hours now since the last of these crashes, and hopefully if that word is correct from the FAA, then we've seen the last of this.
Bob,
Again,
I was just going to mention, Peter Greenberg, our travel editor, had an interesting observation that perhaps the airlines that or planes that were chosen were because they had the most fuel. They were planning to travel across country most of those flights. Can you weigh in on that?
It is curious that 3 out of these 4 flights were bound for Los Angeles. They were 757s and 767s.
And the other to San Francisco.
Yeah, but none of them had to fly long distances because the 2 crashes in New York, let's see, those planes came from Boston, and from the second tower crash was, both of those flights were from Boston, the 2 crashes into the World Trade Center towers, and then the crash here in Washington into the Pentagon was a takeoff from Washington Dulles, so that's very close by, and the crash that happened in rural Pennsylvania was a takeoff from Newark Airport, so that was not a terribly long distance.
Seb, I think what Katie's getting to, Bob, is that the planes were loaded with a lot of fuel because they were anticipating a long flight, and perhaps they were chosen because of the damage that fuel would do on impact.
Well, that could be a factor, yes, because you would imagine that a plane with a whole lot of fuel would make a lot bigger explosion than one that was had only a limited amount of fuel left.
All right, Bob Hager in Washington. Bob, thank you very much. So now we know from Bob that there are 266 people dead as a result of those 4 planes. Obviously, this is an unspeakable tragedy for so many families throughout the country, not to mention all the lives lost here in New York City and at the Pentagon. But again, American Airlines Flight 11, American Airlines Flight 77, United Airlines Flight 175, and United Airlines Flight 93. Both American Airlines flights, I understand, were en route from Boston to Los Angeles. The United Airlines flight, 1 from Newark to San Francisco, and the second from Washington, D.C., actually from Dulles International Airport in Virginia to Los Angeles as well. If you need any information about a loved one on board, these are the following numbers you should call: 1-800-245-0999 or 1-800-932-8555. Those numbers, the first one for American Airlines, the second one for United.
And of course, what we don't know about those flights is what happened in the cockpit. That had to be the worst kind of terror, because they were able to force the plane 2 of the planes into the World Trade Center and then 1 into the Pentagon. Did they take over controls? Did they shoot the pilot and the co-pilot? Did they have a gun at their head and force them to do this? We don't know, and we don't know whether there's any radio traffic to describe what may have been going on at that time. There's just been one report that they knew there was a hijacking, and they were citing radio traffic at that time. So this only adds to the horror that I think everyone is beginning to feel across this country today. Clearly. About what they try to imagine what has been going on. And it is just beginning, I suspect, for a lot of people to fully sink in about what we're going through, and we are just halfway through this day, and it's going to be a long day and a long week and many months to come as we continue to deal with this. So there's going to be a test of this country, and we're going to have to steel ourselves for some very difficult decisions
Clearly,
ahead.
this was a suicide mission of enormous magnitude, and of course we heard speculation from Pat Dawson at the scene that there might have even been a secondary bomb on board the aircraft, although who knows what kind of explosion would occur if a plane actually crashes in a building that's 110 stories high.
Is it too much to ask? Do we still have that identified? We're not going to do this in a gratuitous way, but to give you an idea of what happened, we have an astonishing piece of videotape of the second plane going into the World Trade Center, and you can see it coming from right to left across the screen. We'll try to play that for you in slow motion. There it is, first real time, and now let's just back it up for a moment and we'll play it in slow-mo so that you can see that in fact it was an airliner.
And when you saw the impact from a different angle, you saw the plane hit one side of the building and then you saw parts of the other side of the building blowing out. So you can only imagine how far that plane traveled through the building on impact. And keeping in mind that we want to talk about the location here. Southern tip of Manhattan, Newark Airport, probably what, Tom, as the crow flies, 10 miles?
Yeah, maybe.
To the west and south. Kennedy Airport, another 10 miles maybe to the east. LaGuardia Airport, just to the east as well and slightly north. So air traffic, obviously it's a congested area, although that was restricted airspace. No planes fly that close to New York City.
Landing gear at the bottom is somewhere in lower Manhattan. It was December 7th, 1941, actually the next day that FDR said this is a day that shall live in infamy. We are living through another day of infamy for this country.
That was some videotape that was taken by our producer, our Dateline producer, Christian Martin, who was at the scene, Tom, right before that tower collapsed. I'm not sure if he was there before the first tower collapsed or the second tower. I believe it was the first tower. And as we saw, as you mentioned, airline debris, and apparently Christian saw some very grisly things on the scene.
Well, it turns out that President Bush has been diverted.
It has the most advanced electronic equipment on board where the president could communicate with anyone from that plane. It can stay in the air. It can be refueled in the air. So it is something that was designed and built in the event that there was a nuclear attack, but it is a possible option today if they feel like they need that. Of course, the president...
And we believe that we will be able to handle whomever they send. We understand that Bellevue Hospital and St. Vincent's Hospital are the 2 places where they'll be sending the most critically injured, and that they do have triage down closer to the 2 centers. I have to say this, that I've taken care of a lot of people spiritually, anointed a lot of people, and I've no limit to my admiration for what I've seen of the doctors, the nurses, and the staff, and the administration of St. Vincent's Hospital. And I'm told that that is what is to be found throughout this great city of New York. We're addressing this the way New Yorkers address things, with a prayer and with a total commitment to help everyone who is hurting, and especially to make it clear to families and others that we will be doing the very best we can for their loved ones. I have here Dr. Ackerman, if you'd like to speak to him.
Sure, that would be great.
Here he is right now.
Dr. Ackerman, are you an emergency physician there? Dr. Ackerman, it's Katie Couric. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about the situation there and how the patients are doing? I know that you have about 184 patients. Is that correct?
That's correct, Katie. And actually, the number is growing as the minutes go on. When the first ambulances came in, there were 10 or 11 people in each of them. Now that the triage centers are set up downtown, we're getting fewer patients at the moment, but we're getting the most critically injured. Severe burns, several heart attacks, multiple traumas, many broken bones. And probably what's most striking is that everyone that's coming is coming full of gray powder from the massive explosions that obviously took place. There are family centers set up here at the medical center. There's a special number that family members can call to try to find out if their loved one is here at St. Vincent's. That's area code 212-604-7285. And the New York City Police Department's working very closely with us. We're very grateful that His Eminence has been here to help us and our staff, and we continue to be prepared. I was here for the last major incident with the World Trade Center, and this, in my opinion, is many, many times worse.
Well, Dr. Ackerman, do you have enough people on staff to take care of the hundreds of people who are there already and the other people who may be arriving at your hospital?
We are very well staffed right now, Katie. We are a little bit concerned, though, about later in the day. People will obviously wear down the number of traumas that you can handle, that one can handle not only physically but psychologically, and so we're asking all of the people that call us at this point in time to please check with us around 5 or 6 o'clock this evening, because we fear we're going to need another shift of workers to handle the tragedy of this magnitude.
All right, we heard that people were standing in line to donate blood, and of course that was heartening news for us to hear under the circumstances. Dr. Ackerman, thank you very much. I know you're very, very busy, so we'll let you get back to work.
Thank you.
Katie, we've been showing basically video of New York and the World Trade Centers, or where the World Trade Centers used to be, and of Washington and the Pentagon, and we've forgotten somewhat to remind people that there was the crash of another plane, a fourth plane outside Pittsburgh, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, and we don't have video of that story at the moment. That's one of the reasons we haven't been talking about it as much, but that's the fourth prong in this terrorist attack on U.S. soil, and it's just information we'll be trying to get as the day progresses. In
fact, we want to just repeat those airline numbers, which is you know, extremely upsetting news for people who had loved ones on these flights, but we want to give you that information. The 4 aircraft involved: American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. Then there was American Airlines Flight number 77 from Dulles, Washington Dulles to Los Angeles. And finally, United Flight 93, the plane you just referred to that crashed outside of Pittsburgh, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. It was from Newark en route to San Francisco.
Here are the phone numbers if you'd like to inquire. If you think you had a family member or a loved one on board any of those planes, American Airlines has set up a number at 1-800-245-0999, and United Airlines 1-800-932-8555.
You mentioned that we have not shown shots of Pittsburgh and the United Airlines plane that crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. We have the first shots, pretty shaky video of that airplane that crashed shortly after the 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Tower. At least we got the information. And after that other plane crashed into the Pentagon.
In short, and you really can't put this story into short form, this has been perhaps the most devastating day in American history in terms of terrorism. It certainly has been. 4 separate attacks, obviously coordinated fairly thoroughly. 2 on the World Trade Center here in New York, 1 on the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. A 4th, the hijacking and crash of a plane, as you just saw, outside Pittsburgh. Unclear now as to how many lives have been lost, but the numbers are bound to be staggering as the day progresses.
Aboard those airplanes alone, 266 people have lost their lives. That was confirmed by both United and American Airlines, and we are unclear, as Matt just said, about the perhaps thousands of people who have been killed and certainly injured as a result of what happened in New York City and outside Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon. With more, here's Tom.
This is an NBC News special report. Here is Tom Brokaw.
September 11th, the year 2001, a day unlike any other in the long course of American history, a terrorist act of war against this country. President Bush saying today that freedom has been attacked by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. Not since Pearl Harbor was attacked on December 7th, 1941, has this country undergone such a devastating and damaging attack. and it may not yet be over. We do know at this time that at least 4 targets have been attacked. The 2 Twin Trade Tower centers here in New York City, the Pentagon, and then another plane that was crashed deliberately into an area outside of Pittsburgh. That is the second plane hitting the Twin Trade Towers this morning, all of them hijacked airliners. Then these 2 colossal icons of the American capitalist system collapsed in lower Manhattan. The death toll at this hour is unknown, but it is expected to be, as Mayor Giuliani has said, horrendous. Shortly after those attacks on the Twin Trade Towers in New York City, at the Pentagon, in one of the outer rings, another hijacked airliner crashed into 2 areas there, killing an untold number of U.S. military personnel in Washington, D.C. A code red was put in effect in the nation's capital. The White House, State Department, CIA evacuated along with the Pentagon. House Speaker Dennis Hastert was evacuated to a secure area. President Bush, who was in Florida for an appearance for an education project, was evacuated to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where we do expect to hear from him before too long. The United States is in effect in a national state of emergency. All domestic flights were grounded immediately. Most flights that were already in the air, we believe, will arrive safely at their destinations. The borders between the United States and Canada and the United States and Mexico have been closed. Transatlantic flights were diverted to Canada. U.S. military forces in this country and around the world have been put on the highest possible alert. Aircraft carriers were moved to waters off New York City as this scene played out in the nerve center of this country, lower Manhattan, the financial markets, an area that is home to literally hundreds of thousands of people. They are still dealing with the carnage in lower Manhattan. We want to go now to NBC's David Bloom, who is in Midtown Manhattan, overlooking all of this. As you can see there, communications have been severely interrupted. David?
Well, Tom, what we're looking at behind us, more than 4 hours after the first explosion, is the smoking hulk of the essentially vanished World Trade Center. As you've said, the essential question at this hour in New York City is how many people may have died in these attacks. The various officials here in New York City believe that the casualty estimates will essentially go into the thousands and thousands of people. Here is the sequence of events as they happened at this hour. The first plane attacks the World Trade Center's South Tower at approximately 8:42 Eastern Time. Airline officials say at least 2 American Airlines flights and 2 United Airlines flights were hijacked today, and that the attack planes were the hijacked domestic flights. Roughly 21 minutes later, approximately 9:03 Eastern Time, the second large jetliner can be seen taking dead aim at the World Trade Center's North Tower. Emergency officials estimate 20,000 or more people may have been inside the 2 110-story buildings at the time of the attacks. Eyewitnesses report victims falling and in some cases jumping from the 2 buildings. At approximately 9:40 a.m. in Washington, D.C., a third hijacked plane crashes into the Pentagon in a burst of flames, one side of the building collapsing. Non-essential personnel from federal buildings, including the White House and the U.S. Capitol, are evacuated. 9:59 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. An unknown number of people still trapped inside. 1/2 hour later, at approximately 10:28 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. Rubble, debris spreading for blocks. In a separate but apparently related crash, a fourth hijacked plane, a Boeing 767, crashes in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The FAA closes all domestic airports, shutting down all U.S. airspace. So again, Tom, 4 hijacked airplanes. We know what happened to each of the 4. Other officials investigating now, both apparently the worst terrorist attack in the mainland United States ever. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's David Bloom. What we don't know is who may be responsible for these attacks. There's a lot of speculation, obviously, about Osama bin Laden, who is a Saudi dissident who is believed to be harbored somewhere in Afghanistan, but no one is claiming responsibility. In the West Bank, however, the Palestinians in the streets are cheering and celebrating these attacks on the United States, even though Palestinian leaders have condemned the attacks. We want to go now to NBC's Pat Dawson, who is down near the World Trade Center, because the big question, obviously, in New York City and across this country, how many people have been able to survive this horrendous attack? Pat?
Tom, right now, hundreds of rescue workers are massed here on the southern tip of New York in Manhattan Island, waiting for a possibility where they can go back in large numbers to begin searching through the debris. Obviously, the first task at hand will be to find anyone who is still alive in there. There really is no precedent for this. Two 110-story buildings. First of all, the impact of those two planes into them, and then the buildings themselves literally tumbling down into the streets. It's the sort of thing that one assumes very few people could have survived, but the task of those rescue workers, and if you look behind me, you can see many of them massed down there. The task will be for them to go back in and to try to find anyone who is alive. First of all, that is, of course, the priority. They know. We have spoken to a number of them. Of course, common sense tells us as well they are going to find a very, very high number of dead bodies in there as well. No way. We have spoken to officials here with the police department and with fire. They all say the same thing. This kind of a catastrophe, there's no way of knowing how many people that they're going to find in there, how many people are dead, how many people are alive. There's really no way to know how difficult their task is going to be going in there and trying.
And it became increasingly difficult to breathe. I got inside a parked car, a random parked car, and hid there basically until the material stopped falling. It was pitch black, black as night, inside that car, and for several minutes I remained there until some flickers of light were able to be seen. I made my way to a building and joined some police officers who were inside.
To assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
George W. Bush speaking from Barksdale Air Force Base, a secure location near Shreveport, Louisiana. And he is trying to reassure Americans that their government is up and running, that they themselves will be safe, and he called what happened today an act of cowardice. These are the times when presidents are tested, make no doubt about it. This is the largest crisis that any American president has had to deal with since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, obviously. And this will be a time when Americans will make a very firm, gut-level decision during this day, into tonight, and on into tomorrow and the days that come, as to the capability of President George W. Bush, as he will receive the support of the American people, almost reflexively rallying around the chief executive, as has been the case any time tragedy has struck the United States. Tragedy has not struck this country like this since Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. Let's listen now to some of those who witnessed what happened today in New York.
I heard a very low plane, which usually does happen, but when I looked up, it was like I was actually gliding with it, and I saw it actually went straight into one of the Twin Towers. It was like it sunk right into the floor. It disintegrated instantly.
Can you tell us what kind of an airplane it was?
It looked like a huge 747. It was a big airline. It wasn't a small jet. It was a big carrier.
And you couldn't see anybody? Could you see a pilot or any such thing?
No, I actually was. It was like side by side. It was like I was right behind it. It was huge. I couldn't believe how low it was. I was telling my roommate, this plane is very low. And I actually saw it go straight into the Twin Towers. Like, why is he going into the building? It was like it was almost deliberately glided into the building.
Elena, where exactly do you live? Where did you see this from? Battery Park City?
No, I'm in the East Village on 13th Street.
And you then saw the plane go into the building, and I assume you saw the resulting...
You better believe it. I saw an explosion like I have never seen, and all I can say is those people, I don't know, but they're all definitely disintegrated. It was the most awful thing I've ever seen.
You could hear the rumbling. When you looked up, you could see the top of the building just crumbling. We all headed south, and you could feel the wind hitting in the back because as the debris hit.
Really?
I just dove under a truck. Buried in there about 45 minutes. Eventually dug my way out. You couldn't see. For blocks, I must have walked 6 blocks down.
Thanks. I work at the Port Authority bus terminal. We got the call immediately. We heard it. We piled in our cars. We came down to the World Trade Center. We started to help evacuation. As we were evacuating number 1, I don't know what happened. I was on the terrace, which is ground level, and all of a sudden we heard the building starting to come down. And the next thing I know, I was holding on to my commanding officer, and we found ourselves on West Street. How we got out of the building, I thought I was gone. And then we were trying to get people away when the second collapse occurred, and I dove under a truck. So I don't know how I'm here.
Did you help get people out?
Yes, we got many people out, yes.
What was happening with them?
We had an orderly evacuation. There were bodies coming down, but I think they were from the aircraft. I still don't know really what happened.
All right, now we have reports of people jumping out.
Obviously focusing on security and on rescue, then on determining who's responsible, and this is of such magnitude that it's inconceivable to me that we will not soon know what the origin of this is, and then how we did not detect this, since it obviously involved a multiple operation based on from the United States. But blame, I think. The blame game, I think, comes, in my judgment, after we do everything we can to take care of the people who are in those buildings. We assure the security of others who may be in situations that are vulnerable, and we find out who is responsible for this absolutely horrifying set of events.
Mr. Berger, it's just not a matter of assigning blame. That's not the question. The question is, how do we get our intelligence back on track so it doesn't happen again in the next 20 minutes or the next 20 hours?
Well, I think we have to recognize that this is the overwhelming security threat to the nation, more so than any foreign nation, more so than long-range missiles. Terrorism has been and continues to be the number one threat to our people. And I think the intelligence community has intensified its efforts over the years, but this simply demonstrates that we're certainly not doing enough.
Sandy Berger, thank you very much for being with us today on what is obviously a day of great trial for this country, a great tragedy, and we have to determine how we go from here once we do begin to sort out just how many lives were lost, who is responsible for all of this, and how we can protect ourselves from this kind of attack again in the future as it continues to play out across America. Robert Knowles is on the phone with us now. He was on the 54th floor, I'm told, of one of the World Trade Center buildings when one of the planes was flown into it. Mr. Knowles, you're safely at home? When one of the planes was flown into it, Mr. Knowles, you're safely at home?
Yes, sir.
Could you turn down your television? I can hear it in the background, and that will cause us some problems if
Yes,
we
sir.
continue our discussion. Okay. Tell me exactly where you were and what happened to you.
I was on the 54th floor.
Of number 1 building or number 2?
Number 1 building.
And when were you first aware of the attack?
Well, something hit the building and it knocked me to the floor, and then the whole window blew out of the office I was in, and it snatched the desk out of the office like it was a piece of paper.
And how did you get out of that office?
By the grace of God, I was holding on to the door so I wouldn't be sucked out the window.
And then did you go down the stairs?
Yeah, going down the stairs was really rough because it was from the 30th floor down. It was water. The sprinklers was on, and then I pray to God for the people in the wheelchairs because they couldn't get out. They were sitting there waiting for somebody to carry them down.
How many people did you see like that, Mr. Knowles?
2 people. They were invalids. You know, they couldn't get out the wheelchairs. It wasn't a regular wheelchair. It was the kind of wheelchair where they do everything in a wheelchair.
It was a heavy mechanical wheelchair of some kind.
Yes, sir.
And then as you made your way to the bottom of that stairwell, was crowded with other people trying to get out?
Yes, sir, but God bless the fact that it happened early, because if it had happened at 10:30, it would have been chaos because you couldn't get down the stairs. Between the smoke and the lights being out in the water, and the staircase was slippery.
When you finally got to the ground floor, then what happened?
Then they herded us out of the building. They told us to walk fast. We walked up towards Broadway, up Nassau, and it was glass blown from everywhere.
When you were in your office when the first explosion occurred, that was the first building that was hit?
Yes, sir.
And were there lots of people in the building at that hour?
It was a good amount of people, but not lots.
It was not full to capacity?
No, thank God.
And were there other people who, so far as you could tell, were either seriously hurt or killed in the first explosion that you could find?
No, everybody I seen was mobile. They were able to get out the building. You know, people were coughing, people fell on the stairs. They weren't hurt from the explosion. They were hurt trying to get out of the building.
Okay, Mr. Knowles, we wish you the very best, and by the grace of God, you were able to get out of there, and we know that this has been a difficult time for you, but we thank you for sharing your experience with us today.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Washington now. Senator John McCain, who has declared this an act of war on the United States. It's already being described as a kind of 21st century Pearl Harbor. Senator McCain.
I think that's accurate in many respects, Tom, although clearly the implications of this are very significant, and including the fact that at least we knew exactly who it was that took these actions against the United States at Pearl Harbor. And obviously at this point we don't know who it was or which organization or nation may have been sponsoring this kind of activity.
We're obviously in the early stages dealing still with the shock and the grief, trying to count the number of casualties, but this country will have to take immediate action in terms of how we rearrange ourselves now to hope that we don't have this happen again. We're going to have some profound changes in America, Senator.
I'm afraid so. I think that our lifestyles will not be the same for a very long period of time because of security requirements. I also think that, as I was watching you earlier, there is going to have to be an evaluation about our intelligence capability, and part of that evaluation will be recognition that we don't have the kind of human intelligence capabilities that perhaps we need. We have excellent technical capabilities, but a lot of times you have to have someone on the ground to penetrate these organizations so you can know their intentions rather than their actions. But this is a terrible, unspeakable act. I believe the American people will rally behind and support the President of the United States, and I believe that we will find out who did this, and I think we will respond. And I don't know how you could describe it, very frankly, any other way but an act of war.
You grew up in the conventional military, and we have such an investment in all of that, but for some time, national security officials across all administrations have been saying the great threat to this country is terrorism. Have we devoted enough attention to this kind of an act?
It's very difficult for me to second guess. I think there's going to be plenty of that kind of activity. I would repeat that when I talk to people in the field and when I travel around the world, our lack of human intelligence capability, part of that is the difficulty in penetrating some of these organizations. As you know, they're very difficult, but that may be an area that would have to be addressed. Our technical capabilities, our satellites and others are absolutely superb and sometimes phenomenal, but you've got to divine people's motives. As I said, you've got to get these things before the act is being carried out, and that's probably an area that we have to look at. But I'm sure that this administration and the Congress will devote all their efforts to making sure not only that the people who perpetrated it are punished, but also that it never happens again.
Senator, is it too early to speculate on whether or not we're going to need protective air cover over the nation's capital and some of our more critical areas?
I don't know. I do know that average citizens are going to find it a much more complicated process going to an airport and getting onto an airplane. That'll be one of the first, obviously, one of the first and necessary evaluations that are needed, because I think it's pretty clear now that these planes were hijacked, and how they were able to do that in the case of at least 4 airplanes is going to be a subject of great interest and perhaps some controversy, because there's been this issue of security at airports for a long period of time. How much inconvenience versus how much security, which has been one debate that's been in Congress and in other areas of government as well. So I think that rather than attacking it from having air cover over the Capitol, perhaps we ought to devote our efforts to going places where these acts of terror originate. That would probably be much more effective and cost-effective as well.
Senator, we're still dealing, as I say, with the initial stages of shock, but in fact, it is hard to overstate the magnitude of all of this or the continuing effect that it will have on the business of this nation.
Oh, I don't, there's never been anything like this in our lifetime. Pearl Harbor was a horrible and dastardly deed, and I don't like to compare it to Pearl Harbor, but this is unprecedented in its scope and frankly, its efficiency.
Senator John McCain, thank you very much for being with us today. Tom. Thank you. Under these very difficult circumstances. It's also worth pointing out that in Pearl Harbor, it was a military attack on a military installation. This was an attack by terrorists using innocent American civilians, for the most part, in hijacked airliners directed at targets filled with civilians, with the exception of the Pentagon, obviously. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager now for an update. 4 planes hijacked today, Bob, 2 United, 2 American. Bring us up to date.
With a total toll just in the airplanes, so thousands dead presumably on the ground, but just in the airplanes, 266 dead. She said 2 American planes, 2 United planes. 2 of those planes were taking off from Boston, 1 from Newark, and 1 from Washington Dulles. 2 went into the World Trade Center buildings, 1 went into the Pentagon, and 1 crashed in rural Pennsylvania with no idea where that one was being hijacked to. At last report, and this report was about 40 minutes ago, there were now only 50 planes left in the air, 50 commercial flights over domestic U.S. airspace. So that is saying no new flights were being allowed to take off, haven't since 9:30 Eastern time this morning. The planes that were already in the air were allowed to continue on. There were only 50 of those still in the air. They were mostly about 20 minutes away from airports, so presumably almost all of those should have landed by now. There were also 22 international flights still in the air, heading here. Initially, the word was they were going to be diverted to Canada, and then the decision was made that that would be just too hard for Canadians to handle, and so those 22 flights were going to be allowed to land in the U.S. So far, we don't know of any of them landing. But this is a very important point. The FAA knew of no problems with any of those 50 planes still in the air in the U.S. or 22 in international airspace bound here. So that would seem to indicate that the problems are over in terms of these hijackings. Just to run the flights down very quickly, the first was an American airliner, Boston to Los Angeles. There were 92 killed on board that one. It went into the World Trade Center. That was the first event. Then there was a United plane leaving from Boston. 60 65 were killed on it. It also went into the World Trade Center. It, too, as the American plane before it, was supposed to have been bound Boston to Los Angeles. Then there was an American airliner leaving from Dulles Airport bound for Los Angeles, 64 aboard, and it crashed into the Pentagon. And finally, a United flight leaving Newark Airport bound for San Francisco. It went into rural Pennsylvania, so we don't know what its intended target was. Now, in terms of what Senator McCain was talking about, when you think of a plane being hijacked, you've got to get the hijackers aboard, and you have to get some sort of deathly weapon aboard, like a gun or some explosives. And there are two ways to do that. Either they go through passenger screening and manage to sneak through passenger screening without getting caught, or you get behind the doors somehow and sneak those people aboard behind passenger screening as though they were an airport employee. There have been investigations done on both those things. The FAA tests them a lot with plainclothes people to see if they get through, and every time they do it, a sizable percentage do get through passenger screening with mock weapons or mock explosives. And the same thing on the employees behind the lines. A sizable number do manage to get through the doors. So we'll be seeing in coming days what it was that led to all of this. Tom?
Bob, any indication from the FAA of radio traffic indicating that there was a hijacking underway? No, what it is in the cockpit, presuming that an armed person, in the course of a hijacking, an armed person or somebody with explosives has broken into the cockpit, and the pilot, therefore, cannot say it over the open radio because the hijacker would take action against the pilot. So there's a button that you push, and the button sends out a code, and it tells the appropriate air traffic controllers, and word is flashed to Washington immediately that there's a hijacking in progress. So one could presume that that happened in all four of these flights. Of course, we don't know at the moment, but it certainly must have. Then you wonder, too, because the targets were hit so precisely, is that somebody standing behind a pilot and saying, okay, now fly this right into a World Trade Center tower? Or is it an experienced pilot, the hijacker himself, who gets the pilot out of his seat and takes over at the controls to guide it in at the last minute? We don't know, of course. Yeah. All right, thanks very much. NBC's Robert Hager, who will be monitoring the airline part of all of this. The 4 hijacked airliners, in effect, became guided missiles in the hands of terrorists who hijacked the plane. They took innocent people to death with them, 266 altogether. President Bush is at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana at this time. We're told other senior members of the Bush administration are in secure positions. There's code red at the Capitol right now. House Speaker Dennis Hastert was removed to a secure position. All financial markets have been closed down. All national monuments have been evacuated across America in places like Minneapolis, Kentucky, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. A number of critical installations have been closed down as well. This country, the most powerful in the world, has been, in effect, semi-immobilized today by these terrorist attacks. And we can only hope that they are now all over with. When we heard this morning at 8:42 that the World Trade Center had been attacked, we thought that that was a single, a solitary and horrifying event. Not too long after that, the second one was hit. And then NBC's Jim Miklashevsky here on NBC said an explosion was felt at the Pentagon. And that was a plane that went into the Pentagon, another airliner near the helipad there. It fortunately was on the far side of the building from the most critical offices housing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Intelligence Center, and of course Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, who at first did not want to evacuate the building, and then he was persuaded that that was in the best national interest of this country to do just that. And then, of course, we had the situation in Pennsylvania where a United airliner crashed into the ground. It, too, had been hijacked. James Lee Witt is the former head of the Federal Emergency Administration in the Clinton administration. He was well known during his tenure there because there were so many natural disasters around the country. Mr. Witt, what is FEMA doing at this hour?
Well, Tom, I'm sure that they've already activated the Operations Center and also talking to the City of New York Emergency Management and Governor Pataki's office in putting together whatever resources they can to support their efforts in meeting that immediate need. And I'm sure they're probably activating some search and rescue teams. Probably. Go ahead.
I know, James, from our own experiences together that you had lots of contingency plans for tornadoes and for hurricanes, those kinds of natural disasters. What did you have in planning at FEMA for a terrorist attack?
Well, of course, you know, after the Oklahoma City bombing, Tom, we've worked very hard in putting together a very strong federal response plan in which they have continued to work on, particularly adding the terrorist component to that, and working with the FBI, who will have the lead on this in crisis management. And, of course, FEMA has a consequence management, and I'm sure Director Albaugh and all the staff there are liaisoning with the FBI at this time.
Was that something that you prepared on your own, or did you do that in close coordination and get regular updates from the FBI?
We worked very closely with the FBI, and if there was a threat, then they would notify us and work very closely with them, and even as far as having someone in their operations center.
When you look at those pictures of what happened in Lower Manhattan, in the canyons of this great city with those two 110-story buildings coming down, you can only imagine what the carnage
It could be anywhere right now. And we went to Beekman, or the old Beekman. Now we're on our way to St. Vincent's Hospital.
Did they send you to St. Vincent's Hospital to try to look for lists, or what did they do?
There's no list. No one answers the phones. Nothing. Nothing at all. You know, so we're going to walk there. My mom is waiting, and I'm going to take her to St. Vincent's.
What did you see in the epicenter when you came out of that explosion?
People. I seen people falling. When the second explosion came, I was on the 44th floor walking from one elevator bank to the stairway, and that's when the plane hit and all the elevator banks blew, and I went down and people got hit with pieces of glass, and that's right after they announced that. Right before that, they announced number 2 building is secure. We can go back to work. And as soon as they said that, that's when the second plane hit, and we started running down the steps. And
you've not been able to call your brother's cell phone, your mother as well?
My mother's over there right now.
All right, 877 Red Cross, good luck to you. And I wish, it's Jimmy, right? Your brother's Jimmy?
Yeah, his brother's name's Jimmy. Right?
Good luck to you. This is some of the kinds of stories that we've been hearing since this happened. Brian, there is so much mayhem and so much bedlam that a lot of the police and emergency response crews have only just been able to try to secure the areas, let alone deal with so many of these casualties. I've heard the term walking casualties. We're just allowing the walking casualties to go to staging areas. I've been told there are 4 different staging areas, the largest of which is over at Chelsea Piers, which is on the Hudson River on the west side of Manhattan Island. If you want to look past me with the camera here, you can still see the immense amounts of smoke all the way down. We've been pushed about 3 different times out of locations, moved northward from that vicinity. At the very start of the day when this happened, we were right in the epicenter where the explosion was. I'm right now covered in the debris and the dust from the explosion itself. I was hit with a cloud of debris and smoke. A producer I was working with, we at first had to kick in a door to an apartment building just to escape the clouds because we couldn't breathe, and a police officer followed us in because he couldn't breathe, and a security guard followed us in because he couldn't breathe either. It was pitch black, and now it's just trying to establish whether it's safe enough to even get the crews into this epicenter to rescue those who might still be there, like Anthony's brother Jimmy. He says he can't find him. He has no idea where to even look for him. He was in the first tower. The other thing I want to tell you about is just earlier, this is a sort of an emergency route. They've cordoned it off, and they're allowing a lot of the emergency vehicles to run north and south through here. We saw a caravan of 5 trucks, all with medical supplies, coming right past us and heading down towards the epicenter. Again, the concern is getting those things in there. If you want to just pan up, I don't know if you can see past me. Let me get out of the way. Pan up to that big brown building where you can see most of the smoke. That is 7 World Trade Center. Apparently on the south side, that's the side that's not facing us, it's about halfway up. It's still burning pretty badly because it was rocked with a lot of the explosion from the force of the twin World Trade Centers when they came down. A large concern is what's going to happen with that brown building now, which is why we keep getting moved further and further north. You can see people down on the street moving towards us, even media who originally were allowed to have more free reign to report this story. We're being pushed out as well because there was some concern that there might be additional explosions, possibly other bombs. There was also some talk about gas, whether that was a gas explosion, a gas bomb, or perhaps just Con Ed's difficulties in dealing with some of the natural gas here. We're not sure yet. Very, very difficult to get the emergency crews to give us this information because obviously they've got a very big problem on their hands, just trying to get people out of here and then of course deal with not only those who are still trapped possibly, but those who are injured. Apparently down this street here, And we're on West Broadway and Worth Street. There's another staging area where some of the victims are being taken as well. Ambulances have been coming and going, and we've seen a lot of city buses. We've seen Port Authority. We've seen just about any kind of organization getting involved in this tragedy to help out. Port Authority workers serving as traffic police. We've seen New Jersey police officers and fire and rescue teams coming in as well. We've been told that every county surrounding the New York area, as well as the surrounding states, have sent in emergency crews as well. Let me hear what they're saying. Sir, what's the situation at this time? Do we know anything more about other bombs?
Right now, we don't know anything right now.
And where are you being told to move people?
Yes, we are. So everybody, because right now we're worried about third building right now.
You're worried about which building?
Third building, which might be the American Express building.
Is it this brown building right here?
I don't know if it's the other side of the brown building right now.
And what's the concern with it? We've heard it's on fire on the other side?
Fire on the other side, which might cause the building itself to fall over and knock that building down. We also have to worry about the gas leaks and everything.
Gas leaks. Now, what about the emergency personnel who are on the scene? Are they safe? Are they still trying to tend to the wounded, or are you getting all the emergency personnel out of the epicenter?
Basically, what you hear is what we hear also. Right now, nobody's told us anything.
And are you serving as traffic now, just trying to keep people out?
Clear people out. God forbid something happens. We don't want nobody, no more injuries or whatever.
Yeah. And how about your fellow officers? Do you know other fellow officers who were in there?
No, we don't. No, we don't. Right now, we're in the dark just like you are.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. There you go. I think that's probably best reported right from the officer's mouth. They're in the dark too, and that's what I've been hearing from almost every police officer that I've stopped to talk to. Brian, tell me anything, and they're told all I know is what I'm being told, to move people.
All right, Ashley Banfield, thank you for that live report from Lower Manhattan, just blocks away from where the explosions took place after, again, both World Trade Center towers struck by hijacked commercial aircraft earlier today. Now, as you heard, the concern has to do with the American Express building. We're talking about the area down by the World Financial Center in Lower Manhattan. You see in the foreground the building with the four-sided green top. That is the American Express headquarters, one of two buildings that went up really during the run-up of the 80s of Wall Street, back when names like Shearson Lehman really ran things in Lower Manhattan, and the World Financial Center went up there across the street, so to speak, from the World Trade Center. The Trade Center towers collapsed in on themselves, and for that, we are fortunate. Thousands of New Yorkers are fortunate, but thousands have not made it, it is guessed today. People whose only sin was showing up for work this morning will not come home tonight. This is new videotape of the collapse of one of the towers at the World Trade Center. Just into us. And Ashley mentioned that one of the staging areas, one of the triage areas, is nearby a relatively new structure called Chelsea Piers in the Chelsea section of New York, a converted a commercial shipping pier. NBC News producer Alice Ree is there and is with us on the phone. Alice, what's going on there?
Brian, I've been here for about the past hour. The initial staging ground was at about Hudson and West Broadway. We were told, I was with an EMT worker, and we were told that we needed to evacuate very quickly. There was concern about a gas leak, and then there was a concern that a building just a block away from us might collapse. The whole front of the building no longer existed. I'm now told that this is the new staging ground for the EMT and the fire department. The fire department's physician that I spoke with indicated they are setting up a makeshift ER off of the Chelsea Piers here, where cardiologists and surgeons and doctors have come to provide care. I am also looking at about 100 ambulances all lined up in a queue, ambulances that have come in from all over the city to be in line and waiting for the call from the fire department supervisor who is dispatching ambulances on the site here.
Alice, thank you for that, and we are constantly trying to update folks here. It would be good to point out the enormity of what we have seen happen. We have seen two commercial jetliners crash into the towers of the World Trade Center in New York. Look at the aftermath. This looks like the aftermath following a volcano with the soot and dust and debris. We have seen 4 commercial jetliners hijacked.
Released for smoke inhalation. I've been in the hospital there. They rushed me to the hospital, you know, not too long after that because the black soot and everything that was associated with the building. I mean, heavy black smoke engulfed the entire financial district. It's been a real mess, you know, and I can't. Coming back in the ambulance, you know, somebody said, you know, one of the things that they remembered, you know, thinking about is the date today is September 11th, so 9/11. So, you know, it's something that can't really go without notice, is that this was completely planned, completely orchestrated. You know, whoever did this has been planning this obviously for a very long time.
Thank you very much, Robert Harper, who was one of the survivors who was just a little bit late to work this morning, but then got caught in the devastating attack on the Twin Trade Towers. It's hard for me to overstate to people who are unfamiliar with New York just how dynamic that area is in terms of people coming and going. The 2 towers are 110 stories high, or they were. 20 to 50,000 people would work in them at any one time. It's just a few blocks from the stock market and from many of the principal banks in America, to say nothing of residential areas. And we will not know for some time what the death toll is there, to say nothing of the number of people who have been injured, so many of them with burns. Let's go to Washington now, and NBC's Washington Bureau Chief Tim Russert. Tim, give us the state of play in the nation's capital right now. We know that the White House and the State Department and CIA have been evacuated. Dennis Hastert has been removed. Where is Dick Cheney at this hour? Do we know?
Tom, he is in a secure location. They won't tell us exactly, but I do know that he is there with his top-level aides. We have heard from some of those people. He has been in constant communication with the President of the United States and the National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice. Tom, I've been speaking to people in the intelligence and law enforcement community, in and out, those who have served, those who are serving now. No one is the least bit surprised that there was a terrorist attack on the shores of America. Every person, to a man and woman, absolutely stunned, not only by the magnitude, but by the precision of this attack. They are absolutely convinced that there's only a few cells that could possibly have done this. And this is quite interesting because I didn't realize it until it was pointed out to me. Every one of the 4 hijacked planes that Bob Hager talked to you about was bound for California. In the words of this high-ranking official, the bastards knew they all had a plane full of fuel for the maximum impact upon collision. There is, in my experience in Washington, unprecedented anger here, but no one knows how or where to channel it. Right now, the situation is a bit chaotic. Communication is difficult, but the Bush administration is underscoring that the President is in charge, in command, in constant communication, and will bring these people to justice. They just know it's going to take a long, long time.
Tim, it's also going to be a test of the political maturity, if you will, of Washington. It's a city that has been so riven by what many would describe as petty political disputes. But this is one nation on this day.
Suddenly, the Social Security lockbox seems so trivial, Tom. One official said to me, Tim, your life is going to change, but more important, your son's life is going to change forever. America will never be the same after September 11th, 2001. The levels of security, heightened tension, the way we look at each other and look at our institutions will, in fact, be altered. That will bring some gratitude, if you will, to the terrorist. And that's why we as a nation, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, are, as they talk with one another today, are absolutely unified in their attempt to strike back, but also try to put salve on the national psyche so we don't become an armed camp resisting an enemy we really can't identify and never know when is striking.
Because the consequences psychologically for this country are every bit as great as they are physically for America as well. It is worth pointing out, I suppose, that we all breathed a great sigh of relief when the Cold War came to an end with the collapse of communism. And yet there was nothing as devastating as this for this country during that long, cold twilight that we faced down communism in Moscow with its considerable nuclear arsenal, which it still has in place, obviously.
You know, Tom, it's a very important point because all during this past few weeks, the debate about missile defense systems, many people were saying publicly, even those proponents or the detractors well, you know, we're a long way from research on this, but there is a potential threat of a rogue nation launching a missile, or an accidental launch from Russia, or China modernizing their force. But everyone kept saying the true risk, the real risk, is terrorist attack, and we plain don't know how to defend ourselves. But again, and let me underscore this, people are absolutely stunned, disbelieving that something so well coordinated, something is with a tick-tock like this, 4 hijackings within a matter of an hour, and then being able to take those very planes and drive them into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And there is growing suspicion, Tom, here, that the plane that landed, it crashed in Pennsylvania, was most likely headed for the Capitol or White House. That's the operating theory of many of the people I've spoken to today.
Thank you very much, NBC's Tim Russert. The equation has changed for all of us personally and professionally in the course of the last several hours, and we'll be dealing with this for a long, long time. But first, we want to take you through the eyewitness accounts of people who were witness to what happened here on a very sunny early fall morning in New York today. Some of the eyewitnesses.
I spent a year in combat. I never saw anything like this. Saw a lot of people die. Nothing this devastating.
We carried a bunch of people that we found laying in the debris. It was complete darkness. We stumbled over some people. We picked them up and carried them across the street.
You could hear the rumbling. When you looked up, you could see the top of the building just crumbling.
Then there was the haunting story from an eyewitness that we heard from a few moments ago of people in wheelchairs who were unable to get out of the building as he ran down the stairs, and he was obviously overcome with emotion as he described that for us. We don't have any numbers for you. We're trying to be as circumspect as we can be. All public officials are saying that they expect the final death toll to be horrendous, but this business of determining how many people are still in the rubble will take many, many hours, if not days, to determine. Here is a quick summary of what we have been through today in this country. On the 11th of September, the year 2001, at 8:42 this morning, first one plane that had been hijacked crashed into the World Trade Center. Then, not too long after that, a second plane. About an hour later, the Pentagon was attacked by a hijacked airliner, and then came word that another hijacked airliner had crashed outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. When we saw the first reports and witnessed, those of us who live in New York, of the World Trade Center being hit by an airplane, at first all of us thought, I'm sure, that it had to be some kind of a terrible accident. And then when we heard that a second plane, and you could see it flown deliberately into the World Trade Center, the horror of this terrorist war began to unfold, and it continues to unfold here now almost 5 hours later. And we'll be continuing to cover this across America and in the nation's capital. NBC's Pat Dawson has been not too far from the World Trade Center throughout most of the day, where it has been chaotic and terrifying. Pat?
Tom, as you point out, we try not to exaggerate very much in this circumstance, and yet in many ways it's hard not to exaggerate just the things we have been seeing and the things that we have been told. I think it is fair to say that the task that now confronts rescue workers here is Herculean, a very, very difficult task, and it is of 2 parts. It has been about 3 hours since what we might call the last catastrophic incident in a morning of catastrophes. That is since the North Tower of the World Trade Center, which used to stand behind me just about 10 blocks south, right below there. It used to tower above the buildings, which you can see, and obviously it is no longer there, nor is the South Tower. 3.5 hours since that happened. There have been no catastrophic incidents since then, but it has affected the rescue effort clearly because they are afraid of what could happen, what still might happen, since there were a sequence of catastrophes, if you will. That has made the rescue very, very difficult. At this point, we are being told unofficially that there may be as many as 200 to 300 rescue workers who are actually down there. We have seen pictures of some of them. They are down around the base of this building. They are beginning the, again to use that word, Herculean task of trying to find the people who might be alive in that debris. We know that there are a great number of people who are dead in there. Unquestionably, what they are hoping to find is survivors, and at this point they really can't speculate on how many there are, how many there could be, and I don't think it really serves us at this point to speculate on the numbers that it could be. One of the tasks though, is to try to get this rescue effort in its entirety going. And as you can see behind me down here, there are probably hundreds of New York City and New York State and federal rescue people who are involved, fire, police, emergency service, quite a few. In addition to those, the task is certainly aided by the American Red Cross's disaster relief teams. They are here on the scene. This is Frank Donahue, who is with the American Red Cross. Frank, tell me first of all, as you start out here, what is it you're trying to do?
Well, our immediate purpose is to kind of assess what role the Red Cross can play initially, and certainly it's to help the emergency medical people that are here provide any kind of relief and support we can for them. People being evacuated from neighborhoods need a place to go, and the Red Cross is setting up service centers and shelters. There's one at Grand Central Station and Penn Station. And then the blood supply, making sure we have a safe blood supply, not only here, but throughout the country.
Do you have any idea, have you heard, how many casualties have been dealt with so far?
No, I have not. I'm sorry. I have not heard that.
Now, part of your task, though, is also to provide blood supplies. Obviously, that will be needed in huge
Absolutely, and people throughout the country are responding. They should call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. It's important to note that this incident, and you know, there's blood needed here in Altoona, there's blood needed all throughout the country that's been affected by this disaster. Another part is people that are moving around, are traveling today. No airport in this country is open, and so Red Cross volunteers are in every airport providing assistance to families. Families are calling the Red Cross here in New York as they are calling their local Red Cross to try to communicate and find the well-being of people that are in this building, as well as people in the other affected areas. So
you were also telling me about grief counseling and dealing with people who've been traumatized around the country, maybe at other airports.
Absolutely. Boston, for example, LAX, where those airplanes were coming from and headed to, we have Red Cross mental health worker volunteers there that are providing assistance to families. And again, that's happening throughout the country where people have been affected by this disaster. Here in New York alone, the Greater New York Red Cross has had lots of experience at the World Trade Center a number of years ago. Today, there's about 1,200 local Red Cross volunteers here in New York providing food and shelter, direction, and support to people that are incredibly affected by this incident.
And how many Red Cross workers do you think around the country?
Oh, a number of thousand, a couple thousand for sure. I know in Philadelphia, where I came from, we're on standby working with emergency management. It's the same thing in every major metropolitan area that Red Cross workers work closely with emergency management.
Frank, thank you so much for taking some time out. We appreciate it. That was Frank Donahue, the American Red Cross. Tom, that brings you pretty much as much information as we have here in what remains a fairly chaotic situation. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Pat Dawson. As the shock begins to wear down, we're going to all of us are going to have our patience tested as well as we await these reports. We'll try to deal with it as factually as we possibly can. It does now appear that the wave of attacks is over. We could not be certain of that just a few hours ago, as there were these reports of planes that were still in the air, some that had been hijacked, and their destinations were uncertain at that time. This is a live picture of Lower Manhattan, missing two of its most familiar profiles, obviously. The twin trade towers of the World Trade Center, iconic buildings here in New York, really representing, symbolic, if you will, of the enormous economic strength of this country. They sustained an attack in 1993. They were reopened. The country came back from that, and we went about our merry way again, thinking that in Fortress America, this couldn't possibly happen, but of course it has. Neil Livingston is one of the most widely recognized experts on international terrorism. Mr. Livingston, we keep coming back to the same issue. This was a very sophisticated attack. This was not just a lone suicide bomber of some kind. 4 hijacking simultaneously. Obviously someone in the cockpit who knew how to get the plane to the targets that they wanted to get them to. And it had to have happened over a long period of time, and they were all transcontinental flights loaded with fuel.
Tom, this is our worst-case nightmare scenario, the one that we've hoped would never happen, and that would be a multiplicity of targets with a multiplicity of in that millennial potential attack when a man was arrested at the border in Washington State who was going to carry out bombing attacks in the United States. He was an outsider who had been sent here to do that.
All right, Neil Livingston, thank you very much. I also have on the phone now Anthony Lake, Tony Lake, a former National Security Advisor to President Clinton, who's been a longtime student of the prospect of terrorism in this country, recently wrote a riveting fictional account of the various scenarios that the United States may have to deal with. But even in your most wildest imaginative days, Tony, you could not have anticipated something like this.
No, it's terrible. It's hard to say you can be lucky in any respect in something in such a catastrophe. But one of the great dangers still lurking out there is that it could have involved some kind of weapon of mass destruction.
But at the same time, it's hard to understate the amount of damage that has been done here physically and certainly in terms of loss of life. When you have an institution like the Pentagon attacked, the World Trade Center is attacked, and the plane that went to Pittsburgh might have been headed for the Capitol or the White House, for God's sakes.
No, this is terrible. As I said, a catastrophe. Clearly a very sophisticated terrorist attack. Our intelligence community has headed off some in the past year or two. Their ability to evade our usual intelligence gathering methods in order to pull this off is extraordinary. And one question now we need to focus on is not only why did this happen, but where do we go from here?
Well, short term, if you were the National Security Advisor now back in your old office in the White House, what would be your recommendations in terms of a suppression of some of our normal liberties that we have in this country?
Well, we mustn't defeat our liberties in trying to defend them. I think what I would be urging now is, first of all, of course, get all the information we can immediately while dealing with the human dimensions of this catastrophe. And then thinking ahead, I think there are three fronts we have to act on. One, there must be, once we have identified the source of this, there must be an American response to this of some kind. Secondly, I hope that this will encourage us to even think in new ways about the nature of our security threats and increase our preparations, for example, for the Coast Guard in defending our ports against possible incidents like this, Customs, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, and improving our organization for dealing with catastrophes like that. There's been progress on all these fronts, but not enough. And finally, and I think this is very important, we need to recognize that there is only one group out there that is trying to kill Americans, and that are these terrorists. We are at war with them, and it is not enough for us to attack simply on an American basis. We need to develop a global strategy for a global alliance, for a global war against these terrorists, including, for example, making sure that any nation pays a terrible price when it provides sanctuary for terrorists.
Thank you very much, Anthony Lake, former National Security Advisor to President Clinton, now an author and professor here in the eastern part of the United States. We were just told that the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, has stopped all civil flights over Great Britain, whether that was precautionary or in response to a threat that his government received. We cannot say, but all flights there have been canceled. Let's just take you through now a quick summary that does not begin to tell the true story of this day, but it is a kind of a checklist of what we've been through. 4 airliners, 2 American, 2 United, headed for California from Washington and Boston, were hijacked. 2 flown into the World Trade Center here in New York, 1 into the Pentagon, 1 crashed outside of Pittsburgh. The World Trade Center, 2 110-story buildings collapsed completely in lower Manhattan. We're showing you Somerset County, the airport near Pittsburgh, where the other United plane went down. All of this happened in the eastern seaboard, but that's just the geographical connection. This is a wound on America wherever you live, whatever your ideology may happen to be, unless you are in sympathy with the terrorist beliefs. And when those 2 twin trade towers went down, of course, that caused even more damage to lower Manhattan. At the same time, the Pentagon was attacked by one of the hijacked airliners. A number of dead in the Pentagon as well, in the outer rings, first and second rings near the helipad there. President Bush was diverted from Florida to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. We're told that Vice President Cheney is in a secure position. We don't know exactly where that is. The third in the line of succession is the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert. He was told there's a code red, and he was taken to a secure position as well. All financial markets have been closed down. Hospitals in New York City are overtaxed. The world's largest, busiest city is at the moment all but shut down, with tunnels in and out of the city that have been closed for security reasons, traffic off the streets. 30 Rockefeller Plaza, where we work, and other midtown high-rise buildings have been evacuated for this day. All the subways are closed down. Across America, national monuments and other high-rises have been evacuated for the day as well as part of the precaution. Still, no claim of responsibility by any one group. The only visible signs of celebration have been on the West Bank. The Palestinian people, who believe that the United States and Israel are one, have been cheering and handing out candy and celebrating, while their leaders have been condemning this attack. NBC's David Bloom is in Midtown Manhattan now with a view over the city skyline. And David, it is still stunning for those of us who live here to look behind you and not see the Twin Trade Towers.
Well, Tom, it is a horrific scene behind me looking from Midtown Manhattan to Lower Manhattan. And if anything, it's gotten more disheartening as the hours have passed. In this sense, the billowing cloud of smoke and debris that you see behind me is in fact growing. More smoke, more debris floating up into the air. The best estimates, Tom, that the New York Police Department is making at this hour in terms of casualties is only to say that they expect them to go into the thousands in terms of dead and injured. We know that the victims are being shipped to individual hospitals, not merely here in Manhattan, but in the entire tri-state area, in Connecticut, in New Jersey as well. One hospital, St. Vincent's in Greenwich Village, reports simply being overwhelmed with casualties. They say that they've put out an all-points bulletin for burn specialists and plastic surgeons. They need all the help they get, and it's no doubt all the hospitals do here in Manhattan. Here is the sequence of events, starting with the first terrorist attack this morning. The first plane attacks the World Trade Center's South Tower at approximately 8:42 Eastern Time. Airline officials say at least 2 American Airlines flights and 2 United Airlines flights were hijacked today, and that the attack planes were the hijacked domestic flights. Roughly 21 minutes later, approximately 9:03 Eastern Time, the second large jetliner can be seen taking dead aim at the World Trade Center's North Tower. Emergency officials estimate 20,000 or more people may have been inside the 2 110-story buildings at the time of the attacks. Eyewitnesses report victims falling and in some cases jumping from the 2 buildings. At approximately 9:40 a.m. in Washington, D.C., a third hijacked plane crashes into the Pentagon in a burst of flames, one side of the building collapsing. Non-essential personnel from federal buildings, including the White House and the U.S. Capitol, are evacuated. 9:59 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. An unknown number of people still trapped inside. 1/2 hour later, at approximately 10:28 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. Rubble, debris spreading for blocks. In a separate but apparently related crash, a fourth hijacked plane, a Boeing 767, crashes in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The FAA closes all domestic airports, shutting down all U.S. airspace. At this hour, airline and FAA officials believe the 4 hijacked planes include American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767, bound from Boston to Los Angeles with 90 passengers and crew aboard, crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. American Airlines Flight 77, bound from Washington Dulles to LAX with 64 passengers and crew, believed to have been the plane, crashed into the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 175, bound from Boston to Los Angeles with 65 people on board. By early accounts, the plane which crashed into the World Trade Center's North Tower. And finally, United Airlines Flight 93, the Boeing 757, which crashed in western Pennsylvania, carrying 45 passengers and crew. As to who might be responsible for this series of terrorist attacks, as you mentioned, Tom, as yet no claim of responsibility, but we certainly can tell you what senior U.S. intelligence officials, both in this administration and in the Clinton administration, are telling us, that the prime suspect is clearly the Saudi-born terrorist Osama bin Laden. One official told us that only he has the capability, the experience, and the motivation to carry out an attack like this. But again, that is just their initial speculation, finger-pointing. We clearly don't know at this hour who's responsible for this devastating and horrific attack.
Thank you very much, NBC's David Bloom. It goes without saying that whoever is responsibility, this is an act of war declared on the United States, a terrorist act of war, unprecedented in our nation's history. The United States was attacked, of course, 60 years ago this year at Pearl Harbor. 2,400 people were killed. The Japanese military attacking an American military installation that got us involved in World War II. But this terrorist war, they used innocent Americans on commercial airliners to attack other innocent Americans, and they struck at the heart of our civilian life in New York City. And they've caused great psychological damage across the country as well, say nothing of their attack on the symbol of our military strength, that is the Pentagon. And they took innocent people to their deaths in Pittsburgh in the crash of that hijacked airliner as well. NBC's Rahema Ellis is down near the World Trade Center. Rahema?
Tom, I am 4 blocks from the World Trade Center. The sky is dark with thick black smoke. Apparently, there are still fires burning. Some of the emergency workers told me that they cannot get into the exact area of the World Trade Center to help people whom they fear are trapped in the rubble because the fires are still burning, in some instances, out of control. Just a few moments ago, and just only 2 blocks from here, we were at the NYU downtown hospital. It is the only emergency room in the lower portion of Manhattan. It was the place where the first victims from this blast were taken, and hospital officials tell us they have turned their cafeteria into a triage area. They have people lined, they say victims are wall to wall with inside that cafeteria and all throughout the hospital. Everyone has been called into service to assist in this blast. I talked with a man who was able to walk out of the hospital. His name was Peter DeCerbo. He was on the 47th floor of the World Trade Tower, number 1. He said when the first explosion occurred, he said he felt the building shake. He became frightened, as did all of his co-workers, he said. They didn't know what to do. Finally, he said, and quickly, they started to run down the stairs, 47 flights. And he said he actually carried a woman on his shoulders down those 47 flights with him. Another man who was on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange had come out of the building and was standing. He looked up, and he literally saw the second tower of the World Trade Tower come crashing to the ground. He said he saw it coming down, and then he and hundreds of people around him started to run. When he got to a point of some near safety, the man who's 37 years old said he dropped to his knees and he started to pray because he thought that he was going to be dead. As one emergency worker said to me, he said, "Do you know what day this is?" And I said, "It's September 11th. He said, "Yes, it's 911. And all of New York right now is in a state of 911. Tom?
All right, thank you very much. NBC's Rahema Ellis with a vivid account of what has been going on down there. We should also point out that we're getting a number of telephone numbers for people to call. Morgan Stanley has a very considerable facility in the World Trade Center. It's one of our premier investment banks, obviously, in America. And that number is 1-888-883-4391. For those of you who are in the New York area and may have families or friends who are employed by Morgan Stanley at the World Trade Center, it's a small city, those 2 towers. Some 50,000 people at one time or another could be passing through there during the course of a day. This was to be the New York primary day to pick the candidate who may succeed Mayor Rudolph Giuliani. That election has been canceled. The mayor spoke with reporters moments ago.
Our focus now has to be on trying to evacuate as many people as possible, save as many lives as we can.
Injured, some with smoke inhalation, trying desperately to, and in a futile effort to dial cell phones, have been left, have resorted to getting around New York on foot. And it is hard for us to estimate the extent of the emergency in the city of New York. And let us not forget Washington, where a plane today crashed into the Pentagon, where the First Lady, where the Vice President were taken to a secure place by the Secret Service. This is an extraordinary coordinated attack on the United States that has taken place today. And there is the live flume over Lower Manhattan, where for many years we have all been used to seeing the very familiar Twin Towers. They are no longer there on the skyline. Suddenly places like the Woolworth Building assume their old prominence of the skyline over Lower Manhattan. My colleague Lester Holt standing by with more on all of this. Lester?
Brian, before I introduce my guest, I actually want to put it back to you. I know you covered the White House. Isn't there not a separate airplane mobile command post the president and the leadership can work from, separate from Air Force One?
There is. It is known affectionately as the Doomsday plane out at Andrews Air Force Base. It is mostly a windowless 747, and it, like Air Force One, is capable of being refueled in midair. With the amount of traveling. Bill Clinton used to do back when I covered him. The joke was, don't ever tell the president we could refuel the jet in flight or we'll never touch down. And now today, that aspect of Air Force One is anything but funny, as they could conceivably need the in-flight refueling option, but I doubt it. But yes, there is a plane that is designed to basically stay aloft. It's even designed to give some engines a rest on occasion. And from that aircraft, the so-called doomsday plane, which on occasion has been visible out at Andrews to members of the press pool, I've seen it about 3 times probably, but is kept mostly in a hangar. But this is a very interesting turn of events, and we are today thinking about using hardware and locations that we have never used, going back to the days when the Strategic Air Command had a bomber or 2 aloft around the clock 24 hours a day. Lester?
Well, Brian, we want to turn our attention now to the investigation, even as we come to grips with the enormity of the tragedy. Still not clear how many people lost their lives here. There is an investigation that is no doubt already in full swing. Joe Cantamessa is a retired FBI agent. He worked on the World Trade Center bombing case some years ago. Joe, thanks for being here. Tell us, what do you think is already taking place now? We know where the planes originated from. How do they track down how these people got to where they were?
Investigatively significant resources will be deployed to all of the points of origin of the aircraft. I'm sure any videotapes and any other investigative activity that can be mounted has been mounted at those locations.
Do you think, we keep saying this is a massive intelligence failure, do you think this is going to be a case that the next day or two someone's going to go, well, there was this memo or there was this photograph, and suddenly, as in Pearl Harbor, things become crystal clear in hindsight?
First of all, I do agree it's an intelligence breakdown, a failure. I expect that there will be something that contributes toward that kind of a story, that, yes, we should have said something or should have known more. But it's important to note that Osama bin Laden and his crew and staff use sophisticated communications. They are quite mobile, and they use a sophisticated level of encryption in their communications efforts.
Joe, Americans rightfully are going to demand justice. They want these people caught, but what are we willing to give up? Can we give up anything in terms of our civil liberties, our civil rights? Will law enforcement give a greater latitude to go after the culprits?
Well, I would hope so. I spent most of my FBI career in the electronic surveillance arena, and I can tell you that protecting and ensuring personal privacy certainly is an issue. The counter effect to that, however, is that we cannot and do not go aggressively after certain individuals, certain communications models, and certain targets that would probably have benefited an investigation or would have certainly minimized some of the impact of this tragedy.
National Security Agency listens to phone calls overseas. They're not monitoring our phone calls, though.
Well, the NSA and the intelligence community does acquire a significant amount of signal intelligence, but any authorized listening has to be done pursuant to a court order issued by a judge, a FISA court judge in the United States. So there is a significant collection effort. However, a great deal of that is undiscernible or unscrambleable because we lack certain encryption or decryption capability.
We are looking at this, and just based on what we know over the last couple of hours, we are calling this a sophisticated, coordinated attack. As you well know, in the original World Trade Center bombing, it was rather easy to track down the evidence once they got in the basement. Do you think we'll find that the links will be made rather quickly?
I'm not sure.
Robert Hager, it does pose all kinds of problems because people travel for reasons other than vacation. Obviously, business, you can deal with that as well these days with the internet and with faxes, but what about funerals or medical emergencies of one kind or another? We'll have to find a way of dealing with that within our air traffic system in America too, and you can be sure that security is going to change radically in the next 24 hours when you go to an airport, because 4 airplanes were hijacked today and they were used as guided missiles, in effect, by terrorists attacking American institutions. This is also having an effect overseas. The stock market in Germany has been evacuated because of a bomb threat, and in Great Britain, the Prime Minister has banned all civil flights over that country. Let's go to NBC's Keith Miller now in our London bureau. Keith?
Tom, an extraordinary ripple of shock, anger, horror went right through Europe. At least 3 governments went into cabinet emergency meetings. Tony Blair, of course, canceled all civil flights. He also had a special emergency cabinet meeting. They evacuated several large buildings here as well. The horrific occurrence in the United States has rippled right across the world. Tony Blair had this statement to make a little bit earlier tonight.
I have just chaired an emergency meeting of the British Government Civil Contingencies Committee, and I would like to explain some of the measures that we have agreed to take here. There are a range of precautionary measures. We have stepped up security at airports to the highest levels. No flights will take off from the United Kingdom for which we cannot apply the highest standards of security for aircrew and passengers. Private flights have been stopped except where specifically authorized. Flight paths into London have been changed so there will be no civil overflights of central London. Security has been increased across the full range of government buildings and military premises. The police across the whole of the UK are on full alert. All our defense facilities around the world
are not as rigorous and are not willing to give up as much of that personal freedom that other countries and other citizens of other countries have been willing to do.
Give me a sense of the time frame, first 24, first 36 hours, 72. Where is it that you need to make your best headway, and in what time frame?
Well, immediately. Right now, the FBI resources, I am certain, are used to identify what led up to the actual events that we have seen today, where those events took place, what communications might have been, what evidence, what safe houses, what cells were involved. Initially, of course, to track back to the original source, the plan, the model that was so well executed.
Joe Cantamessa, we appreciate you being here. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
All right, Brian.
All right, thank you both gentlemen. Philippe Oyola is with us. He was on the 81st floor of one of the World Trade Center towers. His wife in the other tower. Mr. Oyola, have you made contact with your wife? What have you experienced today?
Basically, I was involved in the disaster in 2 World Trade. I was on the 81st floor. I had gone downstairs, like I previously had said, when the One World Trade Center was hit, and we were told from that point to stay where we were because the problem wasn't in our tower. So I decided to stay, and previous to that, was the last time I saw my wife, and I'm trying to find her now. So if anybody knows any information, or they've seen her after the bombing, if they can just call in, or if she's around, you know, just if she can call the station, if anybody knows anything. She can call my mother. Just let me know you're okay, where I can see you, where I can meet you, and if anybody has any information, please call. Thank you.
Well, we're going to join you in hoping for the best. Mr. Oyola, just for our viewers' sake, there's 1 World Trade and 2 World Trade. Which was the building hit first?
1 World Trade.
Okay, and you were in 2 World Trade. What was it like in 2 World Trade after you knew that 1 had been hit by an aircraft?
Well, panic broke out. Everyone was started to evacuate the building, which people from anywhere from 79 and up had to evacuate to 78th floor, which is the main elevator banks. And once I was there, I met up with my wife, which was also in a panic, until an announcement came on saying that we should stay there due to the fact that the incident happened in 1 World Trade and that 2 World Trade was safe. But as soon as I went upstairs, about 5 minutes, I'm on 81, I looked out the window at the falling debris and people, and about 2 seconds later, everything just went dark, and the office was on top of me until I managed to escape. And I've been looking for my wife ever since.
Now, knowing what you know about the evacuation, do you think there were still a lot of people up there when the second jet hit? Do you think there were still any people in that building when it collapsed? Other than the injured who couldn't have any choice and couldn't get out of there?
I think if anybody was injured bad enough, then they were not evacuated. But if everyone was able to walk out, I believe that majority of the people were able to be evacuated. So it's just a matter of knowing if she's okay. But then I'm worried about the second aftermath, which was when the tower came down.
Yeah.
Because it sent debris for about 3 or 4 blocks or further in all directions.
What did you think about working in the World Trade Center?
I've never really gave it too much thought. An incident like this happening, I know there was a bombing, but I figured that that the World Trade Center or the Port Authority had taken precautions in this matter, but I guess there wasn't much they can do when they got attacked from the air.
What if the President of the United States, the Mayor of New York, said, you know what, we're going to rebuild those 2 towers because...
I will not work there.
Pardon me?
I will never work there.
You'll never work there again?
No, never will I work in a prime United States terrorism target.
Of course,
never again.
We didn't know until today that this would be targeted for a second time in less than a decade. Mr. Oyola, we will join you in hoping that you and your wife will make contact today and that some friend of a friend perhaps will hear your plea on the air. And thank you for talking with us.
All right, thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
Okay.
One of the eyewitnesses to what happened today. Again, 50,000 people work at the World Trade Center every day. The people who died there today committed no other offense other than showing up for work when they were supposed to. Morgan Stanley, among other firms, is the biggest single client. They lease 50 floors of office space there. There are a lot of financial firms, a lot of major financial executives, and one of the dynamics that will emerge from this horrible day in American history is there are going to be families across this country who, during the course of today, tomorrow, the next several days, are going to learn, as we look at our review of the images of this day, are going to learn that their loved one is not going to come home from this. There are going to be prominent Americans who we will learn have died in this, perhaps more than one very prominent financial executive, someone who one day was a captain of American industry, and the next dead as a result of this incredibly tightly coordinated terrorist attack in New York and in Washington. We're watching these pictures that we have put together that show perhaps best the horror that has unfolded so far today, like the collapse of one of the World Trade Towers, and followed a few minutes later by the collapse of the second of the World Trade Towers. The image right here, caught on tape, of a massive 110-story building going down. Fires still burning in Lower Manhattan at this hour. The risk of collapse still very real, with police and EMS keeping people, including the news media, back a distance of several blocks. The cascading cement and steel and stone causing New Yorkers to run barely ahead of the cloud, and in some cases overtaken by the approaching cloud, not unlike the dust that would come out of a volcanic eruption, filling what are affectionately called the concrete canyons in Lower Manhattan. My colleague Ashley Banfield is live down there right now with some of the horror stories, quite candidly, that have come out of this day. Ashley?
Brian, I was just talking to, as you can imagine, it's pretty crazy in terms of people coming and going very quickly, but I was just talking to a man named John. If someone can find John, I want to talk to John again. He was telling me that he was just across the street from the World Trade Center when the second tower came down, and he also said that he could see people jumping from the windows. And I said, were they jumping from the windows, or were they, how many people was he talking about? He said, oh, I don't know, maybe 40 or 50. So these are some of the first eyewitness accounts of just what happened to some of the victims down there. We've had a really tough time just trying to wrangle information from passing EMT and fire department workers and personnel. But I do want to just point one thing out, and that is if we can try and zoom a little past this big brown building right here, you can see a lot of the smoke is emanating from just behind that brown building. The building that's behind that brown building is the building of concern now. It's an American Express building, and it's apparently burning about halfway up on the south side. We're on the north side of it here. And there's a lot of concern, according to the emergency personnel who are in the vicinity, that it's going to come down sometime soon. And we can't be about 10 blocks or so from it. So we've all been pushed back to this perimeter at this point. I think over the course of the last 4 hours from the epicenter, I don't know if you can see from my clothing, we were right in the epicenter when the second building came down, and we ended up in the dust explosion. At the time, for any viewers who haven't heard this already, when that second building came down and the dust explosion came at us, it was so forceful, we literally couldn't breathe. We couldn't see, we couldn't breathe, and there were shards of glass in the air and a lot of dust, and it was pitch black in the middle of a sunny day in Manhattan. We tried to breathe through our clothing, but that wouldn't work. John, I wanted to ask you, I'm sorry, I wanted to ask you about what you were telling me about before, about what you saw when the other building was coming down.
It was various people jumping out of the building. Just due to the flames, the smoke, there's no other way out. It was a war zone. It's the worst thing I ever saw.
And you were just about, what is it, across the street or a block?
A couple of blocks away, at least 3 blocks away. And, various firefighters going down due to heat exhaustion, and I was given some masks to give out. Gave them out, also bottles of water. I was trying to do what I can down there. But I guess this is why the United States is so interested in foreign policy, you know what I mean? It's why we spend so much money. But it was a horror. I can't believe this happened in New York City.
Which building was it that you saw coming down when you saw people leaping?
One of the towers. I don't know whether it's Tower 1 or 2, but horrible.
What kind of casualties did you see in the direct vicinity when you said you saw firefighters going down from heat?
Yeah, I guess because of the smoke, heat exhaustion.
This is the kind of attack, Tom, that had to be organized for many, many months. Just as we discovered during the testimony by bin Laden associates who were turned by the FBI and testified in the World Trade Center bombing trial, and also in the trial, of course, of the embassy bombings. These people work for months in advance. This is not a response, let's say, to recent events in the Middle East. This is something that was in the planning for many, many, many months.
Yeah, this is a terrible wake-up call for America. So many times we're lulled into the impression that far-off events don't have an effect on us in this country, or when there is a shooting at the CIA, as there was a few years ago, or when we had the bombing of the World Trade Center. Those trials went on, didn't generate a lot of attention. But, Andrea, let's talk for just a moment, if we can, about foreign policy in the United States, about what was on the agenda before this day. The President was going to China in October. The UN meeting will be coming up in the fall. How will all this be affected?
Well, all of these events will be affected in extraordinary ways. We had already seen that economic and global meetings could no longer be held without not only the threat of protests, but without massive protests interrupting the schedule of international gatherings. The UN meetings in New York in September were already going to be very, very difficult to conduct, always have been, as you know. But now it is difficult to imagine how the president can travel safely, how other officials can gather for these international meetings without such an extraordinary degree of protection that the meetings cannot be held as originally envisioned and cannot be held really very effectively. We've seen not only the comments from Europe, but we've seen comments from the top leaders in China and elsewhere, all government leaders horrified by what has happened here in the United States. But this really will change us in profound ways. You and Tim Russert were talking about the psychological effects. We thought after the embassy bomb attacks, when airport security was stepped up so importantly, that we were in a new world. But now we've seen, much to the shock of most Americans, that we are vulnerable to hijackings. We thought that hijackings were events of the 80s domestically here in the United States, not of the late 90s and turn of the century. So this is really a new world as far as our own sense of vulnerability, especially as we travel.
Thank you very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell. We're told now by the FAA that the ground stop, that is all flights in this country, commercial flights and other private aircraft, have been grounded until at least noon tomorrow. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager, who's been monitoring the situation for us at the FAA. Bob?
Right, Tom. It's all domestic flights, all commercial domestic flights
the prohibition on takeoffs and landings lasts at least until noon tomorrow, and then at that point they'll reassess it, so it may go beyond that. And then the same holds for international flights. All outbound flights to Europe and Asia, or anywhere, South America, and any inbound flights from overseas or foreign countries, all that is grounded at least until noon tomorrow, and then the agency will reassess it after that.
Bob, when you said all commercial flights will be grounded, what about private planes as well? There's a huge traffic in that these days.
Yeah, and it would apply to all private flights as well. Now, there are some areas where it's more difficult for the FAA to police because they don't have the towers and they don't have the airports manned. But it is to be a ground on all air travel. And I wouldn't be absolutely positive on all of the general aviation flights. And I know, of course, there'll be some exceptions for humanitarian reasons where you have to move, particularly people who are dealing with this crisis here and there. So there'd be those sorts of exceptions. But what I do know is that scheduled domestic flights and scheduled international flights, inbound and outbound, everything is grounded until midday tomorrow.
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Robert Hager. We've been talking about this in a kind of large sense without personalizing it because we don't know, first of all, how many people were killed altogether. 266 died in the airplane crashes. We can only suspect that some of them will be well known because these were flights from Washington, from Boston to Los Angeles. That was American Airlines Flight 11. That was the first one to go into the World Trade Center. 92 people on board. Flight 77 and another American Airlines flight was headed from Dulles to Los Angeles with 62 on board. Those flights from the capital to the West Coast always have prominent people on board. Flights 175, United Airlines, Boston to Los Angeles, 65 on board, and Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco, 45 on board. All transcontinental flights with a heavy load of fuel. This is Mayor Giuliani of New York City. Let's join his news conference live.
It's something that we've had nightmares about, but probably thought wouldn't happen. My heart goes out to all of the innocent victims of this horrible and vicious act of terrorism, acts of terrorism. And our focus now has to be on saving as many lives as possible. We have hundreds of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Pataki for the incredible cooperation and coordination, and including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now, we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, while this is a horrible attack and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude, we will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
And Governor Pataki, the two Republican leaders of the state, joined together here in this day of common tragedy for them and dealing with a crisis of unbelievable proportions for both of them. Is this city has been struck in an act of war by terrorists. You're looking now at the Manhattan Bridge, which leads out of lower Manhattan into the various boroughs. That one going over into Brooklyn. Those of you who come to New York always remember the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg Bridge in that sequence from the lower part of the city on BMW. These are people who didn't have access to subways or cars because the tunnels are closed, and they're walking home, as any number of people are. New York, as Governor Pataki said, is so diverse in so many ways, but it is always united with the enormous sense of pride and survival and people helping each other as they are today. And that is the lower end of Manhattan, one of the great cities in the world that has been struck in an act of war today by two hijacked airliners, the hijackers unknown. Richard Shelby of Alabama, Senator, Senate Intelligence Committee. We're told that you've been getting a briefing. What do we know at this hour, Senator?
I've had a partial briefing, but after 4 o'clock this afternoon, I've been told that some people with the CIA and the FBI is going to brief Senator Bob Graham, who is the chairman of the committee. I'm the vice chairman. I was a former chairman. As to the events, what they know of
the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Can you give us an idea of the extent of the rescue effort that's going on right now in Lower Manhattan? The scope of this thing, this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600, as of about 15 minutes ago, in local hospitals that we account for. 600 people that are being treated in local hospitals. And there are 150 in particular that were critical, that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital. And I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there, after the first plane hit, before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66th and Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed, and it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street. So we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
What went through your mind?
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets, and I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handle themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets lower Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to
Mr.
that.
Mayor,
There was a gas explosion related to this as well. Are you aware of that? There was a gas leak or possible explosion?
We don't believe it. We don't believe that's the case.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us anything about where the planes come from, where the aircraft came from?
Bill Diamond reminds me that we've turned off the gas in the city buildings, just to be certain.
Can you tell us
as a precaution?
Where these aircraft came from? There was a report they may have been hijacked in Boston.
I think we should leave that up to the federal government to rule. Yes, we do have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. And
Governor, do you
What
think,
about security for the rest of
there
the
should be
city
any
now that this has
retaliation on
happened?
the part of the United States for what happened here in this country, both in New York, Washington, and other places?
First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing the maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Mayor, this is compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war? This has been compared.
I'll do both.
This has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war?
This is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
Is it an act of war in your mind?
I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one that has to respond, and I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him, and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, week, and to make a point that people can't do this. You can't attack innocent men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and the American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York are going to help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
Anybody take responsibility for this? Any group take responsibility at this time? And what is the city doing to safeguard the citizens now that something like this has happened?
Well, first of all, I don't know of anyone that's taken responsibility for it at this time. And secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue effort, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all of the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions. And we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Jennifer Steinauer, please. Just a housekeeping. Can you please tell us what's going to happen to the New York primary?
This morning, I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Jennifer,
Mayor, can you please walk us through the municipal services right now? What's going on with the subway, and the schools, the courts?
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I commend the chancellor. He was on the phone a number of times with us. He coordinated very, very carefully what what would happen. He thought it out, and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children in the different boroughs that would be released from school. They're being released, I shouldn't say as normal, but basically on the normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come and pick them up. The children who have Metro cards, who normally travel on the subway, will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs, and can we get an update, Joe, on how the subway's doing in Manhattan?
All the lettered lines are working.
And in Manhattan?
In Manhattan lines, all the lettered lines.
All the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan, and throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal. So the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick them up.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers as they come in, or like
All NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now. And we're going to need all of them, and again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time, so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do? How can they get information?
We're going to give you numbers so that we can try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that, but we will as soon as we can find some time from the relief efforts, give you a number in which people can call, and then we can...
Some people had difficulty breathing. Is there any health advice to give to people who are caught in this thing, who are not necessarily at risk of losing their life, but
I think, well, obviously, if you feel ill or you feel that you've been affected by it, you should go to a hospital and get checked out. But if it's just discomfort that you feel, then you can do basically what we did, was to wash our faces off and get rid of the clothes and get to an area where you can breathe in fresh air.
How many people were in the World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
I mean, it was business had already started. It was
So what's
right before 9 o'clock. I don't know. I don't know.
Tens of thousands?
Yes. Approximately. Someone just gave me a number of approximately 10,000, but that's a guess.
How long will the city remain on a heightened state of alert?
Until we're told not to. I mean, until the FBI and the police department and the federal government tells us that we shouldn't. Right now, the city is should be on a state of alert. Now, instead of frightening people, that should make people feel more confident that everything is being done to keep things secure. And again, let me emphasize that the reason for the National Guard, because I heard the question before, is to help with the relief effort, not because there's any fear of any other problems in the city right now.
How is the
Mr.
Board of
Mayor, can you tell us about the other public places? City Hall, One Police Plaza. When will it be safe for you to return?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Hopefully soon, but I don't know the answer to that.
And we heard reports that One Police Plaza was evacuated. Was that true?
No, the command center is open.
And it was never...
We have people in the command center right now.
Mr. Mayor, there have also been reports of large loss of life among the police and firemen who were sent there to rescue people. How accurate are those reports?
There is no question that we lost police officers and firefighters, and some that I know personally, and all of us here know personally, that we're very worried about. And we're not going to know the answer to that until much later. And maybe we should just close now and give you a briefing later. And I would just ask everyone, I talked to Cardinal Egan before, because he's at St. Vincent's Hospital. Everybody should in their own way say a prayer and ask God for help and for assistance, and also ask God to give us the strength to overcome this, because I know we're going to need strength to overcome it. And I want the people of New York to be an example to the rest of the country and the rest of the world that terrorism can't stop us. American democracy is much stronger than a vicious, cowardly terrorist, and we're going to overcome this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, Mayor. Do we know when the next briefing will be?
Rare exhortation these days by a public official recommending that the people of the city of New York say a prayer for not only the city, but those who have perished today in this coordinated terrorist attack. On the phone with us, been very kind to hold while we have listened to the New York City mayor's first extended briefing, is Congressman Bob Stump, Republican of Arizona, not just a member of Congress, but chairman of the House Armed Services Committee. And Mr. Chairman, what has today's horrific series of incidents taught you?
Well, I think that, and I hope that it wakes up some of these people who think this country is not under threat from terrorists or other means. Perhaps it will help us. You know, we've tried to increase our human intelligence assets, but through increased funding, we have not been able to do that. You know, if you don't see a shiny plane or a new tank sitting over there, people are a little reluctant to vote. We are desperately short of human intelligence in this country. I know these kind of terrorist groups, or I presume that these kind are hard to penetrate sometimes because of their ethnicity and other reasons. But we certainly need to increase our efforts in this area.
What about the, what is the figure, $30 billion we've been spending on intelligence every year? Do the American people now have a legitimate right to ask, what was all that for?
Well, it's a great deal more than that. It's $300 and some billion, but that goes for everything. About 60% of that goes for manpower for this country, pay for the military and a subsistence, residency, and that type of thing. A lot of it goes for weapon procurement. All I'm saying is that we're not putting enough into intelligence areas because you don't see anything immediately as a result of spending that money.
Right. I know it's off. I know it's, wow, I'm just a congressman. I'm being told that George W. Bush has just landed in Omaha, Nebraska. Is that correct? Control room is just telling me now that Air Force One has landed in Omaha, Nebraska. Presumably we will be getting pictures and perhaps hear from the president, who has now gone from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska on this wild day for this country and this president and the staff that travels with him. Congressman, you know, it's not, it wouldn't be hyperbolic to ask here for your words to express to not just your constituents but the American people, given your title, as to confidence in their government being up and running today.
Well, we are still here. I know that they've evacuated most of the Capitol, most of the buildings, but I have with me some of the other members, my subcommittee chairman of the Armed Services Committee, and we've been in touch with one another, and here in this office, standing by and just waiting for word to see how we can be of assistance to the American people. I just hope that they would take this as a lesson and a wake-up call that we are not prepared to deal with this type of thing.
The chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Bob Stump, Republican of Arizona. Congressman, thank you for your patience. Thank you for being with us.
You're welcome.
NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell also with us at this hour. Andrea, we have yet to check in with you during our live NBC News coverage here on MSNBC. There was an erroneous report today that there was a car bombing outside your beat, the U.S. State Department. Update us on how it is that happened and tell us what else you know.
There was no car bomb outside the State Department. That is the one bit of good news. The State Department, however, was preventively evacuated, so all of those officials left. They did have an operations center working there, operating there for a while, Brian, but then that too was relocated across the river to Virginia. The White House, as you know, was still operating with the Situation Room, Condoleezza Rice, and other top officials there, but the building itself, other than the top officials, was evacuated, as was the old executive office building, but the senior anti-terror officials at the NSC were still in their offices in the old executive office building and were working also with the Situation Room. Obviously, you know what happened at the Pentagon. All embassies overseas are on a state of alert but have not been shut down, to our knowledge. Colin Powell was in Lima, Peru, at the Organization of American States. He gave a very tough statement about this attack against the United States and then took off immediately for the U.S. We don't know where he is going to land, presumably not here in Washington, but he did not go on to Bogota, Colombia, as had been previously scheduled. So there is real disarray. FBI hostage rescue operations, which normally are in this region, had been on a 2-day military exercise, anti-terror exercise in Monterey Peninsula, Monterey, California. They were going to fly back commercially today, and after the FAA closed all of the commercial flights, they were stranded out in California. So those units that would normally have been rushed to New York City were not able to go immediately to New York. So, Brian, this has really been quite an extraordinary, unprecedented, obviously, effort on the part part of our anti-terror and national security teams. And a lot has been handled out at Langley. George Tenet, despite the evacuation of the CIA building, Tenet and others were taken to a secure location on that campus, and we're still operating and trying to sort out who could possibly have organized this multiple attack with no warning.
Andrea, hold with us for just one moment, because we're coming up on the top of the hour here. In 5 seconds, it'll be 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That's a live picture. We're going to go back to Andrea Mitchell in just a moment. It is now 3 o'clock, several hours after this coordinated...
I'm Larry Menti. We want to take just a couple of minutes now to bring you up to date on what is going on in the Delaware Valley as a result of these terrorist attacks. As you can see, we are leaving the network pictures up so you can see them, and if we get any new information from NBC News, we will go right back to the network and their coverage. Now an update on our region. Philadelphia public and parochial schools closed early today. NBC 10 at the Samuel Gompers Middle School in the Winfield neighborhood of Philadelphia. Philadelphia students were sent home beginning at noon. Dozens of schools in suburban Philadelphia also closed early today. Philadelphia's historic landmarks have been closed just as a precaution. NBC 10 at the Liberty Bell Pavilion as tourists were ushered away from the area. Barricades have been put up and bomb-sniffing dogs were brought in to search the area, but as of right now, again, no known threats against the Philadelphia landmarks. NBC 10 as well on the scene as workers were sent home from Philadelphia City Hall. Mayor Street also encouraged city businesses to send workers home as they see fit. In particular, the mayor urged high-rise buildings to close and to dismiss their workers early. Also, employees were evacuated from the federal building in Philadelphia. The federal courthouse has also been closed for the day. Additional police, firefighters, and paramedics have been deployed throughout the city as a precaution. All of this amounts to, as you can guess, extreme caution. Again, though, no reason right now to believe Philadelphia is in any danger. Shortly after the terrorist attacks began, Philadelphia Mayor John Street held a news conference at City Hall. The mayor asked everyone to stay calm, vigilant, and prayerful. He says there is no reason to think terrorists have targeted this city.
We are taking every possible reasonable precaution to ensure the safety of our citizens.
Today's terrorist activity is affecting local transportation. Right now, several SEPTA lines are shut down. Listen closely. These are the lines that are not running. The R1, R2, R5, R6, R7, and R8. Again, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8. In case you're waiting for someone to get home, they are all stopped right now. Hundreds of travelers were also left stranded at 30th Street Station, not only because of SEPTA, but because the station has been shut down for most of the day. You see, Amtrak has suspended all service along the busy Northeast Corridor from Boston to Washington, D.C. Philadelphia International Airport closed down today, just like every other airport in the nation. Extra security was rushed into place. Heavily armed police officers are patrolling the area right now. Security gates were lowered, restricting access to the terminals. Hundreds of travelers have been stranded. No flights have taken off since this morning. NBC News is reporting the airport will remain closed until noon tomorrow. Also, just a few moments ago, the Archbishop of Philadelphia, Anthony Cardinal Bevilacqua, made a statement about today's attacks. Here's a bit of what he had to say.
Suffering of fellow human beings is not overlooked. Every heart is moved not only to pity, but to action. We will do all that we can to provide aid for the victims, prayers for those who are casualties, and deep-seated sympathy and prayerful support for the families of those who have been killed or injured in these calamitous incidents.
Now, we just did get an update from SEPTA. SEPTA service has all been restored. All the regional lines are running again. Very good news, especially for parents waiting for their kids to get home. Now, we just heard that Amtrak service has been restored, so for people waiting for somebody to come back from New York, and I'm sure that's an anxious wait, or up from Washington, D.C., also an anxious wait. Amtrak service, again, also restored. Right now, we want to go to NBC 10's Alicia Taylor. She is live in New Jersey in the port of Weehawken. And Alicia, we understand people are leaving New York City, and they're assembling right there where you are.
People continue to arrive in droves here at the Lincoln Harbor Yacht Club. This has been turned into sort of a staging area for people, commuters who have arrived here from the city. Take a look behind me. You have people, thousands of people lined up trying to make their way out of Seahawk, and these people were actually in New York City this morning when those two airplanes hit the World Trade Center.
No way to go New York. New York is shut down. It's over.
Thousands of people descended upon the streets of Weehawken, New Jersey. They arrived here by boats, cruisers, and ferries. All of them had just escaped the horrors of what happened across the river in New York at the World Trade Center.
I mean, there were just masses of people walking north, just trying to get, out of the city.
It was surreal. It was sort of like watching a Bruce Willis movie, like Die Hard 4. Basically, we were sitting there watching the first tower, and then the second tower, when the plane hit the second tower and we saw the fireball, it was just amazingly, it was shock.
Once here, most people were lost and didn't know which way to turn. And since trains and other forms of transportation were not running, for many, these chartered buses are the only way out of here.
Folks, Giant Stadium is your way to go. Go on these buses, it'll take you there. From there, you can make your way anywhere you have to go.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, it's a terrible day. It's something that people, I don't think, watching the people come off, I don't think the shock has hit them yet, and it will, because it's really something that's incredible.
All right, as you heard, we lost, or didn't hear you, we lost Alicia Taylor's audio. She is reporting from just across the harbor in New Jersey, where people are now finally getting out of the island of Manhattan. As with any tragedy, there is an obvious need for blood donations after something like this. If you would like to donate blood, you can call the Red Cross at 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. Again, that number is 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. Also, our NBC counseling line is now open. We have professional counselors here to answer your questions. You can call 877-996-2210. That's 877-996-2210 if you just want to talk to somebody or if you want some tips on how to talk to your kids. We will, of course, stay on top of every local development. We will be running the latest information, as you can see right now at the bottom of the screen. And we'll be back at 4 o'clock with a live local update again. For now, I'm Larry Menti. This is a good time to just be home with your family and watch television. We return to NBC network coverage.
Hardliner, she's tough. Colin Powell has all of the military experience. Donald Rumsfeld has had a rocky time politically, but certainly is an experienced official. But what George Bush has not shown America so far is the ability to project reassurance, to be comforter-in-chief as well as commander-in-chief. It's something that Ronald Reagan did so memorably when the Challenger exploded. It's something that Bill Clinton was able to do after Oklahoma City, even at a time of great stress and personal turmoil and scandal for his administration. And what is not known yet is whether a less articulate president can have the same effect at rallying the American spirit, because this is a time of utmost challenge, something, as you have pointed out, that we have not witnessed in my generation, not since Pearl Harbor.
The other date that comes to mind was the Kennedy assassination. That was really the last time the American people and the kind of managers of government have asked each other, what is going on here? How big an attack is this? Are we safe? Is our president safe? And it was then that they decided to put Lyndon Johnson on Air Force One out at Love Field in Dallas and get him at least aloft and to Washington. Today, we don't really know exactly what is going on. Is this it? Is it over? Have we seen it play out? And as a result, we have watched, in the course of the last several hours, our president secured away, more or less. He is now on a military base in Omaha, Nebraska, a long way, literally and figuratively, from Washington, D.C. Earlier, and we'll go back to Andrea for reaction to these comments, earlier we saw the president at an Air Force base in Louisiana. He hastily left his event, a school event in Florida. Here now, President Bush, and the last time we saw him on camera, from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President George W. Bush at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, a heavily fortified place where he was taken as basically a safe house, where he took off and is now on the ground at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska. That's where your president is at this hour. The Vice President and First Lady were spirited away to a safe location in Washington. This is the view from across the Hudson River in New Jersey. That's World Financial there in the foreground, and suddenly the New York skyline is altered. Back to NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
Let me just make one point, Brian.
Go ahead.
That Omaha is the home base of the Strategic Command. That is the Air Force and Navy Command. It was obviously very well known during the Cold War.
Right.
But presidents can launch nuclear attacks from there. They are in absolute communication worldwide. And it would not be surprising if that is where George Bush is heading right now.
Okay. Andrea Mitchell, thank you. We're going to be calling on your counsel and reporting, I'm sure, over the next several hours and days. We have to break away from you only because of our next guest, former U.S. Secretary of State, Warren Christopher. Mr. Secretary, what kind of situation do we have at hand? If nothing else happens, where are we vis-a-vis the world and terrorism?
Well, Brian, I think this is a time we need to be calm and focused. There's so much more to learn before we act. If we have to concentrate now on saving those who can be saved and being vigilant about preventing any kind of a recurrence of this, events of this magnitude seem almost beyond comprehension, but they're not beyond our ability to reason it out and take effective responses. I'm old enough to remember Pearl Harbor and the way we drew together after that event and other events in our history. But I think we need to avoid jumping to any conclusions on this. There's still be time enough to conduct postmortems and try to study it through. But right now, I think we need to concentrate, as the President is doing, on trying to save as many as we can save.
Mr. Secretary, you mentioned you're old enough to remember Pearl Harbor and the feeling in this country and the threat. Did we become lax as a nation?
Well, I think that we obviously did become lax in some respects. This kind of a series of events took a lot of integrated and coordinated planning. We'll learn about that as the days pass. You don't take over 3, perhaps 4 American aircraft, have pilots who can fly those aircraft without an awful lot of planning and coordination in various cities of the United States. So clearly we did become somewhat lax, but as I say, I think it's much too early to try to find scapegoats. There'll be time enough for that later. We need to be calm and try to settle the country down.
We're taking a look, as you speak, of a new sequence of pictures, each of these new pictures more horrifying than the last sequence. This is of the second commercial jet impacting the World Trade Center. Mr. Secretary, again, and here's the second blast as shot from ground level next to the second tower. This is an incredible moving picture. I ask this rhetorically, and I know you've been going over this in your mind in the hours since we've learned the news. How is it, you just said correctly, they took over 4 commercial aircraft. Think of the planning that went into this. How is it that we can apparently have no inkling that something was afoot?
Well, it's clear that we need to analyze all of our intelligence activities around the world. I don't want to start placing blame at the present time, but the United States is going to have to turn to its allies to try to improve our intelligence capabilities so this kind of thing can't happen again. I think we'll also have to hunt down any of those, not only who were the perpetrators, but who supported the perpetrators. There should be no place to hide for any country who might have given some help to this endeavor. You know, an endeavor of this kind took so much planning and so many resources. We must get to the bottom of it. But I caution once again, we ought to remain calm and focused and not jump to conclusions.
Mr. Secretary, one final question. Is there anything that you would recommend this president do, like perhaps a gathering in Washington of the wise men and women of this country, the old hands, former presidents, former secretaries of state? Does this occasion cry out for anything in your view?
I think it cries out for a very careful analysis of our intelligence capability and how we can prevent the happening of this again. So often these terrorists come from one country, strike in the second country, and go to a third country. So we need to have a coordinated international response to it. I thought the president made a fine statement, and certainly he'll have lots of advice as it goes along. But in the future, I think we really need to improve our intelligence capability beyond even where it is now, because clearly for this to have happened, for them to have taken over 4 aircraft, it's almost beyond comprehension to think how they did that and how they were able to get those 4 aircraft. You know, the hijackings we've heard about in the past have been amateur jobs. This was obviously 4 professional jobs in a row. So I don't want to jump to conclusions. General Shalikashvili, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff when I was in Washington last, used to say the first reports from the battlefield are usually wrong. So I just caution against jumping to too many conclusions, but we really have a serious international problem on our hands.
Mr. Secretary, former Secretary of State Warren Christopher, thank you very much for being with us live by telephone.
Thank you, Brian.
As we move on, we are joined now by an eyewitness to all of this in New York. Luann Schnabel was downtown in Manhattan at the time. Luann, what can you tell us from your perspective?
Well, I work about a block away, and my partner's fiance was in the building across the way, so as soon as we heard about the first crash, we went out to see if we could find her in the street, and we obviously couldn't locate her in the mayhem. And as we were standing there, we heard a plane coming in, flying very, very low, and we thought initially that hopefully it worked. And they put us down into the basement, and we were down there when the first building collapsed, and all of the power went out, and so we were downstairs. And they then evacuated us out and put us on boats and got us very safely to Jersey City.
Wow. What was, is there anything you can compare the atmosphere, the panic, the tumult?
No, and I hope to God that I never have anything to compare it to.
Well, we hope so too, and may all your friends, associates, loved ones be well in this. Lou Ann Schnabel, thank you very much for being with us.
You're welcome.
Veteran viewers know one of our veteran analysts is Ken Allard, military expert who has been of great help and counsel over the years on matters military. Ken is with us. Ken, you and I have yet to speak during this, and I'm curious just to get your thoughts to begin with.
Well, Brian, you know, we've been talking about Pearl Harbor, and I think that's probably the appropriate metaphor at one level, but I will tell you as well that what's really happened here is that this is an active war on American territory, and that one goes back a little bit farther. The last time we've seen anything like that was, frankly, in that war 2 years ago. We apparently did not take that as seriously as we should have, because if you don't take the war to him, he's going to bring the war to you. And unfortunately, that today is what we've seen.
Ken, what can we do to make sure this is it, that there's nothing else planned? If there is something planned, it doesn't come off. How do you set about looking for things?
Have been present any time that you travel in another country, particularly in Europe. Unfortunately, that has now ended.
Brian, I don't think you can underemphasize the coordination involved here. This was near military precision. Military pilots use a term called time on target. That's the ability to launch planes from different locations and all arrive over the target at the same time. They came pretty close to doing that today. These planes coming from different points, hitting 3 targets, all within a relatively short window, planes taking off from different places. Now, with our Flight Explorer software we have access to here, we were able to watch the flight path of one of the planes, an American plane that took off from Boston. There's the data about the airplane. It made its normal flight heading to L.A., and then over north central New York State, it makes a sharp left turn to 180 degrees, headed straight toward New York City. Now, in these planes, and that's the plane, by the way, that we'll see on videotape actually striking one of the World Trade Center towers. There it is, made its way straight to New York City. Now, on radar, they were clearly watching this plane, knew that it was a rogue airplane, and picking up what you said, Brian, there, you almost have to believe that someone else, other than the pilots, were at the control of that airplane as it plunged into that building. But again, think about the coordination involved. Now, why these particular flights? It could be security. We don't know, but we know in each of these cases they were big airplanes. I think 2 were 767s, 2 757s, cross-country flights, a lot of fuel on board. 767 could hold nearly 24,000 gallons of fuel. The 57, more than 11,000 gallons of fuels. These were flying bombs, well suited for the purpose that these terrorists decided to use them for. Big airplanes, the potential to carry a lot of people. In this case, none of them was full of passengers, but again, the potential was many more hundreds of people could have been on these airplanes. So I think it's a good bet that the FBI military will be looking at the possibility these were people certainly with a good degree of flight training. The computers on board would allow them to somehow coordinate to basically say, I want to be at point A at a given time, and then work within the performance parameters of the airplane itself. But you can't underestimate the amount of planning that went into this, Brian.
Lester, I've also, I said a short time ago on the air, and it's as if we're girding for almost anticipatable bad news. These are big aircraft, big metropolitan routes, kind of be preparing for the fact that there may be 1 or 2 big names on the list of the deceased, say nothing of some top executives that perhaps, God forbid, were in the World Trade Center during this attack. It's a horrible feeling, and imagine the families with loved ones working in New York, with loved ones who had flight travel plans today. The airlines are scrambling to deal with the fact that they were targeted by an act of terrorism. Scrambling to deal with the fact that they must now notify families. But Lester,
understand that
in this country that we didn't engage in the dirty business of human intelligence, and it is a dirty business. But if we're going to preempt these types of attacks, we have to have better human intelligence capabilities.
But also dealing with some of those states that are not necessarily sympathetic to our points of view is going to be a very tricky piece of diplomacy in the coming months.
There's a lot of there may be equal parts here of force and strength and resolve on the one hand, and diplomacy and politics on the other. It is very important that we do whatever we can to advance peace in the Middle East. There's no doubt about that, and that of course helps the moderate Arab states that are friends of the United States that have a very difficult time. The leadership of those states have a very difficult time when events like this happen, because when these types of events happen, they harden the views of the rejectionists on all sides.
Mr. Baker, I'm going to presume on our long-time professional relationship and ask you.
Not days, but weeks, more likely months.
Let's go. Thank you, John. Let's go to ABC's Bill Blakemore, who I said is in Lower Manhattan and closer even than George Stephanopoulos was able to get. Bill, do you hear me?
I do, Peter.
Go ahead.
There's an enormous search and rescue operation being mounted here for what's clearly going to be many days of grim work. We're just north of the wreckage, and the smoke's still coming out on the West Side Highway, right next to the Hudson River. Hundreds of firemen are reassembling and restaging here after their first partial defeat this morning, and they know that many of their colleagues are missing with the civilians in the wreckage. I've talked to several of them who were in one of the towers when the other one was collapsing, who barely got out. They're not quite sure how and can't even begin to talk about it. Tables have been set up in the street here by some of the officers who are helping them figure out who's going to go in when they can. There's a triage center that's been set up in the Manhattan Community College where bodies and people and survivors are going to be brought as they begin to figure out how badly they're injured. And we can tell, because they still can't go in, they're still milling around in the hot sun here, that it's going to take a long time before they can even begin to assess how many people there are who need their help in search and rescue, which is going to go on for some time. The streets just behind us are quite different. There's almost an eerie war scene type of feeling, because much of this part of the West Village has emptied out. On this very clear, hot day, there are occasionally jet fighters circling overhead, so there's even just a touch of the feeling of covering a war. But for the most part, everybody is still looking at this enormous wreckage and just beginning to absorb what it is, and these firemen are eager and ready to get in there as they begin to gather themselves and dust themselves off from their first foray in this morning.
Bill, this is an excellent report. I just have this one question, and it may just simply be my own inability to grasp it visually. Are they actually getting into either of the former towers of the Trade Center, or are they still working on the outside perimeter?
I cannot tell you the exact answer to that. Many of them are still waiting on the outside of the perimeter to figure out how to get into the general area. When the North Tower collapsed, parts of the top of it fell over all the way over here to the river. And so they're still trying to sort out through the smoke just exactly where they can get into. They are not letting the media get anywhere near the actual base of the two towers themselves. But there's just a general sense of these accumulating hundreds of firemen, that they're ready to go in, they're waiting to find where an opening will be.
Okay, thanks very much, Bill Blakemore. ABC's Don Daler did manage to get, I think, pretty close to the building at one point earlier today. Don, are you there?
Yes, Peter, I'm here. I'm just back to about 4 blocks away, but I escorted a federal agent through the up to the side of the World Trade Center itself, and can tell you it is probably the most horrible thing I've ever seen in my life. There is total devastation, but beyond that, there's no non-gruesome way to describe this, but there are bodies and body parts on top of some buildings next to where the World Trade Center stood in the streets. There is still a number of fires going on in buildings surrounding it, including the Marriott building appears to be on fire. There's a building directly behind the federal office building. I can't identify which building it is, but it's a taller building. The police and the firemen are getting away from that area, but they're afraid that that building will collapse as well. There have been a couple building collapses, or portions of them collapsing from the flames. So there are some buildings that they are just letting burn to collapse because it's too dangerous for them to fight it right now.
Don, thanks very much, Don. And now here is we're going to go to a briefing now on behalf of the political wing of the president's. I'm sorry.
Just have a very brief statement, and I want Chief Jester to talk about the search and rescue efforts underway. No surprise, we have very, very few details. We'll tell you what we can at this stage, but we have very few details. This is a terrible day. It is a tragic day for America. Our thoughts and prayers are with the injured and their families and the casualties. We're taking every appropriate step and precaution to prevent further attacks. We're making every effort to take care of the injured still in the building, and we're taking every appropriate measure to determine who is responsible. The Secretary of Defense...
And at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida, when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his Cabinet and National Security Team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then, and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country.
Airlines, of course, all across the country closed down, and it's true with news coverage as well, as best we can say. from today to get there. For example, the Federal Emergency Management Administration got involved in this today, but it's hard because of the communications problems all across the
Pentagon in Washington, and we have just been told, and we have just been hearing, that President Bush is now in a bunker at the Strategic Command at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. He started, and certainly a symbol of America, the World Trade Center, and who saw it happen in front of their eyes, what they had to
it's just total chaos and incredibly frightening situation down there.
I was working on the pier over there, and I stopped for about 2 seconds. I turned around, and the first plane looked like it was circling around both buildings. And then all of a sudden, it went in from the back, and the front just exploded outwards. Big, huge flame. Then about 10 minutes later, a second plane came, and it did the same thing, but it just went into the first World Trade Center on a lower level, and it blew out. Yeah, the second one hit building 2 in a big, huge ball of fire.
The words, the emotion of those people in New York who saw it all happen, many of whom who escaped with their lives. Now, I am told from our newsroom upstairs that one of the pilots of the plane, one of the 2 planes that crashed into the World Trade Center today, has 2 children in the Pennsbury School District in Bucks County. I don't know anything more than that. Don't know the pilot's name, don't know where he is from, but we are told, and we will pursue this further obviously, that one of the pilots of the plane that crashed into the World Trade Center has 2 children in the Pennsbury School District in Bucks County. We'll get more information on that as quickly as we can. Needless to say, the city of Philadelphia, just about 110 miles. Now I understand that Governor Ridge is ready, and he has begun to talk to the state of Pennsylvania from Harrisburg. Let's bring him in by satellite and listen to what Governor Ridge is saying now.
Whether enough appropriate words to describe the range of emotions that I think Pennsylvanians share with their neighbors in Virginia, New York, and the rest of America after literally witnessing the most brutal act of terrorism, perhaps in mankind, at least in recent history. Rage, horror, sorrow, you name it, you feel it, nauseous. It's a pretty difficult time for literally thousands and thousands of people who are directly affected, but this will obviously indirectly affect every single American. And I wanted to take this opportunity to ask Pennsylvanians at this time to help our neighbors. They need help with our prayers. A little divine intervention at this time will go a long, long way, but we need to do even more than that. I've talked to both Governor Gilmore and particularly Governor Pataki. I'm going to ask Pennsylvanians to donate blood. There are literally thousands of injured people, particularly in New York City, that we know of. We don't know of how great the carnage is in the Pentagon, but we know it's enormous, horrific proportions in New York. I'm going to ask the medical services community in Pennsylvania to establish a volunteer registry. I suspect that the doctors, the nurses, the emergency personnel, even the firefighters may need some relief over the next day or 2 in New York City. I hope as neighbors and fellow Americans we are prepared to respond that way as well. Pennsylvania should also know that our Emergency Management Operations Center was activated at 9:30 this morning. The Lieutenant Governor and I communicated. We're in different venues, both outside of Harrisburg, with everybody within the administration until we had a full meeting here an hour and a half ago. I was in northwestern Pennsylvania. It was delayed getting here because of not only a delay in getting approval for the liftoff, but the helicopter took a little while to get here. You should know that the Pennsylvania State Police are, there are presently about 100 of them at the Somerset site where that tragic and horrible incident with a commercial airliner.
What do we do now to pit that? There's the whole question of what do we do in terms of retaliation? What is there that's available in terms of military potential if we decide to do anything? Who should the people be that we look to that we may want to take some action against? All of this will take time. All of it will take some coordination. But I think there are a whole series of different questions. The one I don't understand, by the way, I can understand intelligence not being able to catch the fact that this whole event was to take place. What I do not understand is how you can hijack aircraft in the United States anymore. I thought we had that licked.
Yeah,
I thought we knew how to deal with that, but it's fairly clear now that one way or another, this is a total failure. And in fact, if we had prevented these hijackings, the rest of this couldn't have taken place. And that's where I think we need to begin to look very hard at what we do and how we do it to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Right, as it was not just one aircraft that was hijacked, but four.
I simply don't understand it. We have always thought for some years now that we knew how to handle this potential hijackers. Whether it was just sloppy procedure or what it was, I don't know. But it certainly cannot happen again.
Mr. Eagleburger, if you would just hang on a second. Joining us on the phone now is Hassan Rahman, who is the chief representative in the United States of the Palestinian Authority. Mr. Rahman, we saw pictures this morning from Palestinian towns and villages in the West Bank of Palestinians celebrating this event. Is this a cause for Palestinians to celebrate?
Oh, absolutely not. It's a day of sadness. We are in deep shock. We condemn in the strongest possible terms this cowardly act against the United States and against American installations. And absolutely, we in fact believe that the perpetrators of this horrible act should be brought to justice wherever they are.
Mr. Rahman, why should Americans believe you? Why should Americans not believe that the Taliban are saying, oh, how awful, that the Palestinians are saying, oh, how awful, because now that this successful terrorism has been carried out, someone is going to pay?
Well, first of all, why should not they believe me, to start with?
Well, I'm looking at the pictures of your people celebrating.
Well, it's not my people. There are a few kids in the streets who are angry at the Israelis, but they do not understand what had happened in the United States. Those cannot be representative neither of the Palestinian people at large nor of the Palestinian Authority. So we should not really misconstrue the reaction of a few teenagers in the street of Ramallah under siege with the position of the Palestinian people and how we feel in the Palestinian Authority.
Who do you think is a good candidate to look at for the responsibility for these acts?
I think it would be irresponsible from my side or anyone else to speculate at this point. There are American intelligence agencies who are involved in the investigation, and it is only prudent from all of us, and especially from the media, not to speculate, wait until we have sufficient evidence as to who are the perpetrators of this horrible act are.
Can you say, sir, that absolutely there is no Palestinian involvement in these terrorist attacks whatsoever?
I will say that absolutely there's no involvement of the Palestinian Authority or the PLO. Excuse me, I cannot say who is behind this, whoever it is, whether it is Palestinian, American, Latino, Chinese, Indian, Jewish, they should be condemned in the strongest possible terms, and they should be brought to justice.
You can understand how offensive many Americans find the footage of these Palestinians in the West Bank celebrating and passing out candy and cheering and showing victory.
I find it offensive myself too, but what can you do? Those are young teenagers. I saw them on CNN, and we should not take them as representatives.
Thank you, John, and we will check in with you a number of times later in the day and tonight. We have some chilling video now from New York City, and we want to show it to you. It's about 3 or 4 minutes long, and we're just going to let it run. There's very little you can say to amplify what you're about to see.
Rose, when the mayor was asked this question at a news conference a little while ago, he said he wasn't able to answer, but given your vantage point, can you tell how large a perimeter, how many square blocks are we talking about that's been devastated?
Well, I'd say that at least, you know, up to 4 blocks north, really 5 blocks north of the World Trade Center, there is debris on top of buildings. There are buildings that have been pierced by debris. The streets are covered with several inches of soot and literally pieces of people's desks. You know, there's office supplies. You know, where I'm standing right now, I can see there's letters on the floor. There's one woman's resume. There's some insurance papers. You know, things that clearly came from inside that building.
And Rose, where, again, you are how close to what's going on here?
I'm about, I'd say about 2.5 blocks north of the World Trade Center.
And are you still seeing victims injured being taken away or walking away, or is that
No, right now there's absolutely nobody that's getting anywhere close to that building. There's just a huge and enormous pieces of debris just falling one right after the other. And as I said, firefighters a lot of them are just standing here helpless, you know, wanting to go in and try to fight the fire, but just can't get any closer because of safety problems.
And Rose, is your sense that there are enough emergency personnel there once they can? I mean, are there? Give us a sense of how many emergency personnel you see.
There's an absolute small army of fire safety people. I mean, I even see Immigration and Naturalization Service officers, federal marshals. You know, there are trucks from all over New York. I see license plates, New Jersey, people from upstate New York. There's just a small army of people here, but there's just really not a whole lot that they can do for, you know, whoever may be left right now, because it is just such a dangerous situation.
CNN producer Rose Arce, she's talking to us right now. She's a few blocks away from the World Trade Center, describing efforts by rescue personnel who just cannot get close because it is still a very dangerous situation. You heard her say large pieces of debris still coming down. And these pictures we're showing you, all of them taken earlier in the day since the first airplane hit the World Trade Center.
Things come to mind.
Senator, I want to ask you about that, because there has to be many people out there watching who feel betrayed, who want to know why is it that something, how is it that something on this...
Those hard questions, and they will be. I think we also need to put it in perspective, though. We've had efforts against America for the last 20, 25 years, some of them almost of this magnitude in terms of the planning, and they've been warded off by law enforcement and intelligence. So we have to put it in somewhat perspective, and we have to also understand some of our other nations in the world have been under not exactly this kind of attack, but similar type terrorism for a long time, including Great Britain, including Israel and the Middle East, including Germany. So we have to understand that America is an open society, and we're vulnerable to this, and we need to do everything we can to tell the people of the world that we expect them to be solid with us, too, because we need world condemnation here. Certainly when we find out who did it, we need to retaliate, and we need to demand that the world stand solid with us in condemning any country that houses or supports terrorism.
All right, former United States...
That was Judy Woodruff of CNN interviewing a number of people in New York as we look at these historic, extraordinary pictures. And there is none more extraordinary than that, as we see one of the soaring buildings of the World Trade Center simply collapsing on top of itself after the first attack. Philadelphia, just 110, 120 miles down the Pennsylvania-New Jersey Turnpike from the scene of the explosion, and Mayor John Street said very quickly and emphatically that he did not believe Philadelphia would be a target in any of this, but nevertheless there were a number of measures that had to be
happening. The second shot, it has already gone in. And this is American Flight 11 from Boston to LA. 92 people were aboard, 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. And as you see there, they also caught the explosion. About an hour later at 10:05, that first tower did collapse. These are the first pictures we're getting in of the first plane, again, American Flight 11, that hit the World Trade Center Tower 1 shortly before 9 o'clock. Dana and Ernie?
Thank you very, very much. Let's continue. We were talking about Washington, too, because this tragedy has hit more than New York and Washington.
Do that for them. we don't have the answers to so many of those questions. We'll only ask you to stay with us as we work our way through this long and difficult day that will change this country in so many ways. Mr. Standish from Jane's Intelligence Digest, Alex Standish, who's still with us from London. How can free democracies deal with terrorism even if they had the will to all get together and settle on one plan?
It may not have been to people who knew, but
well, it seems as there was absolutely no warning. I mean, we were having a live interview on the air when it just collapsed behind them, and we could hear the screams then.
We've been listening to the connection. Let's go back to Ken Allard, who joined us earlier from Washington. We saw him often during the Gulf War and in other times when there have been national security crises in this country, but nothing to measure up to this one. I think that it's fair to say, Mr. Allard, we've been describing this as an act of war. It is nothing less than that. It's the single most devastating attack on this country since Pearl Harbor. It is going to take an exceptional response, not only in tracking down and finding those responsible, but how we secure ourselves for that in the future. The question that I asked earlier, there are limits on democracy. Tony Lake said earlier, we can't give up liberties to preserve our liberties.
Well, Tom, that's true. In trying to grope, for some historical perspective on this, and again, you've written a lot about World War II yourself. The thought that occurred to me was what Admiral Yamamoto said after Pearl Harbor. You remember he said that all that we have done is to waken a sleeping giant and fill him with a terrible resolve. And one would hope that that is exactly what's going to happen here. If the United States, if the American people, in the aftermath of this, can come together and basically support whatever has to be done, both in their internal security, in our internal security here, as well as probably some new directions abroad. That's probably the most that we can hope for. It is a day of tremendous tragedy. The only thing that you can hope for is that we react to this in the right way.
We did have to, during World War II and during the Civil War, give up certain liberties, at least for the short term. You think that that's going to be what's going to happen this time as well?
Well, Tom, there's no way to upset the American people any more than by telling them something that they have to do when they don't really want to. And that's true of any of us that try and rush through airports at the last minute. Many of us had fully realized up until today. That's going to involve not only those kinds...
Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm going to have to go find people who need help. I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Yeah. Can I get a toot? I'm just getting a couple of clean breaths. That's good. Okay. Back to you. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Where are you?
Oxygen. Don't have oxygen.
Hello, Doc.
Hey, that guy needs some oxygen if someone can share it with him.
10-4.
Thanks. Told me just to wait here at this semi-staging area. See if I can help, so that's what I'm doing. They won't let me go any closer. No one can go in to get the people out. There's small explosions still going on. So far, I've seen some people who needed oxygen from the dust. One trauma. Gonna go wash my eyes out. Yeah, that almost made it worse. Looking north on the West Side Highway. You guys going in? Yeah. Come with you. You know, you might not want to get too much closer, because the more buildings could come down, then we're not going to help anybody. All right. I think we should. Yeah.
Where's the incident come out?
Let's just. Yeah. Okay. Let's just wait right here. Let's just station up right here. Okay. All right. Why don't we set up? Can you hang IVs from this pole here? Okay. Okay. We just heard another explosion. They're handing out gloves and masks. The consensus is it's too unsafe to go in there. Just gonna wait here until they bring some people out. I was hooked up with some firemen with some first aid stuff. What are we doing? You know what? Anything? Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay?
Hold on to tie again to all units that are available. We're heading up a new command post on Murray Street and West Street. Any units available, report it when you're all up to go.
Any suggestions? Should we set up here for medical work? Think this is safe enough here?
Those pictures shot by Dr. Mark Heath. We don't know much about Dr. Heath, but we, I think, can fairly say that he had extraordinary presence of mind as he continued not only shooting those pictures, but also offering assistance where he could. At one point, he hid behind a car, tried to get into the car to protect himself from both the debris and the smoke that was building around him. The car was locked. He tried to break in, couldn't, and then hid his face in a medical bag, his medical bag. All the while he kept shooting. A couple of things that you might have wondered about. A couple of sounds. There was our colleagues at...
Because I have a lot of close friends, many I've known for the past 20 years in my reporter days, having frequently gone to those two towers, who I cannot contact, and I've tried the better part of the day to get in touch with them. We've gotten no word from Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter. We've gotten no word from a lot of folks I know at the New York Mercantile Exchange who trade in the oils and the futures markets that set the price of even the gasoline that we get at the pumps many times. No word from our folks at Cantor Fitzgerald, the big financial services firm, or Keith Barrett Woods, the big financial services concern, or Allstate Insurance. No indication as yet how far or extensive the damage was, or how people we've routinely had on this network and on my show over the past 5 years of this network and many years before that are even alive. So when these huge institutions, which play a vital role in the world capital markets, are not being heard from, you always fear for the worst. You hope for the best, but you fear for the worst. And I got to tell you, John, I have many, many dear and close friends and associates and contacts, none of whom I've heard from today.
You know, Anil, we're going to hear a lot more about this in the next couple of days, and we're hoping for the best for everybody. Linda.
Also there is movement from the President of the United States. He apparently has wrapped up a National Security Council meeting that he was conducting via phone at Offutt Air Force Base. There you see Air Force One in the air. He is headed back to the White House. We learned from Karen Hughes, senior advisor to the President, that Vice President Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice were already at a secure facility inside the White House, as are other senior White House staffers. Apparently, it has been decided that the President will go back there, join them as they continue to formulate a response to this. Another key player here, the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, he is not at the White House. He is at the Pentagon, even though there was a plane crash earlier there today. His office specifically not affected, so he remains there. But again, after finishing up a National Security Council meeting via secure phone at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha.
Obviously, things like public tours and non-essential personnel quit early and were sent home. But it is very tough to get work done in this environment. They are not just working, they are running the country. And now the president back in his plane, able to direct whatever forces he needs on the ground among his staff members. This is new videotape of the moments after the plane crash at the Pentagon. Horrifying stuff here. Again, this is the full brunt and explosive force of a commercial jetliner. For those of you who have just joined us, in addition to, we should recap the entire situation and where it stands. A note from that Pentagon jet crash. We've confirmed that Barbara Olson, the well-known conservative television legal commentator and the wife of U.S. Solicitor General Ted Olson, was on board the commercial jetliner that crashed there at the Pentagon. This, here we are, 4:30 in the east on one of the most amazing days in contemporary American history, certainly one of the most tragic, most horrifying. Four commercial planes hijacked and crashed. The World Trade Center, for all intents and purposes, no more in New York. This plane crash at the Pentagon we've been looking at. Our own Ashley Banfield, who has spent this entire day in Lower Manhattan with the dust and the chaos and the sadness and the soot, is with us now for a live report from there. Ashley, hello again.
Brian, hi. We're keeping a very close eye on the building that I had told you earlier was directly behind. Unfortunately, he was with me, but he had to go. He's obviously in a dire situation himself. He's got crews that he needs to deal with, and he needs to find out if his coworkers are all okay. He was told earlier that most of them everyone should be okay because those were all evacuated at 9 o'clock this morning, shortly after the original plane crash happened. So again, the concern at this point, if your visuals, and I'm unfortunately on a cell phone because we have been moved with our live locations 5 times now, and it's very difficult to get pictures out of our location now. The big concern is number 7 World Trade Center, the large brown building. In fact, Ivan, can I just ask you what you saw? You were watching the south side of 7 World Trade Center. And
east side.
Southeast side or just the east side?
East side, right.
What did you see when you saw those windows start to blow out?
It was very quiet, and then suddenly one window blew out, and then every 20 to 30 seconds another window would blow out down the line on one floor, then hit the second, and then every 20 to 30 seconds the window would blow out, and then as the fire kept going higher and higher, larger pieces of the building started blowing out of the building.
Did it look like it was a succession of explosions, or did it look as though it was the fire that was just bursting windows in that line of succession?
It looked like the fire was just spreading from one room to the other and one floor to the other, exploding the windows out.
How high up was that on 7 World? That's the brown building we're looking at right now. How high up was that? What floor is it?
It started around the 12th to 15th floor. And that's working its way up to the roof.
And that's about what would you say, a 60-story building?
Yes.
About a 60-story building.
50 or 60 stories, yes.
All right, Ivan, thank you. Brian, I'm just watching as the smoke is just billowing out of that building as well. What are you pointing at? See. We're also, or let me just read this. There's a sign in front of me on a light stand. It says "Donate blood." Blood is being accepted at the following locations, and it lists 3 different locations. With subways down, it is a long walk for a good cause, and these are going up on some of the light standards outside the perimeter. And as I said, the reason we can't come to you with pictures is because the perimeter keeps moving. We're being pushed. There's a big concern as well for the wind. If the wind shifts north, right now it's blowing in an easterly direction. If the wind shifts north, all of those plumes of smoke that you're seeing probably on your live shots will start to come directly down the north-south thoroughfares of Manhattan, where, as you can imagine, hundreds of thousands of people are now gathered watching this travesty unfold in front of them. And that's what a great concern of the police is. Not to mention, as I said before, the collapse of this building, number 7 World Trade Center, which right now, if I'm counting best I can, is about 7 blocks south of us. And let me just remind you that when the 2nd World Trade Center tower came down, we were a couple of blocks away. And I'm just being moved away. We were a couple of blocks away and were hit so hard with that cloud of smoke. Do you have any more information, sir, on this building and the concern about it? And are we going to be moved any further, or is this a final perimeter?
I don't know. All I know is that they're just going to move for now, and that's all I believe that they're going to do.
To this perimeter here? Yeah. Do you have any added information, sir? I'm just talking to some of the officers, the state police, New York.
The thing we're doing is the precautionary basis now, only because we've been informed that there might be some, unstable debris or anything else. We just don't want anybody to get hurt, and that's why we're moving everybody at least to back there where people can depart from the corners. And we want to leave it open for emergency vehicles, that's all.
I also saw busloads of doctors. It would look like doctors being bused in.
You have all sorts of rescue personnel that are being moved around.
They were being moved in, but I also saw some rescue personnel being moved out. And one of the drivers of New York police officers said to me it was too dangerous. They were evacuating some of those rescue workers.
We don't know where they were working, where they were coming from, so I can't really give you any information. I don't want to misinform you.
That's okay, I understand. Have you been told at all that there will be evacuated workers?
No, you're going to have to move back.
I understand. Thank you. As you can imagine, Brian, I'm trying to get information as we're walking
right.
and being sort of pushed behind police lines. But if I could give you a rough guesstimate of how far away we are from the initial site, from ground zero, would you say, 20 blocks or so, maybe? Oh, no, we're about maybe 12 blocks at this point now. We've been moved 5 times since this all started happening about 7 hours ago, and each time they move us about 2 blocks to 3 blocks at a time. So,
Ashley, what's still burning?
From my vantage point right now, the actual plaza of 1 and 2 World Trade Centers is still on fire. That's what we're told the flames are that we see.
Because it's a lot of fire, and you can tell it's a hot, fast-moving smoke from here.
I'll tell you, it's got to be a huge fire, because from where we are, we can see through intensely thick black smoke the flames. So, 15 blocks away or so, to be able to see that through this cloud of debris and smoke, we can still see a lot of it burning. What we cannot see burning, which is the immediate threat as we understand it, is the southeast side of 7 World Trade Center, which, Andrew, what would be the count? How many blocks up from 1 and 2 World Trade Center would 7 World Trade Center be? Maybe 6, 7? 7 blocks up? Maybe about 5 blocks. 5 blocks north of where 1 and 2 both fell this morning is 6 and 7. 6 has fallen, as we've been told. 7 is burning badly, and it's burning on a side that we cannot see. We can see the smoke billowing from it, but we cannot see the flames of it just because we're obstructed by other structures.
Well,
but the concern is that is going to go down, that it's going to collapse. And I can tell you, if it goes down, even the hundreds of people who are being kept behind this periphery are going to be running, because it's the plumes of smoke and debris and dust that move so fast down the streets. That's what we got caught in this morning with the 2nd World Trade Center that fell.
We are looking at a shot from across the Hudson River, miles away from New York, and it is actually the same.
Who was on a ferry coming down the Hudson as number 1 was hit. And
what did he say?
Well, he was actually reading his paper and heard it and looked up and said that at that point the ferry, which was supposed to stop at the World Financial Center, just kept right on going and stopped elsewhere downtown. But there was a lot of chaos and concern aboard the boat because people didn't know at that point what was going on.
Now, on another note, trading, as you know, has halted on Wall Street. And there are a number of investment companies that are located right down in that area, of course. What is the status now as far as tomorrow? Do you have any information, since that is your line of work?
I've heard nothing specifically other than the fact that the New York Stock Exchange is holding a conference call later on this afternoon. Pure speculation on my part, cannot imagine, just in terms of the logistics of getting people in and out of downtown Manhattan, that they can open up, certainly not tomorrow.
They've talked about how other buildings, I mean, the mayor was saying it's still unclear what other nearby buildings, business offices, investment firms were racked by this.
And there were plenty of investment firms in the Trade Center itself that had offices that were clearly destroyed today. It's surreal. You look at the pictures and it's...
You can't believe it.
I was in the building at 8:35 getting off the train, walking through, and...
Incredible. Fortunately, you are here to talk to us today. I'm sure you managed to get to a telephone to call somebody at home, let people know you're okay.
My wife was quite upset. She would rather that I be there than here, but
we appreciate
there's no moving out of New York at this point.
Okay, Larry Kofsky, CBSMarketWatch.com, eyewitness, and you lived it, and you're here to talk about it. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Numbers of injuries and deaths are still being counted. It will be some time before we know the full impact of this, although the mayor saying at least 2,100 wounded, 600 sent to area hospitals as they continue to work. You know, these pictures we're showing you now are from this morning, at least these right here, but the work continues ferociously downtown. As the smoke, as you're seeing a live picture of what is left of the World Trade Center, we will all have to change our view as we look at the southern tip of Manhattan. We see Lady Liberty off there, a tiny little island there on the right as she stands there in her harbor that has been so very hurt today on this tragic day in American history, and no Twin Towers there to see anymore. But the smoke continues.
And we had mentioned earlier, Dana, of course, that a lot of people are still unaccounted for. That is the job underhand right now. Officials believe that about 10,000 people were inside the Twin Towers this morning at the time of the attack. Of course, there were numerous people on the ground, hundreds of people, including police and firefighters. We have just gotten word, we were talking to Larry Kofsky, Wall Street will be closed tomorrow, the NASDAQ, the American Stock Exchange, and the New York Stock Exchange. That's the latest we have on Wall Street.
Let's check with Todd McDermott. He's in our information center with some late information. Todd.
Dana, Ernie, I was struck by a phone call I got from my own mother, thinking that she didn't know whether I was okay, whether the family was okay. It's important tonight that you get a hold of your family, and then obviously you get home to your family. We have some information from here in the Information Center on how to get home tonight. I know you're going to want to hug your kids and your spouse as well. First of all, 7 subway service, the number 7 line, that line has resumed service, as have all other lettered subway lines. Again, all lettered service has been restored if you need to get home tonight. And again, this is about the time many people will be heading home. That was restored earlier today. Now, only emergency vehicles are being allowed into Manhattan at this time. It's important to note, if you're trying to get into Manhattan, to see a loved one, to get home, you won't be able to. Only emergency vehicles are allowed in. Penn Station closed until further notice. Again, the Penn Station's been closed most of the day now and will not reopen anytime in the foreseeable future. Of course, we'll keep you updated on that. Also, New York City buses are operating. If you get out on the street, you will see the buses in service. No fares are being collected. It's a good way to get home as well. Grand Central Station is open, offering just, though, limited service. Again, limited outbound Metro North service. Again, no fares being collected. Now, this is from metrocommute.com. The New Jersey commute complicated today, obviously, for quite a while. The tunnels, bridges closed. Now, New Jersey roadways affected by security measures. I-80 eastbound, I-95 northbound, that traffic being diverted in Bergen County from the George Washington Bridge area. I-80 is closed eastbound from Saddlebrook Road. You can expect delays in downtown Newark as well. I also want to give you a look now, as we again look at the devastation, at some of the other things happening around the country. Primarily, I want to take you to Florida. This is a scene you may not have seen earlier, but we did talk about it earlier today. Among the places evacuated, Walt Disney World in Florida. If we could take you there to that in just a moment, you will see that is one of the many places that was evacuated. Not only the Sears Tower in Chicago, Los Angeles on full alert, many other the areas in Seattle, anywhere there was a large building, there was a shutdown and evacuation. I want to show you now, if I can, though, what Walt Disney World in Florida looked like at the moment they began to evacuate people from there. There it is, buses coming out. If you've ever been there, you know, Walt Disney World is basically a compound set off by highways, and there are several roads in, several roads out, can be controlled. People walking out, taking trams out, taking buses out. One of the many areas evacuated, as well as obviously all the major government buildings in Washington. Some of those evacuated before the Pentagon was struck today, others afterwards. Again, that is what you're seeing, though, in Florida. Walt Disney World among the places evacuated today in anticipation of further terrorist attacks. Also, I'm told that just a short time ago we saw a police escort here in Manhattan for trucks transporting blood to area hospitals. Again, St. Vincent's has become ground zero, but many of the hospitals, Bellevue also, and many other hospitals treating the wounded, the injured, the critically injured. Surgery, a requirement as well for many of the people. We don't have a count on how many have been injured, how many will require treatment. Mayor Giuliani says it may be days before we have an exact count on those dead and those injured in this tragedy here in New York alone, let alone at the Pentagon in Washington. But we did see that trucks transporting blood to local hospitals. Also, as Ernie mentioned, the stock market, Wall Street closed today. Many other closings obviously to follow as the mayor assures New Yorkers, don't be frightened, continue to cooperate, but there is a long haul here to get back to normal from where we started today at about 8:48. Ernie, Dana, back to you.
Todd, thank you so much. Along with those hospitals who are actually at one point also put out the call for doctors and nurses who might be able to help. The blood center locations, 310 East 67th Street, 153 East 53rd Street, the Citicorp Center there, and not too far from us, 150 Amsterdam Avenue. And as our reporters have said, the turnout has been incredible because that's what we do here in New York. So be patient. You might even be given a card, a number, time to come back and give blood at a later date.
Okay, Dana, we have a guest in the studio. His name is Micha Halpern. He happens to be a political commentator from Jerusalem who just happened to be in New York when this all happened. Of course, this is an amazing story. You have so much insight here. What do you think happened here?
Well, I can't say who did it, and I don't think anyone at this stage can say. We can have guesses as to who perpetrated this dastardly deed. What I can say is, from the point of view of the terrorist, it was a tremendous success. The terrorists...
How do they pull something like that off? You were talking earlier about how it takes so much coordination, so many different pieces to make something like this happen. Can you describe the mindset and how that organization works?
Exactly. In order for one act like this to happen, tens of people have to be involved in order to coordinate places, positions, activities, explosives, weapons, everything else. In order to get simultaneous deeds like this to happen, many, many more people had to be in the works. And as a result, you have them also not just coming in New York, you've got it elsewhere. So you've got a huge terrorist unit working.
So you have a very diverse group of people involved?
Right, not just in terms of intelligence, but also in terms of operations, in terms of gathering information, as well as in terms of bringing stuff. If one link would have fallen, the entire act might not have succeeded.
Which, from their eyes, the person who was at the controls, because many of the stories I've read have said the pilots were not the American Airlines pilots at the plane, at the controls there. Most likely it was a very skilled hijacker or someone who got their way to the cockpit chair.
If indeed that happened, yes.
We don't know that for sure.
We have no idea. But what I can say, from the point of view of the terrorist, their objective is to frighten all of us, to make us afraid. But the reality is we can't be afraid. The reality is that from their point of view, they're martyrs. From our point of view, they're suicide terrorists. A martyr theologically is a positive thing, a warrior for a cause. A suicide person should be shunned. And indeed, they are suicide terrorists and not martyrs. In their perspective, and from the perspective of politically as well as theologically from their perspective, they're respected by their families. They're embraced by their environs. Their leaders even support them, if not passively, then actively. And now we have to look at the opposite. We have to see it for what it is. The destruction of innocent human life.
I would be interested in your take, Mr. Halpern. We heard Yasser Arafat today condemn what happened here in New York. At the same time, we've also seen celebrations in Palestine. Give us your view as how that works.
Well, I think there are several things important to recognize here. First, everyone who claims responsibility might not be responsible, and everyone who denies responsibility might not be irresponsible. That being said, I think it's very important to recognize that there is a tremendous amount of antagonism towards the United States. Israel and the United States are linked in many ways. The United States is the arch demon for fundamentalist Islam. There's no question about it. Anyone connected to that, anyone connected to the United States, also becomes a part of that demonization. Yeah. Israel is a part of that. The Jewish people are a part of that also. Unfortunately, though, it's very interesting that over the last few weeks we've seen that the United States has recognized that they were potential targets in foreign countries. and have even scaled down their responsibilities in various places.
We had reported, about the report out of London some 3 weeks ago where Osama bin Laden had threatened that there would be some type of action taken against the U.S. because of its support of Israel.
No, absolutely. There's a tremendous amount of links back and forth. It's not just because of support of Israel, it's also what the United States represents.
Okay, so what does this all do now?
Right. What happens ultimately is the United States believes fundamentally in freedom. It believes in the objectives of democracy. Israel is connected to that bond, both historically as well as politically today. The street runs both ways, and as a result, the United States is a potential target, not because of its relationship with Israel, but because of what the United States represents, and that's very important. Israel also represents those issues. Hence, we have the celebration throughout certain places of the Middle East.
How is this all going to be handled when you go back home, when you go to Israel, in the press, by the people?
Well, it's very interesting, actually. There are a lot of strange worries that my family has when I live in Jerusalem, the fact that I live in Jerusalem. Now it's very interesting. My Jerusalem counterparts are actually calling here to worrying about how we are in confronting terror, the likes of which we haven't seen almost ever.
We want to thank you very much for joining us today. Micha Halpern, a political commentator from Jerusalem who just happened to be here in New York, your observations on what you have experienced here today and perhaps what will happen next.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Safe journey home.
Yes.
4 planes crashed today, 266 people on board, passengers, flight attendants, and pilots. Those numbers
out at this point. I'm going to show you a couple of perspectives that we have right now as we head and take a look at the 59th Street Bridge at this point. You can see the skyline at this area. Still heading over right now and showing you the George Washington Bridge. Now the upper level outbound, that has been reopened at this point, still closed on the lower level and the inbound side of the upper level, along with the Holland Tunnel and the Lincoln Tunnel as well. Those do remain shut down at this point. We'll take a look looking from the Empire State Building as we head out to another view of the area at this point. Also taking a look from Staten Island, another perspective of the skyline. Certainly not going to look the same from this point on. And as we take a look right now, showing you things as we move out along the Belt Parkway to JFK. You're looking at traffic heading towards the Van Wyck Expressway there. Very slow at this point as folks tried to head to their destinations at this point. Also along the New Jersey Turnpike out by Newark Airport, again, you'll notice no airplanes on the runway through this area, along with all the other airports throughout the area. Service there not resumed until at least 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And as we also show you things moving along the Grand Central Parkway out by LaGuardia, same deal here. Again, no air travel throughout the country at this point. Also looking at a perspective heading in from Giant Stadium at this point, taking a look into Manhattan at this point. We'll also show you things moving along the Grand Central Parkway, a very heavy ride as folks are heading to Queens on the Grand Central Parkway here. Also continuing to deal with some closures. We do have some service that is working right now. The ferries in the New York Waterway, we are starting to see some service heading New Jersey bound if you are heading that way. Again, southbound on the Henry Hudson closed by the Henry Hudson Bridge at this point. Northbound is open to the George Washington Bridge to head outbound into New Jersey at this point. Both sides of the Cross Bronx Expressway are open, but again, very heavy traffic as folks do head to and from their destinations at this point. Throgs Neck and Whitestone, open both ways at this point. Triborough, Bronx, and Queens bound only. That's where we're seeing service. No inbound service there. Again, the George Washington Bridge upper level open. Outbound, again, Lincoln and Holland, that does remain shut down. Brooklyn Battery Tunnel and the Brooklyn Bridge both closed at this point. Also, Brooklyn bound Williamsburg Bridge and Manhattan Bridge, that is open to pedestrian traffic only. We're seeing no vehicles crossing through these areas. Staten Island bound Verrazano Bridge, that is open. Brooklyn bound, though, that does remain shut down. Again, New Jersey bound Bayonne and Goethals, along with the Outer Bridge crossing, that is open. The Staten Island bound sides of these 3 bridges, though, that does remain closed at this point. And on the LIRR, we are seeing limited service eastbound heading out of Penn Station, just very limited service at this point. Also westbound on the LIE shut down. Heading into Queens, westbound Northern Boulevard. Also closures through this area from Glen Cove Road out to Lakeville Road. This is due to emergency vehicles trying to gain access to the hospitals out in Long Island. So certainly trying to get folks some help through these areas as well. Northern State Parkway shut down at the Queens line along the Southern State Parkway at Meadowbrook. So certainly try to avoid these areas at all costs at this point. Eastbound 80 express lanes closed at exit 62. The local lanes shut down at 95. Westbound sides closed at exit 4 at this point. Northbound on the New Jersey Turnpike is open now north of interchange 11. Now, the east and western spurs also have been reopened, but northbound 95 and eastbound on the Newark Bay extension, that does remain closed at this point. Southbound on the Palisades Parkway closed at exit 2. Also, eastbound Route 4 at Jones Road shut down. Eastbound Route 46 at 5th Street, and along with eastbound Route 3 at the New Jersey Turnpike as well. Northbound routes 1 and 9 closed at the Pulaski Skyway, along with Route 7. That is also shut down at the Whit-Penn Bridge. We do have numerous closures. Again, service just beginning to resume on the trains and lots of service heading out of Manhattan, but again, still no service moving into Manhattan at this point. Back to you.
Thank you, Rachel. It is 5 o'clock on this Tuesday, September 11th, 2001, a day we'll never forget in New York's history, in this nation's history.
So much going on, of course. So we have our reporters out on the field. Vince Dementri is joining us right now. He is live in Lower Manhattan with an update as to what's happening there at the moment. Vince?
I can tell you I've just been a place that I have been to that, frankly, no firefighters want to go to. Behind me, you see burning 7 World Trade Center. I didn't know it at the beginning, at the tape you're about to see. I didn't know it was a 7 World Trade Center, but I know it now coming back. A 4-block radius has been cordoned off because fire officials expect that building to collapse. I've been within 10 feet of that building within the last 15 minutes. I've been as close to where no one wants to be. Take a look. When you first saw it and walked up to it, you heard it as you were racing to it, but to see it's another thing. What's the first thing that went through your head just after initially seeing it?
I just wanted to cry, to be honest with you. It's terrible.
We are in an abandoned skyscraper, and quite frankly, I don't even know where I'm at. I see a sign outside that just gives me a reference of Barclay Street. As you can see all around here, the windows have been blown completely out. And as we take a walk towards the front of the building here, you want to take a look outside. If you have never been to war, like I have never been to war, then this is what it looks like. We don't know what that building is. We don't know where this building is, but they're obviously on fire. Maybe there's a chance that they could collapse. I've been on this earth for 37 years. I've never been to a war, but I can only imagine that this is as close as I've ever come.
It's an unbelievable sight. I've never seen something like this. And I'm 20 years on this job. This is the worst I've ever seen it before. It's unbelievable, the devastation. We got burnt cars. We have the top of the World Trade Center toppled onto the street. We have we don't know how many people are missing right now. We don't have that number yet, but I'm sure that there is.
I've heard reports that there are just bodies littering the street.
Well, there's reports of people trapped inside the building, but we haven't, we haven't gone. We can't go in yet until the fire's under control.
More debris falling from a nearby building, the World Trade Center. We're at West Broadway and Barclay. Very difficult to breathe here, but look around. This must have been ground zero where this thing blew up. Car after car after car, buses, completely obliterated and burned straight down to the steel. Behind me, that gaping hole, that's where one of the 2 towers stood. It's not there. And as you can see above me, the fire in this adjacent building just continues to rage. It's a surreal environment. It's almost impossible to describe, again, except to make a war correlation. Whoever said somebody declared war on us, it certainly looks like it, doesn't it?
Vince, can you hear us now?
The firefighter that you heard in that piece, his name is Lieutenant John Ginta. He talked about wanting to cry at the sight of what he saw. I can now identify with what he's talking about. He talked about bodies in the street. I didn't see any. He talked about people being trapped in that rubble. But as many of you well know, and frankly, I'm not sure who's on the anchor desk, but I have many friends in the law enforcement community, and I've talked to friends of theirs today, and I found out that many of my friends are in that building, 1 and 2 that have collapsed. And you try to distance yourself from this stuff, but when it hits home, it's a far different story. So my prayers right now go out to their families and the families of everyone who's been affected by this. I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
Vince, we join you in what you have just expressed, and we're also very sorry about the personal involvement that you have in that story. Can you stay with us for a moment, Vince?
Sure. Sure. Is this Ernie?
Yes, Ernie and Dana. You described what is very much the warlike atmosphere there, and seeing you with your mask on and walking through was just incredible, and that's compelling television, if you will, not to mention the magnitude of the loss here and the depth of the story. How did you get in there?
Well, we just, you know, again, you hate to make these war correlations, but my photographer and I, Terrence, you know, we just went from street to street, building to building, alley to alley, and we just weaved our way in. You know, when we got as far as we thought we could go, we talked it to each other, and of course safety was amongst our concern. And we just said, let's just keep going. Let's see how far we can get to this without endangering our own safety. And when you saw how close we got to what I now realize behind me, 7 World Trade on fire and expected to collapse, you know, what was really frightening is that when we were looking around, there was nobody there. It was us, and that was it. And I think at that point the realization was that we were really in a place where we really just needed to get as much video as we possibly could to show everybody just the total devastation and the destruction, and then just get out.
Well, it was dramatic to watch, and we also have some video right now that we're looking at. You interviewed one of the firefighters there. You were talking about the number of people that are missing. He said that they don't know. There are many trapped inside, but they can't go in, I heard him say, until that fire is under control. Do you have anything more on that as to when they might be able to get in there?
Ernie, all I can tell you is that everyone that is talking to me right now, fire officials, police officials, emergency officials, are telling me they'd love to go in there and do whatever they can to try to rescue anybody that might still be alive. But they can't. There are too many things on fire. There are too many buildings that they are concerned with collateral damage that could collapse at any minute. And imagine the catastrophe that would then take place, that if you sent in hundreds, maybe thousands of rescuers to be in that situation, to have 50, 60, 70 tall skyscrapers around them collapse on them. It's wrenching their hearts. This is what they get paid to do. But right now, nobody can go in. You just can't.
Vince, I know it wrenches your heart too. You and I have worked together for several years here, and as I look at you standing out there, I think of you at TWA Flight 800 out in that boat, in the water, in that dark night after that plane crashed. And I know how moved you were by that and how moved you are by this. And we're not talking about comparing tragedies here, but we're talking about what we do for a living. And I know that it is hard as you do this work, and we commend you for what you do as you've told these stories.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vince. And as we say to you, as to all of our reporters and all the people that are out there, be careful. And we certainly will talk to you in a short while. If you are just joining us at 8 minutes after the hour of 5, we have been on the air now talking about what we call the attack on America in Lower Manhattan, a deadly terrorist attack in New York City and Washington today. The targets, the World Trade Center, as you can see right there, no longer the World Trade Center as we have known it. Both of those towers have been wiped out. They have been leveled to the ground. And the drama all unfolded earlier this morning. 2 airplanes smacked right into the World Trade Center. And after that, it's all history. It continued. The 2 buildings then exploded. They were leveled. Right now, an enormous loss of life and personal tragedy. Some of the figures that we have, 600 people right now in the New York hospitals. 150 are in critical condition. Earlier, Mayor Giuliani held a news conference. He said that he had placed the death toll at 5 in New York. Perhaps over 1,000 or more are injured, and those numbers, according to the mayor, no doubt will rise, and they will change as we go on. A lot of people still unaccounted for. You just heard Vince Dementri's report. Fire officials are trying to go inside to find those people who are trapped and some of the victims, but they can't do that until the fire is brought under control. Officials do believe that there were approximately 10,000 people who occupied those Twin Towers today. That's bad enough. It could have been 50,000 perhaps, but we're told that it was about 10,000 people this morning when the attack occurred, including hundreds and hundreds of people on the ground, including police and firefighters. Very brave to be doing their job.
We should also go over again what airlines these were. The first plane that hit the World Trade Center building number 1 was American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, 2 pilots. 18 minutes later, American Airlines Flight 77, Washington to Los Angeles. That was Dulles to Los Angeles, 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, 2 pilots, crashing in number 2 World Trade. United Airlines Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco, crashing near Pittsburgh, Somerset County, PA. That's crashing in a strip mine area. A man on a cell phone, it was reported from a dispatcher on the ground, said he got a call from a man on a cell phone on board that plane saying, "We are being hijacked. We're being hijacked." Again, it crashed southeast of Pittsburgh. And then United Airlines Flight 175, Boston to Los Angeles, 56 passengers, 7 flight attendants, 2 pilots, crashed at the Pentagon. Heavy damage, injuries, 20,000 people estimated evacuated from the Pentagon alone. Capitol also evacuated. Lawmakers, aides, tourists, all sent into the surrounding streets of our nation's capital.
And Dana, those 4 plane accidents that you were talking about, those plane crashes, the figure that we have is approximately 266 people who have been killed in those 4 separate airline crashes. That's approximately 266 passengers and crew members aboard those 4 planes. President Bush, of course, reacted quickly to what was going on, vowing to find those responsible and assured the American people that security measures were in place in terms of our safety. The president also said that other top government leaders and officials are said to be in a safe place. He was deeply concerned, as we heard from the president today, and he talked about that this nation today, in his words, is being tested, and he said that we will pass this test. We've been hearing, yes.
I was just going to say, here in New York, several hospitals have been quite busy, including St. Vincent's, where our reporter Whitney Casey is standing by to give us the latest on injuries and just how the crews are handling everything, the hospitals, the doctors, rather, and the nurses there. Whitney, what can you tell us?
Well, right now, the numbers are climbing as expected. We have about 300, over 300 right now, but joining us is Mark Ackerman. He is the executive director of the hospital. Now, you say a lot of the injuries that you've seen now have been abrasions to the cornea from a lot of the emergency workers because of all that dust in the area.
The most recent injuries that we've gotten in have been firefighters and police officers who've been literally digging through the debris, and with all the concrete dust in the air, they're getting a lot of abrasions and literally bloody fingers from digging by hand.
And you said, and this is sort of morbid, that the digging has begun again.
Right. The EMS had informed us that all the rescuers had to back off for about almost an hour, and unfortunately they've informed us that they have begun digging again, and they believe we'll be seeing a number of live victims coming in here through the night. So we are prepared with all of our physicians and nurses to be here through the night. We're on our constant state of preparedness, and just ask all of our employees to please come in for their regular shifts. If they have any trouble with transportation, to please call us, and we'll arrange through the police department to get them here.
Now, for somewhat of a frenetic thing that's happening down, this right here has been very calm.
We unfortunately have had a lot of practice with very major disasters in this city, and St. Vincent's has, from the time literally of the Titanic, brought in hundreds of patients at a time from great disasters, and we're well practiced at it, unfortunately.
But the worst is not over yet. You said in the World Trade Center bombing in '93, 30 to 36 hours later, there were still more people coming.
Yeah, what will happen is people will not realize that they may have fallen and hurt their shoulder or gotten injured or had had some type of mental trauma, and we really encourage people to reach out to one of the hotlines. We have 3 of them to talk about this disaster today. It will really affect all of us in this city.
Thank you so much, Mark. Take care. Now, again, let me give you some of those numbers. The Family Center number here, if you may be concerned that you have family members here at St. Vincent's, is 212-604-8053. Now, you can also come down here to St. Vincent's. There's a Family Center at 55 West 12th Street and 65 West 11th Street. Now, also, Mark did tell us the number is 310 patients that are now here, 42 rescue workers, mostly because this is the closest trauma center to the World Trade Center. 45 now in critical condition, and we have 3 deaths, and they're saying that 1 death was a firefighter. Reporting live from St. Vincent's, Whitney Casey, and CBS 2.
Okay, so thank you so much, Whitney. And once again, Mayor Rudy Giuliani is saying at least 2,100 people had been injured, 600 of them taken to the hospital, 1,500 called walking wounded were taken across New York Harbor to New Jersey's Liberty State Park.
Again, we have some updates now, some new information. As we've been speculating, many have been speculating that Osama bin Laden had something significant to do with this attack on U.S. interests here in New York and in Washington. There had been a denial by the Taliban in Afghanistan earlier today. Again, bin Laden believed to be hiding out in Afghanistan, being harbored by the Taliban. The Taliban denying that bin Laden's involved, denying their involvement. However, a top U.S. law enforcement official who requested anonymity has said Osama bin Laden is at the top of their list of the suspects in what's happened here. Really no surprise, but a reaffirmation of what many believe, that only bin Laden would have had the just the strategy, the network, and the money to pull off this unprecedented, unbelievable, catastrophic attack on the United States.
Even though we had mentioned earlier that some of his followers had said, no, he doesn't have the money to do it, no, he's not responsible, it's not looking like that's the case.
Yeah, actually, there have been reports, and I believe CBS News has reported in the weeks previous to this, bin Laden is not as strong as he once was, that the money does not flow as it once did. However, if they're looking for terrorists who seem to have his handprints, fingerprints all over this, it will be Osama bin Laden. And again, there was that report that followers of bin Laden warned a London journalist 3 weeks ago that bin Laden would launch an unprecedented attack on the U.S., on U.S. soil. And here we are on September 11th with just such an attack.
Indeed. Let's go ahead and recap. At around 9 o'clock this morning, a plane crashes into the first tower of the World Trade Center. Roughly 10 minutes, 18 minutes after that, the second plane crashes into the second tower. Shortly after that, a plane crashes at the Pentagon. We initially thought it was near the Pentagon, but it was indeed at the Pentagon. We understand that 100 people have been injured as a result of that crash. Around 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. this morning, one World Trade Center tower collapsed. That's about an hour after it was hit by a plane. Shortly after that, the second tower also collapsed. Then we had a plane crash in Pittsburgh, another plane that had been hijacked. 8 planes in total had been hijacked. This is another plane that had been hijacked. Boom, it crashed. There was a fourth explosion to rock the World Trade Center at around 10:40. At this point, President Bush comes out to speak, and the United States begins tightening up security at all strategic facilities and evacuating high-profile buildings.
And we should point out again, those 8 planes, the initial report said as many as 8 planes had lost contact. That was according to the Federal Aviation Administration. We now understand that the 4 planes lost are the only planes they were concerned about at this time. The other 4 planes, if they had lost contact, were contacted. They are not believed to be in the skies over the United States at this point. Again, all air traffic across the U.S. has been shut down and will not resume until at least noon tomorrow. Again, at least noon tomorrow. As you see there at the bottom of your screen, we're updating information constantly for you. U.S. Navy carriers, the JFK Carrier Group and the George Washington Carrier Group are on their way to New York to help protect the coast off New York.
And of course, the National Guard has been called out thanks to Governor Pataki. The governor and the mayor commending New York City, New Yorkers for the way they have behaved, the way they are handling this crisis. It has been a horrible day, but we have managed to very calmly try and get through this, and they have said repeatedly that they are very proud of the way we're handling ourselves. We do need to continue to help one another. If you can, go ahead and donate blood. It is a great idea to do so. The American Red Cross says right now we're not at a crisis point, but we might be, and O negative is really what they're missing.
We're anticipating another statement from Mayor Giuliani, perhaps in the next 10 minutes or so. Of course, we'll bring that to you live. Earlier today, the first words out of his mouth, New York is stronger than these barbaric terrorists. And that's something important to remember. And the mayor again adding that this is not a time to be frightened. It's a time to band together, which New Yorkers have done, and that we'll get through this. But it may be many days before we really can count up the true extent of the damage and the death that New York has experienced on this day.
I think it is very difficult for all of us to understand how the greatest superpower in the world, how this could happen to us.
Those are questions that are still to be answered. Obviously, right now, still trying to figure out who's responsible for this. Let's get back down to the numbers and what's happening today here in New York. Rose Wally, I believe, is still at Bellevue. Rose?
Hospital officials want us to get the word out that folks should not go to blood banks throughout New York anymore, or blood centers to give and donate blood. They say they are at the maximum capacity because of the overwhelming amount of people that have actually come out to help this situation. They say they've taken about 300 to 400 units of blood. That is the most that they can take a day. They say if you still must go out and give blood and do what you feel you must do, you can call the blood bank and see if they will accept any. At Bellevue Hospital, 150 people admitted there. One firefighter was pronounced dead earlier today. He was very close to the explosion, we understand. At Beekman Hospital, over 400 patients there. St. Vincent's, over 300 people there. Now, hospital officials have also set up teams of social workers as well as psychiatrists to deal with family members who have come to these hospitals trying to find out where their loved ones are and how they may be doing. Also, they're also dealing with the walking wounded, as Mayor Giuliani had pointed out, to see and make sure that they are mentally all right, and also dealing with their physical wounds as well. That's the latest from here at NYU Medical Center. Rose Wally, CBS 2.
Okay, Rose, thank you. And I know I was expecting to catch a flight out of town today heading to Houston, Texas, but that didn't happen. As Todd said earlier, there's going to be no air travel at least until noon tomorrow. I'm sure that issue will be revisited very shortly. But in the meantime, let's go to Jennifer McLogan. She's live at JFK. Jennifer, what's the latest there?
Good evening from an entirely closed Kennedy International Airport, locked down and emptied. Planes parked on the tarmac, people being moved out, all in the name of national security. We shot some videotape for you a short time ago. What's going through your mind right now?
They're accomplishing their goal. We are almost terrified.
It's scary. It's scary, and it's just that we are so unprepared for this.
So very frightening. As SWAT teams surrounded terminals and bomb-sniffing dogs hunted for explosives, passengers were overwhelmed, each knowing he or she could have been a passenger on one of the hijacked planes.
I could see the Twin Towers going in smoke from our plane window, and then they made us get off the plane.
We were on an airplane today when this happened. We saw it happening.
We're sitting in the plane trying to take off to London, and we're looking at the Twin Towers, and they were on fire.
For hours, they stood in lines, hoping to get a bus to take them somewhere where they can sleep tonight, wondering when they can fly home, when the airports will reopen.
No rooms.
No rooms at all? What are you going to do?
I don't know. Any hotel is booked.
I have no place to stay. What should I do? Just lay on this street?
We have no telephone access here.
I think now is a time perhaps to be a little calm.
Calm is the order of the evening. Prayers and hope. Reporting live tonight from Kennedy International Airport, closed to everyone. Jennifer McLogan, CBS 2.
Prayers and hopes. Thank you, Jennifer.
And still, as you'll see on your screen over and over again, the changed forever New York City skyline. If we could remove the smoke, you would see the World Trade Center Twin Towers gone, following first the impact of two aircraft that took off 15 minutes apart from Boston's Logan Airport believed to be hijacked and flown directly into the towers, followed by separate blasts and the collapse of both towers within about 90 minutes or so. In case you're wondering about your loved ones, your family, people you have not seen today, people trying to get home, get to the people they love, I have an update for you on what's happening travel-wise. First of all, Penn Station is closed until further notice. No trains out of Penn Station. However, New York City buses are operating within the city. No fares are being collected. You will see the buses on the street. Grand Central Station has limited outbound Metro North service. Again, no fares are being taken today, but if you can get to Grand Central, you need to get home. There is limited service available to try to get out of town. In New Jersey roadways are being affected by security measures there. Again, a state of emergency is declared for both New York State and the state of New Jersey. I-80 eastbound, I-95 northbound traffic is being diverted in Bergen County from the GW Bridge. From that area, I-80 is also closed eastbound from Saddlebrook Road. You can expect delays in downtown Newark. We're going to get you more information on this as it becomes available. Also, subway service. All the letter lines are running. The number 7 subway line also running. By the way, only emergency vehicles are being allowed into Manhattan.
And this just into 7 World Trade Center, which is the building that is there burning now. We are getting reports that it might have collapsed. It is the building that has been on fire all day long, and we are getting reports that it might have collapsed. Joining us on the phone now is Scott Metso. Scott was actually on the 81st floor at the World Trade Center when this tragedy happened this morning. Scott, are you with us?
I am.
Scott, tell us where you were and what you saw.
I was in One World Trade Center. I was on the 81st floor, the south side of the building. A little before 9, we heard an explosion.
Scott, let me interrupt. You are watching Building 7 at the World Trade Center collapse. That is the collapse of Building 7 at the World Trade Center. Vince Dementri was within a block or two of that just a short time ago, did get out of the way, and told us the firefighters had not been able to fight that fire because of imminent collapse. It has happened. Building 7 now has fallen.
And that is the building, Todd, am I correct in saying, where the emergency management operation was located? Not right now, but...
There have been some reports of that earlier, but it's since been told that's not the case. Again, the mayor and New York City staff going elsewhere to do their emergency management work. But again, that picture you saw just moments ago, Building 7 collapsing at the World Trade Center, that had been something that they've been watching all day. In fact, Paul Florent just told us many hours ago that that building looked to be in danger of falling, as did the Twin Towers.
Scott, we apologize for interrupting, but that was happening right there, and I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. You, of course, went through your own hell earlier today. Go ahead and tell us.
Once the explosion hit, the building swayed pretty violently. We ran to the nearest stairwell. There was fire on the floor in the hallway. There was smoke coming out of the stairwell. We went down about 3 stories. The smoke got thicker. At that point, we turned around, came back up to the floor. We went to the opposite side stairwell, and from there we went down. We had no knowledge that we had no idea what happened. We didn't know the other trade center was affected. Everyone was orderly and cordial, and it took us about an hour to go down the 81 stories, but there was no sense of panic in the stairwell.
Scott, just in hearing what happened today, I thought of my wife, my children, my mother, my sisters. What went through your mind? Who did you think of at the moment you thought that your life might be over?
My 8.5-month pregnant wife, who, while I was in the stairwell and unable to use my cell phone, I kept seeing that the voice messages were increasing. It got up to 11, and even though I was receiving the messages, I wasn't able to make an outbound call. And it's great news that I was okay at that point, but it was sickening not being able to communicate that to her.
It had to be so frustrating.
Yeah.
Scott, you guys finally got out of the building. You said it took about an hour. And what was the time frame from when you got out of the building and when the building actually collapsed?
Within a minute of us exiting, we were on Church Street on the south side, right in front of Century 21. We heard the crumbling of metal, and everyone knew what that sound meant at that point. Everyone ran south, and we were chased by this big cloud of white debris and dust.
So you just barely made it out.
Yes.
You're very calm about this. Has it really hit you yet that you almost lost your life?
No, it hasn't yet, and I guess it concerns me. The whole neighborhood is sitting out in front of our houses now, talking about it. The children are out; they're discussing it. and it will. I just don't know when.
All right, you're watching live pictures now of what's going on down at the World Trade Center. Building 7 at the World Trade Center, a 47-story structure has just collapsed. You saw it here on CBS 2 moments ago. I believe it's down on Vesey Street, and you were looking at a live shot of what's going on there on the street as people hopefully nowhere near that. Again, they've known for hours now that building was in danger. It has burned for hours and finally succumbed to the flames and dropped just like the Twin Towers did. Scott, back to you for a moment.
Okay.
Do you have any idea what happens now with you, with your business? You have any idea what the impact will be?
Unclear. I work for a large company. We do have a disaster recovery plan. It was enacted today. It's a global company. They evacuated the other locations. There were off-site strategy sessions. We are mobilizing very aggressively in order to recover, but the human impact is unknown at this point.
Of course. Scott, as the plane collided with the building, were you about to go into a meeting with your boss, I understand?
No, I was just having a discussion at my desk. I have an office on the south side of the building. I believe the impact zone was on the north side. So, just a string of things that were very fortunate in my favor today.
And everybody on your floor made it out safely? Everyone's accounted for?
We believe so. We think at this point we've accounted for 95% of the people. And again, it was an orderly departure down the stairwell. People weren't passing each other. They were not accelerating their pace. And because I had first gone down the wrong stairwell, I was at the end of the line. So I believe that the 81st floor was evacuated successfully. It's interesting. You talked earlier with us today about this, the whole idea of how orderly this all was, how helpful people were to each other getting out of the building. Were you struck by that? If I had asked you a day before, do you think there'd be panic and people would be running all over each other to get out of here? Was that what you might have believed might happen? I would have thought it would, but everyone had the same belief. The conversation in the stairwell was, okay, we understand that there's some impact, there was some explosion, there was some fire. We think the fire is above us. We're now distancing ourselves from it, and there's no way that this building isn't going to stand up. There's no way this building is going to collapse on us, and that's really the concern that would have caused a lot of panic and a lot of frenzy.
Scott Mezzo, we're so happy that you're doing well. We're so happy that you are with your wife again, and everything's going to be just fine, and we wish you a lot of luck as a new dad, too.
Thank you.
God bless
you. Thank you, Scott. We're going to go back to Vince Demetri now, who is right in the area of where Building 7, the World Trade Center, collapsed just moments ago. Vince appears to be getting ready. I want to make sure Vince can hear us. Vince, can you hear us yet? Again, that building collapsing just moments ago, 47 stories down there on Vesey Street. Vince was across the street from that building just moments before it collapsed, and then went ahead and filed a report a few minutes ago telling us about what he saw to be ground zero there. Burned out cars, debris everywhere. Again, you'll take a look at it. Again, this is not one of the Twin Towers. This is a building that fell just moments ago. It had been burning for hours. There's Building 7, 47 stories down to the ground.
But thank goodness Vince had the foresight to move.
We've been told by firefighters here that there is a report of a bomb in this building. This is a school, a high school right here. And as you can see, they're moving everybody away from this building. They've said that there's a bomb in the building. They are evacuating us north now. That is according to firefighters on the scene. And we're going to move out of here right now just to keep ourselves safe. So we're going to start walking north ourselves. But that's what we're being told by New York City firefighters here, that there were reports of a bomb in that high school right there. It's called Stuyvesant High School. And so we are walking north to get out of the way. You can see just to my left here, these are even the ambulances which were down there are being moved north. The firefighters are being moved north. Everybody is being moved north. We're being asked by the police now to go north and get out of the way. Officer, do you have any idea of what the problem is?
There's a report of a secondary device possibly in the area of this school, so they're going to move everybody back as a precaution.
Secondary device meaning a bomb?
Possibly.
Okay, and where did that report come from? Was it called in?
It came in over our radios, and it's reported through our supervisors on down, so we're pulling everybody back.
And that's in the Stuyvesant High School right there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Officer McQuaid. That's Officer McQuaid of New York City Emergency Service. I'm sorry, what's it? Yeah, well, I don't think there was anyone in the school, Katie, this morning. At this point, I think everybody had been evacuated from here probably when the first events took place early this morning, just because of the fact that it's so close to the World Trade Center. Most of these buildings around here have been evacuated, so I would imagine, I never saw any kids going into that school this morning, so I'm going to presume that they never even allowed them to get to school.